And we are live for week 7. How's it going, everyone? It is the best day of the week, and we are on London time again. Man, I don't know about you guys. I'm starting to get used to these early window games. I feel like this is by far the most we've ever had at this point of the season. Year 5, week 7 of the Sunday morning live. Shout out to every single one of you here at the start of the live and all of you that will join later as well. Seriously, appreciate you all so much. Super grateful for every Sunday morning that we get. We are going to talk through every single player, every single relevant player in every single game on the live stream today, like we do every single Sunday morning. We're going to start out prioritizing the London time game between the Jacksonville Jaguars and the LA Rams. We're going to have Samps joining the live later like he joined last week. Samps was absolutely cooking last week on the live stream, so we got to bring him back. He's going to come probably right around halftime of the London time game. I'm going to do my best to talk through every single other game ahead of time, so I might go a little bit faster than usual. What's going on, everyone in the chat? Good morning to you. Good morning on London time. Let's go. Sup to you as well. We got some Tutu versus Whittington thoughts for sure. Some Josh Jacob thoughts. There's a lot to get through. If you guys are just tuning in to the YouTube live, smash the like button. Takes 2 seconds. There's 28 of you in the YouTube live already. Hit the like button. Seriously helps out a ton. If you're watching live on TikTok, hit the follow button and then come over to the YouTube live. It is a better viewing experience. There'll be a lot I can pull up on screen on the YouTube live that I won't be able to pull up on screen on the TikTok live. All right, let's get to the QB ranks here on screen and get into it. We got to get through a lot before Samps hops on the live today, but we of course, need to start on London time. We're starting this live stream early. No one's going to wake up as early as I'm going to wake up to make sure we're on it on London time. This is going to be a game with many guys you just absolutely need to start. The absolute must starts in the London time game. I don't think there's going to be much discussion unless you're in a really good situation. You're starting Travis Etienne. You're starting Matthew Stafford in a lot of spots as well. He's more of the good start versus must start. Brian Thomas Jr. is coming off his best game of the season. We called that on the Sunday morning live last week. He really needs to be started in this matchup. Coming off of last week, Devontae Adams with no Puka Nacua in the lineup. His over-under is in the 80s, guys. He's a top 5 wide receiver this week in fantasy football. He needs to be started. Let me hop over to the wide receiver ranks as I talk through this game because I know there's going to be a lot of wide receiver questions for this game. On the Ram side, you also have to start Kyron Williams. And then Tutu versus Jordan Whittington is definitely going to be one of the week 7 questions of the week. Not an easy call. I think Tutu is the ceiling play. Whittington is a better floor play. I actually like Whittington's prop in this game, over 2.5 receptions. I think that it's actually a plus odds from what I saw before this stream kicked off. I am riding with that one and the Kyron over total yards. I like both of those a decent amount today. So we're going to talk through Tutu and Whittington. We're going to do that comparison, of course. But I really think it's a floor ceiling decision when it comes to Jordan Whittington versus Tutu Atwell. We do have Jordan Whittington projected ahead of Tutu Atwell in the WalterPicks app. But I do think Tutu's ceiling is higher. And I don't think it's clear which of these guys is going to be playing in the slot. Tutu Atwell was primarily a slot guy in the past, but he has played outside as well. I think Jordan Whittington profiles more as the slot receiver, which I think is good in this matchup versus the Jaguars. I think we do want the slot guy in the matchup versus the Jaguars. All right, we're going to get to a bunch of questions here. We're going to prioritize like we always do on London time. I think we're on London time again, maybe next week, or maybe we get 1 week off. 4th year. Let's go, man. Love to see it. We're going to get to a lot of the start sits for London time early on in this live stream, much earlier than usual. Let me just talk through the dynamics here a little bit more before I get to some specific start sits. So the Jaguars come into this game as 3.5-point underdogs in London, which is like really a home game. This is a home game for the Jaguars. Most of these like overseas games, not legit home games. This is basically a legit home game for the Jags. They played by far the most games overseas in London than any other team. Like, they have a legit fan base there. There's long-term talks that this could be the London Jaguars at some point in the future. I don't think that's super realistic, but if there was going to be a team, it'd probably be them. They've played the most games here. Still, though, they're 3.5-point underdogs versus a Rams team that's been really good this season. Brian Thomas Jr., he's coming off by far his best game of the season. His first game of the season last week, over 12 fantasy points, had 23 fantasy points. Again, Samps called that on the live. We're going to have him back on the live here in about an hour and a half or so. He went 8 for 90 yards, 8 catches, 90 yards, and a touchdown. Like, same target share he's been seeing, 24% target share. He just produced a lot more with the targets, and he did actually have a second highest target total of the season. The Jags threw a lot in a game where they were trailing, and they're probably going to be trailing in this game versus the Rams. So, yeah, you got to start Brian Thomas Jr. Projected as the top 10 wide receiver here. There's no Bills, no Ravens this week with the buys. Bunch of injuries at the wide receiver position. Evan, how's it going in the TikTok live? We do need to start Brian Thomas Jr. this week. Travis Hunter, on the other hand, I don't know really how we start him. I know there's going to be some bleak situations here in week 7 with the buys and the injuries, but guys, he hasn't had a single game over 10 points. It's a similar spot with DJ Moore, honestly, this week. I think I have more confidence in DJ Moore. His ability to have a ceiling game, since we've obviously seen it in the past from him. We have never seen Travis Hunter go over 10 fantasy points in fantasy football ever. He obviously will at some point. And it does seem like, at least in week 5, it seemed like he was starting to get more deep targets. I was a little bit more bullish on him last week on this live stream than I probably should have been. He did have a second most targets of his season last week too, with 7, but only 25 air yards. Didn't have really a single deep target last week. I think you got to bench Travis Hunter unless you really are really struggling at wide receiver. Like, even guys like Chris Moore and Luke McCaffrey, like these are close calls with Travis Hunter this week. I think I would go Luke McCaffrey over Travis Hunter, and I don't think Chris Moore over Travis Hunter is that crazy. They get the ideal matchup here versus the Cowboys this week due to the Washington Commanders. All right. So I think Travis Hunter is a bench. If you can start Luke McCaffrey over him, he's a bench. Again, Kyron Williams is a start. Travis Etienne definitely a start here as well. Travis Etienne's coming off also a really good game, usage-wise. Second high snap percentage of the season. He ran his second most routes of the season last week. Tied a season high snaps last week. Did Travis Etienne. Second highest rush share of the season. He had 5 targets. That was the most of his season. Like, across the board, the peripherals last week were actually pretty strong for Travis Etienne, even though the outcome didn't score a touchdown, went under 10 points. He's now been under 10 points in back-to-back games. Not a amazing matchup here versus the Rams. I still think you kind of have to start him. If he's going to see this type of receiving work, guys, he has 7 catches in his last 2 games. If you're telling me he's getting 3 or 4 catches a game, you're starting Travis Etienne every single week, especially in a week like week 7 with the injuries and the buys. Right now, ranks as running back 14. I'll pull up the running back ranks here. But I do think in most spots you're starting Etienne. I'd start Scadabo over him. I think starting Jacory Krosky-Merritt over him would be reasonable. We have them back-to-back in the ranks. Quinshaw Judkins, I'm not benching this week. Brees, Rashad White, Genty, Barkley, all the obvious names are starting over him. But he's a good start. He's right there in tier 3. Ahead of guys like Kamani Vidal, Rico Dowdle, Jordan Mason, DeAndre Swift. Rico Dowdle, a.k.a. Barry Sanders. Tough to bench Rico Dowdle right now. But Chuba Hubbard is back. I do think Travis Etienne's a better start than him. And then on the Ram side, like I said, you got to start Devontae Adams. He's a top 5 wide receiver this week. So I'll pull up the running back ranks here on the YouTube live. Guys, shout out to every single one of you already in this live stream on London time with me this morning. I'm telling you, a lot of people in your leagues, they're still fast asleep. They're going to sleep through the beginning of the London time game. And these are the small edges in fantasy that start to add up as the season goes on. It's a game of skill, guys. It is a true game of skill. There's luck involved in games of skill too. But yeah, we're starting Devontae, we're starting Kyron Williams. They're both top 10 options at their respective positions this week. I do like the Kyron Williams prop here. And then we got to talk about Matthew Stafford, who is also a top 10 quarterback this week. I'll talk through the quarterbacks I would start over Stafford, but Stafford is in kind of a good spot here in London. even without Puka Nacua, he's definitely startable in a lot of spots this week. A little bit of a disappointing game against the Ravens last week, only 9.3 points for Stafford. But the game wasn't that close. They ran the ball a lot. He only threw the ball 26 times. That was the lowest pass attempt total of his season. I think we see at least 30 attempts here for Stafford in this game. The game only has a 3.5 point spread. It should be a close game. The Jags are definitely capable of winning this game. And yeah, it's a little scary with Puka out. Puka was on pace for one of the best wide receiver seasons of all time before he got hurt. Hopefully he can come back soon. Sounds like he probably will. So then it goes down to Jordan Whittington versus Tutu Atwell. These are the two guys that are really going to step up. This Kananta Mumfield guy, he played last week. He's a real guy, not a fake person. He's actually played every single week, at least 10% of snaps. So it could be really annoying for those of you trying to start Tutu and Jordan Whittington. Kanata Mumfield is going to have a role in this game. I don't think a super relevant one, hopefully. Jordan Whittington projects better than Tutu for us in the WalterPicks app. We think he's going to be the primary slot guy. He's at a higher slot rate than Tutu. Last season, Tutu slot rate is actually a little bit higher. But with Puka out, I think we probably see Whittington get more of the slot snaps than Tutu Atwell, who has had more experience on the outside. And Jordan Whittington, he's been worse than Tutu this season. If we compare these guys, like Tutu had that 180-yard game-winning catch that skews his numbers a little bit. But Jordan Whittington actually has the higher target share so far this season. More catches per game so far this season. He hasn't scored. He hasn't been nearly as efficient on the catches. 41 yards per catch for Tutu. Again, really skewed by that one catch. So in terms of fantasy, because Tutu scored the touchdowns and had a couple long catches, he's averaging, almost double the points per game, but the peripheral numbers actually look better for Whittington. I like Whittington more than Tutu Atwell personally. It's a close call though, and I do think you can argue Tutu Atwell's ceiling is higher. I think that's a fair argument. But yeah, I would start Whittington over Tutu personally. And the other piece that I like about Jordan Whittington, I think he actually had kind of an underrated rookie season. 2 yards per route run as a rookie last season. It's actually really, really strong. You don't see very many rookie wide receivers in the NFL go for 2+ yards per route run in their rookie season. Like, that's actually a really positive signal. He's obviously pretty buried on the depth chart, but there was like pretty encouraging efficiency from Whittington. He's actually kind of an exciting player. So I think he's a fine start in a lot of spots. We have him ranked as a start in a lot of situations. And I would start him over Tutu. I think he's the better floor ceiling combo. I don't think he doesn't have a ceiling at all. I just think Tutu's the role that he plays. He's more likely to see a couple deep targets in this game. All right, that's my thoughts on the Whittington versus Tutu Atwell conundrum, which I think I already saw some comments asking about. Would I start him over Sterling Shepard? Yeah, I would. I would start him over Sterling Shepard. There's a tough. Let's go. Good morning to all the fantasy footballers out there for sure. It's the best day of the week. And everyone in this live stream right now, guys, these are the skilled fantasy people in the live right now that are up on London time. Shout out to all of you. Seriously, appreciate you all a ton. Luke McCaffrey Day. Yeah, happy Luke McCaffrey Day, everybody. Happy Luke McCaffrey Day. To all those who celebrate, it is going to be a good Luke McCaffrey Day today. I saw something. I read some report earlier this morning. I don't know if it was in the WalterPicks app or somewhere else. Let me pull it up, see if it was. That said, Luke McCaffrey is the wide receiver 1 for the Commanders. I don't know if I would. Yeah, I don't think it was in the WalterPicks app. I don't know if I would go that far to say that statement, so definitively. Chris Moore is probably going to run more routes than Luke McCaffrey today. But guys, one of Chris Moore or Luke McCaffrey, maybe it'll be Jalen Lane, but I think it's really going to be Luke McCaffrey or Chris Moore. One of them's going to go for over 15 points today. One of them could easily go for over 25 points today. They're playing the Cowboys. Like, if you just only look at the players that play the Cowboys this season, you're looking at like top 10 players at every position. Like, if you just average the numbers at every position, this is an ideal environment when you're playing the Cowboys because their offense is really good and their defense is just atrocious. They're allowing the most points per game to receivers, 42.7 points per game to wide receivers this season for the Cowboys. That's going to be spread across Luke McCaffrey, Chris Moore, and Jalen Lane today. And Zach Ertz certainly gets a bump too. He ranks top 5. Jaden Daniels is the easy QB1 this week. It's not even really close. He's really in his own tier this week. You could argue Mahomes is in that tier with him if you want to. But I really think Jaden Daniels is still in his own tier, even without Deebo Samuel. even without Terry McLaurin, it doesn't really matter if you're playing a defense this bad. In an offense this good, too, with the Cowboys, CeeDee Lamb return. This game should be really fun. And yeah, Luke McCaffrey's going to find his way into some DraftKings lineups today for me, for sure. And some of my season-long fantasy lineups as well. I wouldn't say he's necessarily projects as a wide receiver one, but yeah, he's startable. And he's got a ceiling. He's only had one catch in each of his last few games, but he's definitely got a ceiling. All right. We're going to prioritize the start sits for this London time game. Yeah, I do like Chris Moore more than Jalen Lane. What's your view on Judkins today? We're going to get to that game for sure, but I'm very, very in on Judkins. Let's actually just jump there quick. I'm gonna try to go a little bit faster game by game today because we're gonna have Samps joining live again, and I want to make sure I get through my thoughts on at least some thoughts on every single game before he hops on, and we can talk about his favorite plays of the week and get to a ton of start sits when he joins. But yeah, this Browns-Dolphins game, the Browns are favored in this one by 2.5 points. Man, the Dolphins are down bad, pretty down bad. There's a very cryptic post by Jalen Waddle this week. Jalen Waddle's suddenly become a top 12, top 20 at least wide receiver in fantasy. Definitely could argue top 12. Yeah, there is very, very few players I want to start more than Quinshaw Judkins today. And Weatherman Sam's here. Weatherman Sam's on it. Let me pull up the tight end ranks. I'm seeing some people ask about that. Certainly relevant to this Browns game. I'll pull up the tight end rankings. Let me know in the comments, guys, what rankings you want to see next. I'm locked in here in week 7. I got all the rankings ready to go. There's some tough guys to rank this week. I'll talk through some of them on the live for sure. But yeah, Quinshaw Judkins, I don't think there was a line that they could have set for his rushing line today that I wouldn't have liked. I don't think there was a line they could have set. And I think they initially released it around like low 70s, mid 70s. And I took that. And now it's up to 90. I think it might have actually been low 80s that they set it at. Now it's up to like 92. I think that's still like a pretty good one to take. Not my official take of the day. But yeah, I mean, Judkins is going to go nuts in this game. The Dolphins have the worst run defense in the NFL. They're at least bottom 3. They have stopped absolutely nobody this season. The Dolphins defense is the real problem with the Dolphins. Like the offense gets all the attention for the Miami Dolphins. I live in Florida now, and everyone hates Tua. Everyone hates the head coach. You know, there's a lot of chatter about all these frustrations with the team. It's really the defense, though, that is just absolutely atrocious. They made Rico Dowdle look like Barry Sanders 2 weeks ago, 206 yards and a touchdown, one of the greatest games of all time for a Carolina Panther, who Christian McCaffrey played for quite some time, by the way. Kamani Vidal looked like Marion Hampton last week, 124 yards, almost 150 all-purpose yards, was a top 10 running back last week. And guys, Quinshaw Judkins, he's significantly better than Kamani Vidal. He's significantly better than Rico Dowdle. We saw Breece Hall go for 16, James Cook go for 20, Ramondre Stevenson had his best game at 21 points. There's been now 4 straight weeks of a running back going over 16 points. Like, I don't think it's that crazy to say that's the floor for Judkins today. And that's like right around what he's projected at, 16 points. Hop over to the running back ranks again quick. Here, we got him at 14.8, like a very cautious projection here for Judkins. The only concern for Judkins is that they're not able to throw it all, and so they could really, really lock in on the run. I don't think that's that realistic, though. So Weatherman Sam's here. Weatherman Sam is here all season, and I got to admit, I think we overreacted a little bit to the weather. And Weatherman Sam's got to be careful, just like the rest of us, to not overreact. We want to react to the right amount, and it can be really difficult sometimes with the weather, especially when we have our first significant weather of the season, which was kind of the case last week. That Cowboys game is the one I'm referencing to. There was wind gusts over 25 miles an hour in that Cowboys game last week. Did not really matter. It didn't matter. You know, there was still a really high-scoring game. Pickens went nuts. Dak went crazy. You can still throw when there's 25-mile-an-hour wind gusts, but it does impact passing a little bit. So we want to react, a little bit in those cases. So there's 3 games with weather to be aware of. And by the way, for those of you on London time with me this morning, there is rain in this London time game too. I didn't put this on the Weatherman Sam report on the TikTok live. It's on the YouTube live. If you're watching live on TikTok, by the way, guys, I'm telling you, come to the YouTube live. Come to the YouTube live. I'm sharing screen on the YouTube live. I can pull up comments on the YouTube live. It's the same, all the same content, just a better viewing experience. I'm telling you. Link is right in the TikTok live. And we're going to talk about Josh Jacobs. Yeah, I see a lot of Josh Jacobs questions. But yeah, there's going to be the worst weather game of the day is the Dolphins-Browns game. Now, there was a report earlier this week about 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts It wasn't a real report, though. It was just pure speculation. The report was, it's possible that there's 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. It's possible that literally anything happens at any time. I mean, that's not a report. The projection has never been 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. There's not going to be 60-mile-an-hour winds in this game. But there is going to be significant winds. Don't get me wrong. In this Dolphins and Browns game, wind gusts over 30 miles an hour. They're talking about the range of 35-mile-an-hour wind gusts in this game. Again, the threshold of concern is 25 miles an hour. The sustained winds in this game are like 20 to 25 miles an hour. So it is going to impact passing, but you're still going to be able to pass. Deep passing will be affected. There's also going to be rain throughout this game. Now, in all three of these games, with concerning weather reports, the other ones, Patriots at Titans, Saints at Bears, which are like slightly lower versions of this Dolphins and Browns game. There's going to be 30+ mile an hour wind gusts in the Pats Titans game, 30-mile-an-hour wind gusts in the Saints and Bears game. All three of these games, though, the weather is going to look the worst right before the game, the hours leading up to the game in the first half. In the second half, the weather report looks better in all three of these games. Creates a very interesting dynamic here. We don't want to overreact to games where we're going to be able to throw. It's not like the wind games where like you just cannot throw. Both teams are just only running basically the entire game. It won't be like that. And I think there's certainly a scenario here where people overreact like big time. Like the public overreacts a lot because the weather's going to look really, really bad right before the game. It's going to be bad in the first half, but it just might not be that bad in the second half. So those are the weather reports here today. Saints at Bears, going to have some rain likely and 30-mile-an-hour wind gusts. The Pats at Titans, 30-mile-an-hour wind gusts. The Dolphins at Browns, 35-mile-an-hour wind gusts, sustained winds around 25 miles an hour. And this London time game's got rain too. That all does not make me dislike Judkins, though. Honestly, it might play really well into Judkins' situation today. He ranks as the top 12 running back today among the running backs left. I'm not benching him. Like, there's really not going to be a question today where I don't confidently tell people to start Judkins, even in tough spots like Judkins versus Brees, Judkins versus Rachaad White. I'm not personally benching Judkins in this spot against the Dolphins. We just saw a 200-yard game from Rico Dowd. We just saw Kamani Vidal go over 20 fantasy points. Back-to-back games, we've seen Kamani Vidal and Rico Dowd go over 20 points. I've seen every single Dolphins game this season. This is an atrocious run defense. Why is Fannin so low? Yeah, I agree with you that Fannin feels low. He feels low to me too. I want to start Fannin this week. I want to be higher than Fannin than we are in the WalterPicks app right now. And I would start Fannin. I think in some of these spots, gosh, I mean, it really does. It definitely is a week where I want to be extremely high on him. There's no David Njoku this week, which is, the main reason. I don't think the game environment, the weather, necessarily hurts Fannin either, right? He's the short passing guy. He's really not running these deep routes. This could funnel more targets to Fannin, more carries to Judkins. And there's no David Njoku in the lineup today. And David Njoku's had a really big role on this team. They obviously play the same position, but they don't play the same role. I'm very interested to see how much of a true tight end role Fannin gets, or do they put more of Blake Whiteheart out there in some type of tight end role? I think we see the biggest role of the season, though, for Fannin today, snap percentage-wise, likely target-wise. And Njoku's averaging 4 catches, 37 yards a game. He's playing over 75% of the snaps. He's at a 15% target share. A couple weeks ago, he had a 28% target share. This is one of the highest tight end target shares in the league across all the teams. So yeah, Fannin, he has a real ceiling. I want to start Fannin. But Dallas Goedert's been playing great. He's got the best matchup of all the position groups on the Eagles today, maybe outside of Saquon. Tucker Kraft has an insanely high ceiling versus the Cardinals. Jake Ferguson's been tight end 1 basically this season. I think not basically, he is. He's tight end 1. I know CeeDee Lamb's coming back. It's not easy to bench Jake Ferguson for Fannin. Sam Laporta has actually been playing really well. Also, back-to-back games over 16 points. He's not easy to bench. Michael Mayer, I feel probably the worst about, given where he's ranked, just because the matchup is tough. But man, the role was great. 5 catches last week, played over 90% of the snaps, 30% target share. Are we really that confident Fannin can hit a 30% target share, even though he's got the better matchup? And it's going to be a good game environment for Mayer, at least, even though the matchup's tough. They're 12-point underdogs today. And then Zach Ertz, with all the receivers out, it gets a matchup against the Cowboys. I don't know how you bench him either for Fannin. And then Cade Otton, with all the wide receiver stuff going on with the Bucs. So it's just, I think the ranking actually kind of does make sense. I want to be higher on him, though. I want this to be a week where we're Harold Fann's the top 3 tight end But yeah, Fannin versus Otten is definitely odd with the Bucks wide receiver situations right now. But if Egbuka ends up playing, which he's on the wrong side of questionable right now, he plays on Monday night, Otten would probably project lower than Fannin. And Mike Evans, he sounds like he's going to play. So it does lower the ceiling, I think, for Otten a little bit, but the floor has actually been pretty strong for him. God, yeah, I don't know. I think I might play Fannin over Otten. It's close. It's a close call. Both are pretty good options this week. They project actually really close together too. Like they're only like what a couple points apart. Yeah, 2 points off, 3 points off in the projection. The projections say Otten. My heart says Fannin for sure. Definitely a more fun start to me. Harold Fannin. Harold Fannin, he might set some records for the youngest tight end to hit some benchmarks this season. He's only 21 years old. He's one of the youngest rookies this season. All right. Are you starting Fannin over Kittle? No. You got to start Kittle. You just have to start him. Kittle was a top 3 tight end in draft season. He's going to be a top 3 tight end every week that he's active. It's a really tough matchup for the 49ers this week. The Falcons have low-key been the best defense in the NFL, like a top 3 defense in the NFL this season. They ranked top 5 against every single position, tight end included. But yeah, you kind of have to start Kittle. There's really no benching Kittle. You could be a little cautious since it's his first game back, but yeah, I'm not benching him. All right. That was the Browns side of that game. Just jumping to the Dolphins quickly. It's really Achane, Waddle, and then nobody else. Darren Waller does not project great this week. He really hasn't projected great yet, partially because like all of his points are coming from touchdowns, and those types of players won't usually project well. We don't project a full touchdown for anyone really every week in a role like this. He only had 2 catches last week, but his snap share did go up. 70% snap share. It seems like this could keep rising. Only 10% target share though. With the wind and the rain, there's a lot of better tight end options out there than Darren Waller this week. Evan Ingram in the revenge game, I think I'd prefer, for example. He's available in a ton of leagues. Mason Taylor, I'd prefer. Yeah, and 2 is a must bench, for sure. I'll put the must starts, must benches. We'll talk through all these with Samps when he joins live as well. All right, let's get to any London time start sits, guys. Send them in the chat now. You think Evans is going to play? I do think Mike Evans is going to play. I think Mike Evans is starting to look at the calendar now and say, I got to come back or I'm not going to hit 1,000 yards. You know, Mike Evans prints 1,000-yard seasons. It's death, taxes, and Mike Evans getting 1,000 receiving yards. And so I think he's going to come back and start adding to that tally. He really has to come back very, very soon and start putting up some production, or it's going to be really, really difficult for him to do it. He's always very bankable for, that 200-yard game in week 18. But yeah, I think he is going to play this week. London game, Bo Nix or Matthew Stafford. Yeah, this is a great one to talk through. Let me pull up the QB ranks here again on both live streams. Shout out to every single one of you in the live stream already on London time with me today. I think Matthew Stafford is a very sneaky, good start here in week 7. If you're watching live on TikTok, guys, smash the follow button. We're just getting started. We got a guest joining who was absolutely cooking last week. He went 9 for 9 in his must starts and must benches last week. I don't think we're going to get that again, but I'm very, very excited to have him back on the live at halftime of the London time game. But we're going to talk through every single game, every single relevant player. We're going to get to hundreds of start sit comments in this live stream as well. So I do appreciate it. Hit the follow button if you're watching live on TikTok. Hit the like button if you're watching live on YouTube. Okay. This one I think is pretty easily Stafford for me over Bo Nix. The Broncos-Giants game, I think could be definitely a bit of a gross one. Bo Nix has had a pretty up and down season. He only has 2 games over 20 points this season. He's had some pretty good matchups. His only really good game came against the Bengals. One of the all-time, best matchups so far this season. That was his only game. He only has 2 games over 210 passing yards. And he hasn't been running a ton. He has 1 game over 25 rushing yards. Just a little bit of a mid fantasy QB. He doesn't get the Cowboys next week, so we'll be smashing him next week. But yeah, I think Stafford is a better start than Bo Nix, both floor and ceiling. He's in a better matchup, and he's been better this season. Even without Puka Nacua, I feel okay about it. He's coming off a rough game last week, but the Rams were not pushed last week. We saw Darnold, Mahomes, and Purdy all go over 19.5 points, 3 straight games here. The Bengals, too, they combined for 28 points back in week 2. Only CJ Stroud and Bryce Young went under 19.5 points versus the Jaguars. Seeing people ask for the wide receiver ranks, I got you. So yeah, I think I'm going Stafford. The QBs that I'm playing Stafford over, just really quick, since it's London time today, like this game kicks off in 30 minutes. I want to make sure I got you guys covered with a difficult London time start sits. Jaden Daniels, obviously. Mahomes, Jalen Hurts, I think those are obvious. I think Drake May is kind of obvious at this point too, despite the weather, despite the matchup really not being great. For Drake May, I don't know how you wouldn't start him over Stafford. Justin Herbert, I absolutely love. This week, you're going to see him in my DraftKings lineup in about an hour or so. Baker Mayfield, Jared Goff, Dak Prescott. I'd start all these guys over Stafford. Then it's Stafford. Stafford versus Caleb Williams is super close. I'd be fine starting Caleb Williams over Stafford if you want to go that way. I'm fine with that. It's close, though. And we do have Stafford ahead of Caleb Williams in the WalterPicks app. But I'm starting Stafford over Dart, Nix, Stroud, Jordan Love, Trevor Lawrence, Daniel Jones, Sam Darnold, Justin Fields, Michael Penix, Mac Jones, on and on it goes. Tutu Atwell good at flex today. I like Jordan Whittington more than Tutu Atwell, but he does have a ceiling. Brian Thomas Jr. or Rashad White. Oh, God, I think you kind of have to go Rashad White. Oh, man, that's a tough one. Let's take a quick look at that one. That is London time here. That could be a good pulse check here on Brian Thomas. I think it's Rashad White. Yeah, the floor is just – this season, guys, is a weak wide receiver season so far. One of the weakest we've seen because of all the injuries. There's really a lack of like elite receivers. There's just a very, very small group of receivers that have a really, really high floor every week, really high ceiling every week. Like the wide receiver, the running back 10 here is projected for 16.6. That's like where the wide receiver, 5 or 6 is projected. It's like every week we're seeing this where the running backs, look, the running back 10 is like up there with the elite receivers. So yeah, London time starts it here. Tutu Atwell, Waddle, AJ Brown, Keenan Allen, and Jordan Mason. These are some of the tough players here in week 7. This is definitely a really good one to answer ahead of London time. And you're definitely not starting Tutu here. Do not force Tutu Atwell on London time today. I wouldn't force Jordan Whittington either. Again, I prefer Whittington over Atwell. I think I'm starting every single one of these other players, though, over both of them. Like I'm not starting Tutu over AJ Brown. I'm not starting him over Keenan Allen. I'm not starting him over Jordan Mason. I'm definitely not starting him over Jalen Waddle either. Even with the weather in that Dolphins game, I think it's Waddle pretty easily. Like it's not going to be impossible to throw in the Dolphins game. Again, we don't want to overreact. We want to react appropriately. It's going to be difficult to throw the ball deep, especially in the first half of the Dolphins game, but it doesn't mean they can't throw it all. Waddle can obviously cook after the catch also. So yeah, I'm going to remove Tutu from this one, and I'll answer with the rest of these guys. Let's go to the receivers first. AJ Brown, Keenan Allen. I think that Keenan projects the best here. He's been struggling in his last couple of games. He projects, I think, the worst of the 3 Chargers receivers. At least 2 of these Chargers receivers are going to smash today. I'm very in on the Chargers passing attack. The Colts are missing 2 starters in the secondary today. Keenan Allen hasn't been over 11 points, though, since week 3. Hasn't scored since week 3. Now, Quentin Johnson is back. He does have at least an 18% target share in every game, though. Like the floor has been good for Keenan Allen. His snap percentage has dipped the last couple of weeks, which is a little surprising because Quentin Johnson's been banged up. But when he's out there, he's getting targeted. His target per route run rate is 11th highest in the league. Puka, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Drake London, Chris Olave, Jamar Chase. He's on a pretty elite list here. When he's out there, he's getting targeted at one of the highest rates in the league, 11th highest in the league. So yeah, he's startable. I think I would start him over the rest of these guys. AJ Brown, Devontae Smith, really, really tough start sits this week. Very curious to see what Samps has to say about the Eagles receivers. The Vikings have been the worst matchup for receivers this season. No tougher matchup than the Vikings this season. On the other side of the debate for these Eagles receivers, though, like they have produced ceiling outcomes when the Eagles are pushed to pass. Didn't really happen last week. Only 14 points. Did have 80 yards, the second best game of the season last week. And the Eagles were pushed in that game. So he had 9 targets. He's got at least 8 targets now in 5 straight games after only having 1 target in week 1. I think the matchup, though, is actually better for Devontae Smith than A.J. Brown. And then let's take out A.J. Brown here. I think I would also go Jalen Waddle over A.J. Brown. Let's put in Jordan Mason, who has like a pretty good matchup on paper. The Eagles have not been great against the run this season. And there's no more Aaron Jones. Probably this is the last week with no Aaron Jones for the Vikings. And wow, Jordan Mason does project the best here. I would argue, does have the best floor. Running backs typically do have a better floor than the receivers. I do really like Keenan against the Colts. The ceiling is higher. It's a close call here for sure. I think if you want the floor, you go Jordan Mason. You want the ceiling, you go with Keenan Allen. All right, let's get to any other London time questions here before we start going game by game. Got Trevor Lawrence starts it here. I had the QB ranks up. I'll pull the running back ranks up next. See a bunch of running back questions in the chat. Shout out to every single one of you guys in this live stream right now. Seriously, appreciate you all so much. It is the best day of the week. We got a game in like 20 minutes. Starting to appreciate these London time games, even though it's tough to balance while live and a game is on. It's really exciting when there's a game starting so soon in the morning. I got mixed feelings about these early time games. But yeah, I'm Trevor Lawrence versus Jackson Dart. Jackson Dart and Justin Fields, they're tough for fantasy this week because neither of them have a good matchup or a good situation. I shouldn't say the matchup's not good for Fields. It's not bad, but we know Garrett Wilson and how bad Fields looked last week. He did play the Broncos last week, and that's who Jackson Dart has this week, the second toughest matchup. The challenge here is we got to remove, our normal NFL brains, which are telling us Jackson Dart, Justin Fields, they're in rough spots this week. No Garrett Wilson for Fields. Dart's against the Broncos, one of the best secondaries. But we got to bring in the fantasy football brain of ours and say these are two of the quarterbacks running the most in the entire NFL. Like they actually have a pretty good floor and ceiling for fantasy, regardless of situation and matchup. We saw that a little bit with Fields last week. I mean, he had 45 passing yards, guys. He completed 9 passes for 45 yards, and he still had 5 points because he ran 7 times for 31 yards. I think he had some fumbles. Did he fumble? No, he got sacked 9 times, though. I think he lost more sack yards than he had pass yards. Justin Fields, which is a little bit scary for Jackson Dart. We have seen Daniel Jones go over 20 points, but he's the only guy. They played good quarterbacks, too. Daniel Jones, Justin Herbert, Jalen Hurts. Like, what's the ceiling for Dart here? Like, it's around 20 points, I think. He did just have his best game, 23.6. He was QB3 last week. And he's up there, guys. He's really up there in rushing yards. This is misleading, this 33 rushing yards per game, because it's including week 2 and week 3, where he combined for 0. He's over 54 rushing yards in 3 straight games. He's got 2 rushing touchdowns in 3 games. Like, this is exactly what we want in fantasy, guys. I really hope the Giants do make a trade for a receiver before the trade deadline. Trade deadline in the NFL is in a couple of weeks. But, yeah, God, really scary to start Jackson Dart. I'd be fine considering Trevor Lawrence over him. And the Justin Fields side, I know I didn't even get to Trevor Lawrence. He's had back-to-back games over 19 points, but this is a tough matchup here versus the Rams. I think you do have to go Dart with the rushing floor. I think I would go Dart over Trevor Lawrence, and I think I would go Dart over Justin Fields. I think there's like really 2 outcomes for Fields today. One of them is what we saw more so in week 4, 5, and 1, where he's going to actually have a really good fantasy game because he's going to run like crazy. He has no one to throw to other than Mason Taylor. His top receiver today is Josh Reynolds. The receiver room for the Jets, guys, I mean, this might have been the most top-heavy receiver room in the entire NFL. And they just lost their top receiver. Josh Reynolds, Arian Smith, Tyler Johnson, Allen Lazard, and Isaiah Williams. Like, their best receiver today is Breece Hall, and then it's Mason Taylor. And then it's probably Isaiah Davis, and then it's Josh Reynolds. That being said, the Panthers, they don't get a lot of pressure on quarterbacks, which should bode well for Justin Fields, who got sacked 9 times last week, was completely useless throwing the ball under pressure. He's one of the most pressure-sensitive quarterbacks in the entire league, and we obviously know he can run, so he's startable in some spots. I could see an argument that he could do better than Dart this week. I think really after the top 10 QBs, there's like a big tier drop this week. It's the top 10, and then a big drop. I have Josh Jacobs off of the rankings this week because I don't think on the Sunday morning starts it live today, you should be starting Josh Jacobs. I think you want a backup plan at the late window games or on Monday, if you're going to plan to start him, you should go add Emmanuel Wilson. If he's still available, he's still available in a ton of leagues. When I checked this morning, I had him in I think 3 of my 7 high stakes leagues this morning when I was up on London time this morning. But Josh Jacobs has a very, very real chance not to play today. I saw the report that he said he thinks he's going to be good to go, but he's a true game time decision. And a calf injury is very risky to be betting on. It's a true game time decision. Even if Josh Jacobs plays, I don't think we can have full confidence in Josh Jacobs. So I'm telling people to bench him on the Sunday Morning Live today, and I'm going to feel okay about that. There's a chance he straight up doesn't play, and there's a chance he plays not at his full role, which is really tough because he was projecting his running back 3 on the week prior to the injury, the calf injury. This is a new calf injury that popped up. So, yeah, you got to bench Josh Jacobs. You just have to bench Josh Jacobs. I left him off the rankings for that reason. That one was intentional this week. All right, any more London time? Brian Thomas Jr., Quentin Johnston. Yeah, this one's super close. I think it's Brian Thomas Jr. We have Ladd ahead of Brian Thomas Jr. We have Quentin Johnston just behind him. I do really like the Chargers receivers today. The Colts are missing 2 starters in their secondary. But Brian Thomas Jr. is coming off his best game of the season. I don't want to bench him. London time, pick 2, ETN, Monty, Marv, and Wandale. Marvin Harrison Jr. actually projects pretty well. He progressed through the concussion protocol faster than the fastest that you possibly could, like faster than we've really ever seen. We have not seen anyone progress through the concussion protocol faster than Marvin Harrison Jr. did in the last 2 years. He was in the concussion protocol on Tuesday, and he was out on Thursday. Pretty crazy, honestly. I thought for sure he was going to miss this week, but he's in the lineup today. Zay Jones is also questionable now. He's a game time decision. Zay Jones was the top receiver for Jacoby Brissett last week when Marv went down early in that game. And he might be out. They're going to be playing from behind. They're 7.5 point favorites. Underdogs, I think, in this game, maybe more. But yeah, Travis Etienne still projects the best. I'm definitely not starting Monty here either. Or you said pick 2. Yeah, I think it's Marv and Etienne here. Let me toss in Wandale quick. But I think it's Marv and Etienne. Yeah, it's Marv and Etienne. Wandale's not a must start here in week 7 with his matchup versus the Broncos. I don't think you want to start the Rams. I would go the Packers defense here. I think Packers defense, I think, is the way I would go. Panthers are definitely an interesting defense for sure. Let me hop to the defense ranks just super fast. I think the Pats and the Eagles, they're the best 2 defenses of the week, in my opinion. The Chiefs are really good. They're 12.5 point favorites. The Seahawks defense, I think, is pretty sneaky against the Texans. The Texans offensive line. The Seahawks have generated some of the most pressure in the entire league this season, and the Texans arguably have the worst offensive line in the league. The Broncos are definitely an interesting one. The Rams do project pretty well for us against the Jags. I think I prefer the Packers over the Rams, though. And then the Dolphins and the Browns, I think both those are really good in that game. Hey, Sam, good morning. Quick question. Are these the only props of the game? Let me hop to the player props today, actually, because there's 2 official props of the day, and one of them is on London time, so I'm just going to get to both here. But yeah, I do like Jordan Whittington over 2.5 receptions. Yeah, Jordan Whittington was good. He was efficient last year as a rookie, more efficient than the vast majority of rookie wide receivers are, and I don't think anyone, most people, aren't realizing that. At 2 yards per out run last season, Jordan Whittington as a rookie. I think he's going to be their primary slot receiver today in a matchup where the slot receivers have really cooked against the Jaguars. So yeah, I like Whittington. There's going to be rain in this game, by the way. In London, it doesn't really scare me all that much. Weatherman Sam is never really scared of rain. There's no evidence that rain changes offense really at all in the NFL. Javonte Williams is the other free player prop, over 61.5 rush yards for Javonte in that game. All right, let's get to some wide receiver ranks. Here, get some more London time. Start sits before this game kicks off in 15 minutes. London time, once again here in week 7. Pick 2 PPR, Whittington, Jennings, Vidal, Dobbs, Chris Moore, Luke McCaffrey, or R.J. Harvey. Yeah, I woke up this morning and I said, man, what a time to be alive. We get to answer Chris Moore versus Luke McCaffrey start sits here in week 7. I live for it. I live for it. I don't know how we could possibly trust Juwan Jennings after last week. You got to assume he's a little bit healthier this week, but he's got rib, ankle, and shoulder injuries. He's playing with broken ribs. on top of an ankle and shoulder injury. I mean, like the Greg Jennings broken leg meme from, some of you might be too young for that, honestly, but I mean, this is wild. The vast majority of players in the NFL are not playing through what Juwan Jennings is going to be playing through this week and last week too. And last week it showed up. 1.7 points, he had one catch for 7 yards in a great matchup versus the Bucs. He still played 77% of the snaps, but an 8% target share, by far his lowest of the season. I mean, God, I don't know how we trust it. I don't know how we possibly trust it. Plus, Kittle's back. Kendrick Bourne is best friends with Mac Jones. And the matchup's also really, really tough here against the Falcons. Like, he might be matched up against AJ Terrell in this matchup. If I have the Falcons, I'd probably put him on Kendrick Bourne right now. But I mean, yeah, we're benching Jennings. I think he's a must bench. I think Juwan Jennings is a must bench. I think I have him. Yeah, I have him in my must bench category here this week. So Jordan Whittington is definitely in play here. Vidal has to be started over Whittington, like 100%. We're starting Vidal. This is really start one. You get Vidal out of here. He's an absolute must start over all of these guys. You have to start Vidal over Jordan Whittington, over Romeo Doubs, over Chris Moore, Luke McCaffrey, and RJ Harvey. RJ Harvey's not a start this week, though. I think there's a ceiling there. I think Doubs is probably going to be the next highest. Luke McCaffrey projects the best here over all three of these guys. Man, what a time to be alive. Luke McCaffrey's he's a true ceiling play. He gets the Cowboys. This is the whole analysis. There's no Terry McLaurin. There's no Deebo Samuel. Obviously, that's why we're excited about Luke McCaffrey. For those of you not as tuned in as the rest of us, Luke McCaffrey, there's debate out there that he's the wide receiver 1 here for the Commanders in week 7. I'm not going to go that far. I think more likely Chris Moore should be viewed as the wide receiver 1 because he's been getting more work than Luke McCaffrey. He's been playing more snaps than Luke McCaffrey, but Luke McCaffrey's ceiling is higher than Chris Moore's. Make no mistake about it. We've seen the ceiling on individual plays over the last 4 weeks. He has 3 touchdowns in his last 4 games. And he hasn't been playing like more than a third of the snaps. He's playing most of the snaps, most likely today. So yeah, I mean, you got to feel like somewhat good about the ceiling for Luke McCaffrey at a minimum. And if you guys know me well, you know that I chase ceilings. That's my mentality with a lot of fantasy start sits, especially start sits like this. Like, I'm going to chase the ceiling. We have Romeo Doubs technically with the highest ceiling in the WalterPicks app. I think in the matchup here, though, Luke McCaffrey is actually the highest ceiling play. So yeah, I'm going Luke McCaffrey over Chris Moore, over Romeo Doubs, over Juwan Jennings, and I think I'd go him over RJ Harvey as well. And then if Emmanuel Wilson, if he starts and Jacob sits, then I probably would go Emmanuel Wilson instead. But we obviously don't know that yet. Bill or Dowdle? God, yeah, the Rico Dowdle start sits are going to be so tough here today. I do think I would personally go Bill over Rico Dowdle. Sam, please. Whittington, Jalen Lane, Chris Moore, J-Mo, or Jacoby Myers. Yeah, you got to go J-Mo. I think you got to go J-Mo here. Jacoby Myers is probably not playing. Cannot be relying on him. Jameson Williams looked great last week. That was another great call by Samps on the live last week. I think Whittington, he might project a tiny bit better. No, he doesn't even project better. Yeah, I'm going Jameson Williams. Jameson Williams, this is what happens when Jameson Williams has 5 catch plus games. He's going over 15 points every single time. We're not going to see a game, I don't think, this season where he gets 5 plus catches and doesn't go over 15 points. The floor is probably lower for J-Mo, but it's a good matchup here versus the Bucs. This has been a pass funnel defense, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers defense. Hubbard or Sharp? You can't start Hubbard. I would go with the Eagles defense over the Seahawks defense. Happy Sunday to you as well, guys. Happy Sunday to every single one of you in this live right now. Appreciate you all. Yeah, Pittman versus Addison, I think, is Pittman. 2 props I'm riding in this London time game. Kyron Williams total yards and Whittington over 2.5 catches. That is one of the 2 official props, is the Whittington prop today. Woody Marks or RJ Harvey. Oh man, I think that one's probably is Woody. Ladd or Brian Thomas Jr. I'm not benching Ladd. Nope. I'm not benching Ladd today. I don't think there's going to be a question where I tell anyone to bench Ladd. The Colts are without 2 of their starting pieces in the secondary today. Ladd coming off his best game of the season at 23 points. They're honestly Lad and BTJ, like similar situations coming off. I think they both had did they both have exactly 23 points last week? Is that true? Yeah, wow. Very, very similar situations here. Both Brian Thomas and Lad coming off their best games of the season last week, where they both scored exactly 23 points. Interesting start to it for sure. But yeah, I'm going Lad. The matchup's better for Lad. You got a Travis Hunter question here from Kylo. Kylo, great to see you in the YouTube live. Shout out to everyone in both live streams. We're on TikTok and YouTube right now. If you are watching live on TikTok, I'm telling you, Kylo knows. Kylo's been in this live many, many times over many years. The YouTube live, it's just a better viewing experience. Nothing wrong with the TikTok live. Gonna get to comments from both, of course. But the TikTok live, you can get to the YouTube live in just a couple of clicks in the profile. But yeah, Travis Hunter can't be started. I don't know how we would start him. Like him and DJ Moore, I think are similar in my mind this week of like how can we convince ourselves to start him? And DJ Moore, I feel a little bit better even about than Travis Hunter. Go to the wide receiver ranks again. Hop to the tight end ranks on the YouTube live, switch those up a bit. But neither guy's had a good game like this whole season. That's why I think they're similar. Travis Hunter hasn't had a game over 10 points. DJ Moore's had one game, I think, over 10 points. Travis Hunter hasn't even hit 9.5. And I thought that his role was more exciting last week because he started to see some deep targets in week 5. That went away in week 6. He did play 77% of snaps, ran by far his most routes, highest route participation. Like it was his best playing time of the season, his second best target total of the season, but he only had 25 air yards, which was his second lowest of the season. Like, can we get Travis Hunter that you traded all of your assets away for in the NFL draft to run some routes downfield, give your offense a chance to go win the game? Like we saw what he could do when he has deep routes in week 5. A little frustrating, with the role right now with Travis Hunter. But yeah, I don't know how we start a guy who hasn't had more than 10 points. Maybe, though, we start him in a spot like this. Now, Sharp projects a little bit better here versus the Texans. Not that I want to start Zach Charbonnet. I would definitely start Hunter over Marvin Mims, who can't be started. A very, very deep sleeper today in this Broncos game, by the way, that I don't think anyone's talking about, Pat Bryant. I won't be surprised if Pat Bryant straight up outscores Marvin Mims this week. 2 catches for 22 yards last week. That's it. But Pat Bryant, he's played over half the snaps in back-to-back games. His route participation's over 45% in back-to-back games. And this matchup for Pat Bryant against the Giants is really, really good. Like they've been absolutely cooked by slot receivers. And Pat Bryant's primarily playing in the slot. This is the guy that his own coach, Sean Payton, compared to Michael Thomas in the preseason. Very, very sneaky, very, very deep sleeper here in Pat Bryant. But yeah, I'm not starting Marvin Mims, even though the matchup's not bad for him either. Rams or Pats defense, I'm going Pats. Bourne or Jerry Jeudy, I think I don't feel great about Jeudy. Judy's honestly in that DJ Moore range too, I feel like. The DJ Moore, Travis Hunter range where he just hasn't really done anything. He's also in that same exact situation. 1 game over 10 points this season. And he's had 4 good matchups. And there's no Cedric Tillman in the lineup. And he's still just doing absolutely nothing. God. And there's wind and rain in this game. Like all the peripherals look great. For the second straight season, guys, Jerry Jeudy led the NFL in routes last year. He leads the NFL in routes. He has not had a single game. Sorry, he's only had 1 game over 10 points. Not a single game over 10 points since week 1 when he played the Bengals. Like all the peripheral numbers look decent for Jeudy, but I mean, the outcome just hasn't been there. The touchdowns are not going to be there for Jeudy. Thoughts on Tutu Atwell, Luke McCaffrey versus DJ Moore? Yeah, we're going Luke McCaffrey over DJ Moore here in week 7. I'm fine with that. And yeah, I think Tutu Atwell has a ceiling. I prefer Jordan Whittington over Tutu Atwell, though. Yeah. Travis Hunter, Imanor, or Kelsey. Oh, gosh. I think are those all must benches? I don't think Imanor is even good enough to make the must bench list. But Kelsey and I didn't put Travis Hunter on the must bench list. I think you go Hunter there. I think I'd play Hunter over Travis Kelsey. I don't want to start Kelsey with Rashee Rice's first game back. I'd play Harvey over Tootin. Tootin can't really be started right now. Though Tootin is definitely one of these running backs that I want still, like pretty aggressively want on my fantasy team. Both Bashaw Tootin Trevion Henderson, RJ Harvey, all three of these guys are still guys that I'm pretty aggressively trading for in my leagues because of how low the cost has gotten. I'm not trading for them to start in my fantasy team. I'm trading for them because they are all one injury away from winning leagues, like just straight up winning leagues down the stretch. And there's all three of them, I think, have a path to winning leagues without an injury too. All it's going to take is one big Trevion Henderson play, one big Bashal Tutin or RJ Harvey play, and all of a sudden their value in fantasy could really change. And their roles on their own teams could potentially change. See, I want all three of these guys, but none of them can really be started. I mean, man, I can't believe it's another week with how bad he's been doing. We're going to have to talk about Trevion Henderson starts hits because of the matchup. Drake May or Dak Prescott. This is a tough one. I think I'd lean Drake May. All right, let's get to some more Sunday morning London time questions. This game kicks off in less than 5 minutes here. Matthew Golden versus Jordan Whittington in a half PPR league. Let me hop back over to the wide receiver ranks here. Yeah, it's got to be Golden. I'd go Golden. ETN, Mondre, Mason, Vidal. You're starting ETN here. You're starting ETN here. Let's go to the running back ranks. Travis Etienne is a start against the Rams. It's not an amazing matchup, but the role has been actually pretty good for Travis Etienne. Go to the running back ranks here. I like Ramondre Stevenson this week, by the way. He was borderline going to be one of my favorite props of the week. When it didn't end up going for it, I did put him in the DraftKings lineup. I like him more than we have him where we have him ranked. Like personally, I would start Ramondre, I think, over Emmanuel Wilson, Zach Charbonnet, David Montgomery, maybe even J.K. Dobbins and Kamara and Swift. But gosh, he's not ahead of Vidal. He's not ahead of Mason. Kamani Vidal versus Jordan Mason, that's a tough call too. I think I probably would go Vidal over Mason. But yeah, you're starting ETN, and it's a tough call between Vidal and Mason. And I like Mondre too. Like definitely startable in a lot of spots. Travis Hunter, Diggs, Booty, DJ Moore, pick 2. Oh man. Yeah, you got to go Diggs here for sure. It's really pick 1 here between DJ Moore, Booty, and Travis Hunter. Some tough Travis Hunter starts hits here on London time. Again, he hasn't had a single game over 10 points. Booty has had a game over 10 points. DJ Moore has had a game over 10 points. We are going to see games over 10 points for Travis Hunter this season. Wow, Booty projects the best here. Yeah, we're benching Hunter. We're benching DJ Moore. Travis Hunter really is a bench in like most spots. Most spots. Like, look at this. We're starting Keyshawn Booty over Hunter. I mean, that's basically the line where we call someone a must bench. Pick 2, BTJ, Sutton, and Waddle. I'm definitely playing Brian Thomas Jr. over Jalen Waddle. Brian Thomas Jr. is coming off his best game of the season. I think you got to run it back with Brian Thomas Jr. Unless you have Ladd, Nico, London, Adams, some of these other elite guys. I'm starting Brian Thomas Jr. He's right up there with George Pickens. I would start him over Sutton. I would start Sutton over Waddle also, though. Brian Thomas Jr. or Olave? Yeah, it's Brian Thomas Jr. Stafford or Mahomes? We are not benching Mahomes. Absolutely, absolutely not. You don't think Mahomes still remembers the Kermit the Frog impersonation from the Raiders? In all seriousness, no, though, we got Rasheed Rice returning. Mahomes is on an MVP trajectory right now. He's number 1 in fantasy points per game. He's running more than he ever has in his entire career because the Chiefs have absolutely no run game. I believe he still leads the Chiefs in rushing this season, like one of the very few quarterbacks to do that. He's got more fantasy points per game than Lamar and Josh Allen. He's almost at 25 points per game. He's been over 27 points in 3 straight games. And this is a tougher matchup, but yeah, you're riding with Mahomes. Unless you have Jaden Daniels, you're riding with Mahomes today for sure. Joey, how we doing? Good to see you back in live. I don't think this is a London time question, but I think we do go Trey Tucker here. Trey Tucker versus Luke McCaffrey is a good one. A good decision to have to make. But yeah, I think it is going to be Trey Tucker. Luke McCaffrey versus Jordan Whittington. I would go McCaffrey over Whittington. Let me talk through some of the Jordan Whittington. I do like Whittington more than Tutu Atwell. I would play Whittington over DJ Moore. I'd play him over Travis Hunter. I'd play him over Cooper Kupp. I'd play Jordan Whittington over Chris Moore. I'd play him over Juwan Jennings. I play Whittington over Josh Jacobs if I had to make that call right now, which I hopefully you don't. All right, that is it for the London time questions. London time starts it. Decision time is over. The game is kicking off, and we are going to go to the game-by-game segment of this live stream. All right, we're going to start off with this Raiders and Chiefs game. I'm going to go a little bit faster than usual than I go through these games, a little bit faster than usual, because at halftime of this London time game, we got a guest joining, and I want to be through all the games by that point. Let me pull up the QB ranks here as I talk through this one. I just talked about Pat Mahomes. He's QB2, only behind Jaden Daniels this week. By the way, guys, actually, before I jump into it, if you're on the YouTube Live, we have a special offer for the YouTube Live this week that you cannot get anywhere else. And it is a 14-day free trial to all the premium features in the WalterPicks app. The links are in the YouTube description to go access that 14-day trial. Only people on the YouTube Live can access this. You will not find a better offer out there for league-winning fantasy insights. We are about to release a brand new trade finder this week, which I might be able to show off in a bit, but it is the most powerful trade finder in the world. I mean, there is not a truly good trade finder that exists. It's a really, really hard thing to build. And we built a really powerful one that's going to be released this week for the premium subscribers in the app. So if you do the 14 trial, you get access to that, all the player prop tools, the trade analyzer, league insights, DFS optimizer, all of it, everything you could possibly need for fantasy and props. All right, now we're going to go game by game here. But yeah, the link to that's in the YouTube description. All right, so the Chiefs side of this game, I think Isaiah Pacheco is one of the toughest calls of the week. I really want to ask Samps about Pacheco and how he feels about him. To me, he feels like he's in that DJ Moore, Travis Hunter, Jerry Jeudy range where he's done nothing this season. Like, I don't know how you could have, a ton of confidence. He's had one game over 9 points. He's had 3 very good matchups. And the role was better for Pacheco last week, which I think makes this a lot more difficult. If the role was like what we saw in the first month, it would be a lot easier to just say must bench Pacheco. He played 77% of snaps last week, by far the highest of the season. He ran over half the routes in the backfield last week, by far the highest of the season. And he had 3 targets in now 3 straight games. But he only had 12 carries. He didn't score again. He has no rushing touchdowns this season. Kareem Hunt is definitely always a threat now to be the goal line back over Pacheco. Rashard Smith is still playing a bit. Rashee Rice is back now. The Raiders aren't like an amazing matchup either. The Chiefs are 12-point favorites, though. So they should be able to run. It seems like they're trying to get Pacheco going. But we've seen one good game versus the Raiders, and it was Jonathan Taylor. Other than that, Swift is the best game we've seen. He had 16 points. What is the real ceiling for Pacheco here? 15, 16 points? I think he's a must bench. In a lot of spots, I'm benching Pacheco. Even in the matchup, he's one of these really rough guys in fantasy right now in a lot of leagues. You can't start him and you can't bench him. You just have to hope that this role continues and they do get him unlocked. But, man, you can't start him. And Travis Kelce, I also have him as a must bench too. There's just a lot of tight ends that play over Travis Kelce. Appreciate the gifts, guys, on the TikTok live. Shout out to everyone in both live streams. We're going game by game super quick here. Then we're going to get to hundreds of start-sit comments on this live. We got Samps joining, our Falcons creator, coming soon. I do think Jacobs is out. That's why I have him as a must bench. And even if he's not out, I think he's not going to be in his full role. He's dealing with a calf injury. He's a true game time decision. But yeah, Kelsey's not a guy I feel super excited to start with Rashee Rice back. He was way worse with Rashee Rice last year. He was under 10 points per game with Rice last year. I think 10 points would be a good outcome here for Travis Kelce against the Raiders. If he doesn't score, he's almost definitely going under 10 points. I think Harold Fannin is a significantly better start than him. Cade Otton, significantly better start than Travis Kelce. I want to bench Travis Kelce here in week 7. Rashee Rice, he projects as wide receiver 1 this week. And every situation is different where sometimes we want to be a little cautious in players' first game back from injury or suspension. This is not a case to be cautious. You're riding with Rice immediately. He was a clear top 12 wide receiver in fantasy last year in the games he played. He didn't have a game under 17 points, guys, in his 3 games last year. Mahomes is playing at an MVP level. It's a great matchup here versus the Raiders. The role for Rice in this offense is unreal. Like, you have to be starting Rice. He projects incredibly in his first game back. There's not a single question today where you're going to be benching Rashee Rice. And so Mahomes, Rice, they need to be started. Xavier Worthy's definitely a bit riskier. He's still startable, though, I think. And I think Marquise Brown's honestly getting like slept on a little bit. His prop was in like the under 20 yards range. When I saw it earlier this week, he could be that in a single play. And Chiefs defense looks pretty good here too. On the Raiders side of this game, it's Michael Mayer, it's Ashton Genty, and then it's Trey Tucker. All 3 of these guys are pretty reasonable starts. Like, Michael Mayer projects top 10 among the tight ends just because the role is good. The matchup's really, really tough here. But Michael Mayer is like a legit good tight end, guys. Like, he'd be a good starting tight end on every other team. He just happens to be on the same team as Brock Bowers, who's obviously out. We haven't really seen great games here versus the Chiefs. We did see Laporta go for 16 points last week, though. It can give us a little bit of confidence. He went 5 for 55 and a touchdown. And last week, Michael Mayer went a similar stat line, 5 for 50 and a touchdown. And also, like, not a super easy matchup versus the Titans. He played over 90% of the snaps. He was in every down role. And there's no Jacoby Myers or Brock Bowers today for the Raiders. I think Jacoby Myers is technically questionable. He's not playing. I'd be shocked if he played. It seems like similar to the Devontae Adams situation last year for Jacoby, where he's getting traded. There's no reason to risk him getting hurt, especially if he's actively dealing with something. Genty's been balling the last several games, over 15 points for 3 straight now. It was a really good matchup last week, tougher matchup this week, but you can't be benching Genty in this moment. And then Trey Tucker, there's few guys, there's actually no guys, like 0 at any position, maybe outside of quarterback, that we've seen have the ceiling that Trey Tucker has shown this season. He had a 41-point game in week 2. No other receiver or running back, I think. Maybe Dowdle got to 40. I don't think he got to 40. Definitely no receiver has gotten over 40 points this season, other than Trey Tucker. He had 8 catches, 145, and 3 TDs back in week 3. And this is a tougher matchup, obviously, against the Chiefs. But I'm just highlighting that because, like, there's a real ceiling here. And there's no Jacoby Myers or Brock Bowers, and they're 12-point underdogs. Like, Trey Tucker's a start. He's a start in a lot of situations. I think we were just talking Trey Tucker or Jordan Whittington a second ago. Like, yeah, it's Trey Tucker. Trey Tucker or Tutu Atwell. It was Trey Tucker. Trey Tucker versus Xavier Worthy. It's Trey Tucker. Trey Tucker versus Jordan Addison. I'm going Trey Tucker. Trey Tucker versus Luke McCaffrey. I think that one's Trey Tucker too. I'd play Olave and AJ Brown and Diggs over him. I play the Chargers receivers over him. But yeah, Trey Tucker's a start, guys. He's a top 24 wide receiver this week. There's very few guys with the type of ceiling he has in this game script, game environment, and role. All right, that's the Chiefs-Raiders game. And I'm not calling this the survivor pick of the week because I already picked the Chiefs in a survivor pick of the week. I'm being real with my survivor picks of the week. I am alive in my survivor pool. These are my actual survivor picks that I'm sharing. So I'm not going to repeat the same team twice on these survivor picks. And we are alive still. One of like a few teams alive in my survivor pool at least. So maybe we jump to my survivor pick of the week next, which is the New England Patriots. And I got to be honest, guys, I don't think there's something I'm more confident in this week than the Patriots beating the Titans. And that scares me a little bit because I'm a Pats fan. I don't want to be overconfident here. I was right last week. Samps tried to talk me out of it a little bit, but I was right last week. The spread didn't make sense. Pats covered the spread against the Saints. That game was like relatively close still, but yeah, still a good end result there. We got a revenge game here for Mike Vrabel. We got the Titans coming in with a new coach. They fired their coach this past week. Their offensive line is the worst in the NFL. If it's not the Texans, it's the Titans. Drake May is playing at a legit MVP level. Drake May continues to be on pace to be the 3rd quarterback in NFL history to average over 250 passing yards a game, have over 110 rating or 114 QB rating. The only other 2 QBs to do that were Dan Marino and Pat Mahomes, who both won the MVP. So yeah, the weather's not great in this game, but the Pats are the survivor pick of the week. They're my survivor pick of the week. They're 7-point favorites in this one. I don't see an outcome here where the Titans can pull this out. And I do really want to start Ramondre Stevenson this week, but he doesn't project great. Like there's going to be some really tough Ramondre Stevenson starts hits. He projects his running back 25 behind Emmanuel Wilson. I would start Mondre over Emmanuel Wilson, assuming Jacobs is out. I would start Mondre over Zach Charbonnet, assuming this game goes how I expect. Ramondre is going to be a part of that. Ramondre Stevenson, he had a bad game last week. I like him on DraftKings this week too, because he had a really bad game last week. I'm hopeful that his ownership won't be super high. He played his high snap percentage of the season, though. Highest rush share of the season. There's no Antonio Gibson now. They did call up, I think, Terrell Jennings, who maybe will play that Antonio Gibson role, but mostly he's just been a special teams guy. He's a rookie running back, I believe, for the Pats. Undrafted, I think. And Trevian Henderson has looked clearly worse, I think, than Mondre this season. I still think Henderson, like, he's got a ceiling in this game too. Tough guy to start, though. He's had 2 games over 10 points. Every other game's been under 8 points. He doesn't have a game with more than 32 rushing yards this season. The target share has not been there. The target share is the whole reason I drafted him as confidently as I was drafting him. And he doesn't even have a game over 14% target share. Like, I thought his average was going to be over 14%. With the type of prospect I thought Henderson was going to be. And the matchup is good here. Again, I think he's still one big play away from being way more valuable in fantasy. So I'm still buying Henderson. I think he's an interesting buy low, especially with the rest of the season schedule the Pats have. The Pats arguably have the easiest schedule rest of the season, just across the NFL, like across all positions, and definitely at running back. After week 9, it is night and day. I'm going to be posting my 15 players you need to trade for video on the WalterPicks TikTok and YouTube this week. One of these Pats running backs is probably going to be on. Make sure you hit the follow button on TikTok so you don't miss that. And hit the subscribe button on YouTube too so you don't miss it. Hunter Henry's not really a guy I want to start. Steph Diggs has been really efficient, but coming off his second worst game of the season, a little bit more boom bust than you'd like, but he's definitely startable here in week 7 in a lot of spots. And then Drake May, he's still top 5 QB, has to be started. On the Titans side of this game, there's not a single player you should start. There's not a single start here. There's a split backfield. There's no Calvin Ridley in this game. And there's also a new coach in the mix. Like, the target shares could go a lot of ways here. Imanor projects the best, which I think makes sense among the receivers. But Gunnar Helm and Chig Okonkwo, they could easily lead the team in target share. Van Jefferson versus Shamir DK and Tyler Lockett. Like, good luck projecting the target shares here. Really, really difficult projection here on this team. But the Pats defense is one that is ascending, one that has been really good against the run and just got their top corner back a couple weeks ago. This is not a good spot for the Titans offense. Part of the reason this is the survivor pick of the week. All right, on to the next game here. We already talked about the Dolphins-Browns game, talked about the Chiefs-Raiders, talked about the Pats-Titans, obviously talked about the London time game. Plenty. Let's get to one of the grossest games of the week, and that is the Jets-Panthers game. It might not get grosser than this. We're an offense led by Justin Fields, who had under 50 passing yards last week. He had more sack negative yards than positive passing yards. He was sacked 9 times by the Broncos last week, and now he has no Garrett Wilson. So we have a quarterback that's extremely sensitive to pressure, cannot throw successfully under pressure, will take sacks if his first read is not available. With the worst wide receiver room across the entire NFL, Josh Reynolds, Arian Smith, Tyler Johnson, Alan Lazard, who's probably going to get traded, by the way, to the Steelers. I have some degree of confidence in that. Isaiah Williams, who no one has ever heard of. And then Breece Hall, he's the top receiver on the team, I think, this week. Mason Taylor is up there. Like, it's Mason Taylor or Breece Hall probably that are going to lead this team in receiving or explosive plays in the receiving game today. That being said, the matchup's not bad here for Justin Fields. The Panthers have generated one of the lowest pressure rates in the entire NFL. Like, they've not gotten pressure on anyone this whole season. And so we've seen 3 straight games where the Panthers are allowing over 22 points to quarterbacks. They did allow a rushing touchdown to Drake May, but they haven't really played any other rushing QBs. But Justin Fields, he should run a lot in a game where he has no receivers. Like, he should go over 50 rushing yards today. I think his rushing line is probably in the mid-40s in his game. So, yeah, he's startable in some situations. He doesn't project well. It could be really ugly. But I think there's some hope given the matchup and given the rushing ability here. But Breece Hall, he's a start, a must start. Mason Taylor, he's a pretty good start too. I just think he's projecting a little too low right now. The Panthers are the second best matchup for tight ends this season. Only the Steelers have been a better matchup for tight ends. Mason Taylor's a good start. We really haven't seen like a bad game from tight ends, and there's no Garrett Wilson. We could see easily the biggest role of the season for Mason Taylor. Mumfield first TD was a lock, someone says. My God. We did talk about Mumfield when talking through this game. We did talk about Mumfield. We're gonna have to clip that one for sure, because Kanata Mumfield was discussed on the London Times segment of this live stream as a guy that was gonna have a role today and gonna be very, very annoying for both Tutu Atwell and Jordan Wingan for fantasy. He's had a role in every single game. We talked about it, man. Yeah, a lock, man. Mumfield first TD. Jesus, crazy, crazy stuff. Mumfield with the first TD in the game. A great toe tap touchdown, looks like. Would Henderson be a good choice if Jacobs didn't start? Yeah, not a bad one, but Henderson plays in the early window and Jacobs plays in the late window. So I don't think you're even going to be able to do this. You really need to get Emmanuel Wilson or someone else playing in the late window. Ertz or Mason Taylor, I think you kind of have to go Ertz, but it's close. I do think, let me go to the tight end ranks here. There's like two big tiers at tight end today. Maybe three, I would say big tiers. We got McBride and Warren in their own tier. There's no Josh Downs today. Tyler Warren could really eat today. But Tyler Warren, I think, is still very sneaky offensive rookie of the year candidate right now. Jackson Dart is the favorite all of a sudden. And if Buka ends up only missing a game, he's definitely still in the mix. But guys, Tyler Warren is very within reach, beating all Brock Bowers records from last season with way more touchdowns and rushing production on top of it. Like, he definitely could be offensive rookie of the year. I know it's usually a QB stat, but I mean, a QB award, but still. Anyways, it's McBride, Warren. Then there's like a big tier. So a 3-person tier, I would say between Kittle, Otton, and Ertz. Then there's a really big tier from Michael Mayer all the way through Mason Taylor. Michael Mayer, Laporta, Ferguson, Kraft, Goddard, Fannin. I called those guys the tier 3, and in tier 4, I got Kelsey, Pitts. I honestly think Mason Taylor maybe should be in that tier 4 with Kelsey and Pitts. I think I'd play Mason Taylor over Schultz. I'd play him over Hawkinson. I'd probably play him over Kelsey too. Honestly, I think he should probably be at the bottom of tier 3 there with Harold Fannin. On the Panthers side of this game, they get Jalen Coker back, and there's going to be so many Rico Dowdle questions today, and I understand it. Not an easy start-sit with Rico Dowdle this week. You're going to want to start Rico Dowdle in a lot of these start-sits, guys. You don't do what Rico Dowdle has done and not earn a real role. And the prop markets agree with our projections as well. We got Rico Dowdle still projected for like 65% of the backfield today. Projects for over 70 rushing yards. Today, it's not that scary of a matchup here versus the Jets. They did just shut down the Broncos rushing attack, but the 3-4 previous games, they were getting pretty cooked by the running backs. Bucky Irving, Achane, Javonte Williams, James Cook, 4 good running backs. To be fair, all went over 13.5 PPR points. I don't think Dowdle is like the smash he was the last couple of weeks, though. Like, he's not. He's not the smash he was a couple of weeks ago. I see a comment here that's good to pull up as we talk through the Panthers side of this game. Would you start Luke McCaffrey over Tet? Luke McCaffrey's obviously got a ceiling today. No McLaurin, no Debo. Ideal matchup. Does not get it. There's no better matchup than the Cowboys. And then Sauce Gardner's going to be on Tet. And Sauce did shut down Sutton last week. All fair stuff. This is a good question. Let's talk through it. Sutton had 2.7 points last week. 1 catch, 17 yards. Yikes. We saw Pickens kind of get shut down a little bit too versus the Jets. He only had 2 catches for 57 yards. We have seen 2 receivers go over 15 points. That was Calvin Austin in week 1, not playing, the same role obviously as Tet. And there was Flournoy in week 5, not playing the same role as Tet. And Tet is a guy that is ascending, in my opinion. He's coming off his best game of the season. He scored twice, but he only had 3 catches against the Cowboys. 23% target share, though. He's got at least a 23% target share in every game. But Coker's back. The matchup's not great. I mean, it's not an insane question, but we do have to start Ted over Luke McCaffrey. I'm not going to go this low with Ted. We are projecting Ted. I think the lowest we've projected him in several weeks. Yeah, I have them 2 tiers apart technically, but yeah, they're actually project like kind of close. God, I don't think I can get myself to do this though. I don't think I can get myself to do this. Wow, yeah, they project 0.7 points apart. I think you got to go Ted over Luke. But Ted's definitely a riskier start than usual. Definitely a riskier start than usual. We got Trey Tucker ahead of him, Jordan Addison, Chris Olave ahead of him. Beautiful morning on the best day of the week. Shout out to you, Mikey. Shout out to every single one of you in this live stream doing the dual screen experience with the London time game and the live. Seriously, guys, appreciate you all a ton. And we're just getting started here on the live. We're going to get to hundreds of start sits. We've already gotten probably to hundreds. We're going to get to hundreds more. All right, let's get to the next game here. That's the Jets-Panthers. The Jets are 1.5 point underdogs at home versus the Panthers. A gross game, but it should be close, which also could be good for fantasy. All right, let's get to the Saints-Bears game next. There will be fantasy points for sure. In this game, there is weather in this game. 30-mile-an-hour wind gusts in this game. Not getting as much attention as the Dolphins-Browns weather, but similar weather. Chris Olave and Rashid Shaheed are definitely interesting starts. I think at least one of these guys will be a fancy success this week. Kamara projects okay as well. But we're in a split backfield here now with the Saints. Kamara has not had a game over 14. Sorry, he had one game over 14 points back in week 2. Hasn't scored a rushing touchdown since week 1, though. Kendrick Miller's rushing role is growing. The targets have been there. He's got 16 targets in his last 3 games, over 19% target share for Kamara in 3 straight. And the matchup is good here versus the Bears. So he's startable. Projects his running back 20 of the running backs left this week. Jags look like they're off to a tough start. Kamara, Olave, Shaheed, all startable. Juwan Johnson cannot be started at this point. Started the season so hot. I mean, he was like tight end 1 through the first 3 games. Didn't have a game outside the top 10. And then the last 3, since Foster Moreau, Taysom Hill came back, just completely unstartable. Got to the running back ranks, seeing people ask for those. Mason Taylor or Tucker Kraft. Yeah, I think you kind of have to go Kraft. I think the ceiling is higher for Kraft. I do like Mason Taylor still, though. On the Bears side of this game, Caleb Williams ranks as a top 10 QB. Not many QBs I want to start more than Caleb Williams. I think there is a tier break after Caleb this week, too. After the top 10, after Jaden Daniels, Mahomes, Hurts, May, Herbert, Mayfield, Goff, Prescott, I put Stafford one spot ahead of Caleb Williams, and then it's Caleb Williams. I'm starting over Dart, Bo Nix, Stroud, Love, Lawrence, Daniel Jones. Coming off top 10 QB performances. Now, in 3 of his 5 games, Caleb Williams has been a top 10 fantasy QB. And this is not a scary matchup here versus the Saints. So he's a start. Rome Odunze is a start, though he did cool off last week, 5 points. He was the only wide receiver left this season who had scored every single game so far, partially because he had his bye in week 5, but he went 4 straight to open the season, didn't score last week, only 2 catches last week, did have a touchdown called back on a pretty fluky penalty, to be fair. Still a guy I want to be starting, but yeah, it was his lowest target share of the season coming out of the bye. But yeah, that one play would have changed the whole narrative. Still top, almost a top 15 receiver, this week. Why Jackson Dart over Daniel Jones? Oh, God, I don't know. I honestly don't know if I agree with it, how I feel about this one. Daniel Jones has not been great really since opening the season. Last week was first top 5 game since the first 2 weeks. Did have 20 rushing yards in a rushing touchdown. Daniel Jones is just a question of will he score a rushing touchdown or not. The games he scored a rushing touchdown, he's been over 22 points. The game he hasn't, he's been under 17 points. And Jackson Dart is running a lot more than Daniel Jones. Jackson Dart has 3 straight games with at least 55 rushing yards, or at least 54 rushing yards. Like he's, I think, projected for the most rushing yards of any quarterback today in this week. Like more than Jayden Daniels, more than Justin Fields. Like it's probably going to be Jackson Dart. That's how much he's running. And that's just a huge, huge deal for fantasy. Yeah, he's at least 54 in 3 straight games, all 3 of his starts, Jackson Dart. So that's why he projects better, even though the matchup's tough. And the Chargers aren't like the easiest matchup for QBs either. I do think that game will be high scoring though, which is why like my gut doesn't really agree to go Jackson Dart over Daniel Jones, but that's why he projects better. It's the rushing. I would be fine going Daniel Jones over Jackson Dart though. I would not knock you for going that way. I do have them in very close tiers. I honestly think Justin Fields versus Jackson Dart is kind of close too, but I would lean Jackson Dart there too. All right, that's the Panthers, Jets, the Saints, Bears. Let's do a couple other notes on the Bears. I think this is going to be the first game we see a Kyle Monangai touchdown. He doesn't project well. I'm calling it now, though. Kyle Monangai scoring his first touchdown today. It's a good matchup for Monangai, and he didn't do a ton last week, but it was his best game. It was the best game of the season for Kyle Monangai. 1 catch for 25 yards, 19 rushing yards on, what do you have, 5 carries. Like the role was about the same as what we've seen for him. Snap percentage was the second highest of the season. Not a bad matchup here though versus the Saints. Should be a positive, game script for him. And DeAndre Swift, he's playing today, but he did leave that game a little banged up. He's technically questionable, expected to play with a groin injury. I do think this small injury that Swift is picking up is what gives me confidence Monangai is going to continue to get a larger role. Swift is not the type of running back that you can just deploy as a workhorse running back all season. And I think this might remind the Bears of that, this small groin injury for Swift. It is also something that could be re-aggravated. Even if Swift's at full health, though, Monangai is going to get some goal line opportunities, I think, in this game. So sneaky touchdown bet, I think, this week. And I think we see his first touchdown of the season. Like he was the type of prospect that Monangai was a really good short yardage and goal line back. And I think we're going to start to see that sooner rather than later from Monangai. Roshan Johnson has not even been existing this season. Other quick notes on the Bears. We didn't really see a big rookie bump for Loveland out of the bye. We did see a sneaky rookie bump, though, for Luther Burden. Honestly, maybe a somewhat sneaky bump for Loveland. His snap percentage was lower, but his route participation was back to what it was week 1, week 2. Didn't really do a ton. 2 catches, 11 yards. He's still not startable. He's barely rosterable in most leagues. He's really not a guy you can roster. But Luther Burden is a guy that I think Luther Burden should be rostered in every single fantasy league. I'm not saying he's a must start this week, but this is a guy with a really, really high ceiling, especially if we do see DJ Moore get traded, which there's been a lot of rumors about. But we did see like a very sneaky rookie bump from Luther Burden. It didn't show up in the final score. He did have a second best game of the season, 4 for 51. He had his most catches of the season. His snap percentage was about the same, but his route participation, like he was out there on almost double the amount of passing plays that he's normally out there for. It was a rookie bump for Luther Burden. And I don't think anyone is really realizing it because they're not looking at these advanced stats in the WalterPicks app that all of us are looking at. 37.5% route participation. That's 10% more than we saw in any other game from Luther Burden. I think he's a very, very sneaky stash right now for fantasy. He also had his highest target share of the season and his most catches of the season. So yeah, I'm pretty in on him being a potential league winning stash. All right, that's the Bears. And the Saints, I am taking the Bears in this one. They are 3.5 point favorites, which I probably like them with the spread also. All right, next game is the Eagles Vikings. The Eagles, to me, this is like a clear bounce back spot for the Eagles. Coming off it, just a really embarrassing loss to the Giants. We really just haven't seen this type of loss for the Giants against the Giants for the Eagles in like almost a decade, maybe more. But it's an embarrassing loss all around for the Eagles. This feels like a bounce back spot for the Super Bowl champs. The Vikings are missing 3 starters still on the offensive line. They're coming out of the bye. They're still missing 3 starters on the offensive line against this Eagles defense. The Vikings secondary has been really good versus receivers. They're the number 1 defense versus receivers this season, which makes A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith a little bit scary. But they're both still startable in a lot of situations. Dallas Goedert's been balling. Despite the embarrassing loss, he had another good game, 26 points, his best game of the season, 9 for 110 and a touchdown. Dallas Goedert's got 4 straight games with a touchdown. The only tight end with more touchdowns per game than Dallas Goedert right now is Darren Waller, who scored in every game. I don't think he's going to be able to sustain this, but it's not a bad matchup for him, especially in comparison to the receivers on this team. He's a start for sure. Saquon Barkley is a must start as well. We got a Devontae Adams touchdown. He was a must start earlier in the live. Pretty much a lock to cook without Puka Nacua in the lineup, and the Rams are off to a quick 14-0 lead here. Should be good for the Kyron prop. Probably bad for the Whittington prop. Should be good for Brian Thomas Jr. in the Jags passing attack as well. This Jags defense is not great. Was that on Travis Hunter? It looks like it was. Actually, no, he's not number 2. He's number 12. That would have been a fun photo there, though. Saquon's a must start. Obviously, we don't need to talk much about that, but I think this could be the bounce back Saquon game. This has not been the Vikings run defense of last season. Last season, they were really a true pass funnel defense. This season, it's almost the opposite. Jalen Hurts still projects as running QB2 as well because of the rushing potential plus the pass upside. Like you have to be starting Jalen Hurts. He might actually be QB3 behind Mahomes. Running back ranks. Yeah, I got you with the running back ranks. On the Viking side of the game, obviously we're starting Justin Jefferson. Jordan Mason is going to be in a bunch of start sits. We've already seen that in some of the London time start sits I got to. He's been over 10 points in 3 straight without Aaron Jones. This should be another good start for him with no Aaron Jones. The Eagles have not been good versus running backs this season. They're going to get their starting D tackle back in this game. And the Vikings are missing 3 starting offensive linemen in this game. But we just saw Cam Scatterbo go for 3 touchdowns, almost 100 rushing yards. He had 31 points last week. And Jordan Mason is going to be in a workhorse role today. So he's a start. Jordan Addison is definitely worthwhile start in a lot of spots. I would start Trey Tucker over him, but there's definitely a ceiling here for Jordan Addison. He's back-to-back games over 15 points in his 2 games this season. And if the Eagles are able to have a bounce-back game, I mean, the Vikings are going to have to try to keep up. And that definitely will involve Jordan Addison. So he's definitely not a bad start either. There's no J.J. McCarthy still. It's going to be Carson Wentz again. He's been serviceable. 7.6 yards per attempt. It's actually top 12 in the league. 69% completion percentage. 106 rating. I mean, it's going to be tough to go back to J.J. McCarthy if they don't have full confidence in him. So Jefferson, Addison, Mason, they're all starts. Hawkinson, not a start. I think I actually have him on the do not start list today. No, I didn't put him quite that bad. But yeah, there's enough tight ends that I would start over TJ Hawkinson that he's near must bench territory. Mason Taylor, I'd start him over Hawkinson. Harold Fannin, I would start him over Hawkinson as well. Meyer or Barner, yeah, definitely going Michael Meyer there. I do think the Eagles take this one. They're 2.5 point favorites in Minnesota. All right, on to the game I think I'm personally most excited for today, and that's the Colts-Chargers game. On the Colts side of this game, real quick, we got Jonathan Taylor, the clear running back 1, ahead of Christian McCaffrey. Jonathan Taylor has arguably been in the best running back role in the NFL this season. He's 3rd in points. He's averaging over 100 rushing yards per game, though, and over 3 catches per game, over a touchdown per game. He's almost at 1.5 touchdowns per game, Jonathan Taylor this season. He's played the second most snaps in the NFL. The only running back to play more snaps is Christian McCaffrey. He's fourth in routes. There's no running back that's running a higher participation or a higher route participation than Jonathan Taylor. His route participation is actually higher than McCaffrey's. Obviously, the targets aren't higher, but he's literally in the same, like he's not coming off the field. He's playing every single play. He's got the second most carries in the league, and he's getting almost 4 targets a game. And so anytime he's in a neutral or positive matchup, he's going to project as running back 1. And this game's projected to be really high scoring as well. This game has a 48.5 point over under. That's the only games higher than this are the Commanders Cowboys game and the Bucks Lions game. That's it. Tyler Warren, he projects as tight end 2. Only Trey McBride is above him. We're starting Tyler Warren with a ton of confidence today for sure. Guys, if you're watching live on the YouTube Live, smash the like button, hit the subscribe button. We're going to have Samps joining us like pretty soon. We're going to have our guest hopping on very, very soon. Going to keep going through these games. Michael Pittman, there's no Josh Downs today. So Michael Pittman is definitely going to be startable. He projects as almost a top 15 wide receiver. This is not a good matchup in the secondary against the Chargers, but with no Josh Downs, I still think Pittman's a pretty good start. We have seen good receiver games against this defense, and the game should be high scoring. And having one less target in this offense, even though they play very different roles, Downs playing like just a pure slot role, the Chargers have been actually best against slot receivers this season. So the boundary receivers, Pittman and Alec Pierce today, I'm pretty intrigued about. I think Alec Pierce is an interesting DraftKings dart throw in DFS. I don't know if we're going to see Adonai Mitchell still in this game. It might be Ashton Dulin maybe in the slot or Anthony Gould in the slot. We'll see. Is Dulin inactive? Yeah, he's ruled out too. So, well, yeah, we must be forced to see Adonai Mitchell, even though they probably want to keep benching him. He's been benched back-to-back games, basically, after the brutal fumble that cost them the game. All right, that's the Colts. So we're definitely starting Jonathan Taylor and Tyler Warren. Daniel Jones, we had a good question earlier, Daniel Jones versus Jackson Dart. I think it's super close call. Yeah, I'd be comfortable going Daniel Jones. Jackson Dart projects a little bit better, though, with the rushing. The real reason I'm excited about this game, though, is the Chargers. The Colts are missing 2 starting pieces in the secondary today. We got Justin Herbert without a real running back. Kamani Vidal is a good start too, but let's be real. This is their 3rd string running back. A guy that, was just vying not to be on the practice squad a few weeks ago. So we have a very good pass game environment, a likely very good pass game environment here for Herbert. The Chargers are 2.5 point favorites at home against the Colts, who are missing their 2 starting corners. And Quentin Johnson is back. All 3 of these Chargers receivers project as top 15 receivers. This is, to me, the stack of the week to focus on in DFS. Some combination of the Herbert, McConkey, Johnson, Keenan Allen stack, whether it's a double stack, a single one. I don't think I'd go for the triple. I think it's a little bit too much. But yeah, I feel really, really good about all this entire passing attack. There's very few QBs I want to start more than Herbert. You got to start Quentin Johnston. You got to start Ladd McConkey. You got to start Keenan Allen in almost all situations. We haven't seen Herbert go over 20 points since week 1. I think we see Herbert go over 20 points for the first time since week 1. So he's a start too. And then Kamani Vidal, he's definitely a start also. He clearly won the backfield last week. 124 rushing yards. He doesn't get to play the Dolphins this week, though. That's Quinshon Judkins, who we're not benching. Much more difficult matchup for Vidal. I would not be surprised to see him struggle a lot more this week. Again, we just saw him play the Dolphins. He's not like Rico Dowdle, who gets to play the Cowboys immediately after the Dolphins either. But yeah, he had 67% of the snaps. Saw 18 carries and 4 targets. Definitely was the higher ceiling play over Haskins. I thought Haskins was going to be the primary back, but had a lower floor or a higher floor, lower ceiling. Vidal had the higher ceiling, and the ceiling ended up hitting. Top 10 running back last week, but he's a start because of the role that he had last week that he could match again, should match again, at least playing time wise, but I don't expect him to beat that performance last week. I have Oronde Gadsden as a must bench this week because I think a lot of people are going to be considering him. He's not the true must bench in the sense that I think he's going to be like awful, and he's certainly worth rostering. And I get the appeal. He had a season high, career high 7 catches last week for 68 yards. He's starting to see a bigger role. He played 75% of the snaps. Will Dissly was back. He had a 21% target share. This is the rookie out of Syracuse, Oronde Gadsden. But I think the floor is still really, really low here, especially with Quentin Johnson back. Will Dissly back for his second game off the injury. Maybe he plays a little bit more also. And there's just a lot of tight ends I like more than Gadsden. Like I would easily play Evan Ingram, Mason Taylor over him, Harold Fannin over him, Chig Okonkwo, Darren Waller. Like these guys are Hunter Henry. I think all these guys could be started over Gadsden. So I think that makes him a must bench. Pick up Cade and drop Walker. That's Kenneth Walker. Oh, God, it's a tough guy to drop. But Cade Otton is a decent start. He projects as a top 5 tight end right now. Since we're on this game, I'll get to this one. Keenan versus Rico. Man, this is a tough call. The Rico Dowdle questions, they're going to get me this week. I can already feel it. We got Keenan versus Rico here. Oh, Dowdle projects better. Man, I'm okay with this one. I think I'm okay going Rico over Keenan Allen. I don't think I'd go Rico over Ladd. Yeah, Otton versus Fannin, like everything in my heart says Fannin. The projections say Otton. The reason that it's tough, Otton versus Fannin, is Otton's playing Monday night, and there's just a lot up in the air still for the Bucs. Is Egbuka going to play? If Egbuka plays, the answer here is Fannin. I think Egbuka's on the wrong side of questionable, though. I don't think he's going to play. I didn't think Mike Evans was going to play earlier this week. It seems like he's definitely going to play, which isn't great for Otton either. We have obviously adjusted for that. Right now in the app, we're projecting Evans in, Egbuka out. Obviously, Godwin out also. But yeah, to me, like Fannin's more exciting. Otton's the safer play, though, and probably the right play. And then Dowdle versus Pittman is... it's Dowdle. Yeah, it's Dowdle over Pittman too. If we're playing Dowdle over Keenan, we're playing Dowdle over Pittman also. Playing Dowdle over J.K. Dobbins also, yeah. We're playing Otton over Mason Taylor. We're playing Otton over almost everyone. Unless it's Kittle, Warren, or McBride, it's Otton. I could see a good argument for Ertz over Otton. But again, if you think Egbuka's going to play, you disagree with me on that, then Otton probably gets bumped down like close to the Mason Taylor tier. But his floor has been really good recently. With Evans being game time decision, keep him at flex or go Vidal, Dobbs, or DJ Moore. I'm okay considering Vidal here. Oh, man, that's a tough call. I do think Evans plays. Evans seems like he's on the right side of questionable. Technically a game time decision. There's more hope for him. Oh, God. I think if you have a good option like Vidal, you just go Vidal. I play Vidal over Dobbs and DJ Moore for sure. All right, let's keep going through the games here. That was the Colts-Chargers game. And you'll see I got a lot of Chargers love in the DraftKings lineup today. Only 4 games left to talk through for today, and then a couple Monday night games to touch on. Then we're almost at halftime, maybe 30 minutes from halftime here, and we'll have our guest joining us. I already mentioned the 2 free player props. One of them was Jordan Whittington, which has not looked great so far. Do not think he has a catch from what I've seen. But the other one that I like a lot today is Rico Dowdle. So let's jump to that. Oh, sorry, not Rico Dowdle. Javonte Williams over rushing yards. So let's jump to that game. This is the other game that you definitely need to consider stacking if you're playing DFS today, because the Cowboys are just the perfect environment for fantasy football points because their offense is elite and their defense is bottom 5 in the NFL. I mean, it's just a perfect storm for fantasy points to smash every single week. And so you have to consider the Dak Lamb, the Dak Pickens, or the Dak Lamb Pickens stack in DFS, even though it's extremely expensive. And you can also get really cheap pieces on the Commander side with Chris Moore or Luke McCaffrey. But yeah, CeeDee Lamb's back. He already projects as a top 5 receiver. You have to start him. I don't think it's going to take very long for CeeDee Lamb to be back to what he was. It's always a little bit scary in their first game back from injury. But if CD Lamb's playing, you're starting him in fantasy. It's pretty simple. Javonte Williams is the other free player prop today. I like him a lot here versus the Commanders. He's been over the prop line I set in 4 of his last 5 games. He's averaging 80 yards a game. That's 4th most in the NFL. The Commanders have not been great versus running backs this season. 108 yards allowed to DeAndre Swift just last week. Efficiency-wise, 3.9 yards per carry, which isn't great, but Swift was at 7.7 last week. The Cowboys are 1.5 point favorites at home, despite the Commanders having neither of their top 2 receivers. That's how bad the defense is. This game has by far the highest over-under of the week. You're going to want pieces of this game. That means Javonte's a must-start, Lamb's a must-start, Pickens is still a must-start, and Dak. I have a lot of difficulty benching Dak, too. He projects his QB 8 for us, but like I don't feel good starting May over Dak. I think Mayfield, Goff, Dak, all super close. I think I actually have a screenshot here. Yeah, Mayfield, Goff, and Dak. This is what you get in the WalterPicks app if you're watching live on TikTok. I'll pull the same comparison up on the YouTube live also. Mayfield projects the best. That game is actually the over-under, and that game is only 1 point lower than this Cowboys-Commanders game, which makes all 3 of these quarterbacks like really similar options. I think Baker is probably the answer. We don't know if his receivers are even playing, though. It probably won't matter. I think I would probably play Dak and Mayfield over Goff personally, but the Bucs are such a good matchup right now for the passing attacks. But all 3 of these guys are good starts, though. Certainly a tough call. But yeah, guys, if you're watching live on YouTube, we have a special offer for the live stream today. A 14-day free trial of the WalterPicks app, premium features. In the description of the YouTube channel, you will not get a better offer than this all year. Appreciate everyone who's on the live. Appreciate everyone who's done the WalterPicks subscription. Best way you could possibly support me, the entire WalterPicks brand, and it is well worth it. You get 14 days to try it out before paying. Link to that again is in the YouTube description. Seen some people ask for running backs. All right, let's go to, we're on the Commanders game here. I was just talking to the Cowboys. They're honestly pretty straightforward. The Commanders are a lot less straightforward. A lot of start sits about the Commanders today. Jane Daniels, he's QB1. And so we know one of these receivers is going to do well. Zach Ertz, he projects top 5 because there's no Terry McLaurin, no Deebo Samuel. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, he projects top 15. He's a must start, an absolute must start. We go to the must starts, must benches again on the TikTok live, but he's a must start. He fumbled last week. Other than that, though, he actually played pretty well. 3.6 yards per carry was his lowest mark of the season, but he had his highest rush share of the season, highest snap share of the season, highest route participation of the season. He's had a target in every single game so far this season. He's one of the most efficient running backs in the league still right now. Man, that would have been a good Jordan Whittington catch here down the stretch of the second quarter. But the real reason you have to start him, he's playing the Cowboys. Because he's playing the Cowboys. When your players in fantasy are playing the Cowboys, you start them. Same thing with the Dolphins right now, especially at running back. But yeah, Rico Dowdle just went for 183, had another 200 total yard game, 33 points. He was the running back 2 last week. We've seen 2 of the last 3 running backs that played the Cowboys finish top 2 at the position. All 3 of the last 3 running backs that have played the Cowboys have been top 12. Like if you just play the running backs and the receivers and the quarterbacks playing the Cowboys, like you're going to be in the fantasy playoffs. Here we go. A 0-yard catch for Whittington. We'll take that. Couple targets in a row there. Luke McCaffrey is the receiver I want on the Commanders today. I spent a lot of time before the live thinking about this because I knew we were going to get questions. I think Chris Moore is the safest play, but Luke McCaffrey is way more exciting in the play I prefer. And then Jalen Lane, I think, is third. I could definitely see him making some big plays in this game. I think he's a little bit more of a gadget guy, though, than the other 2. And I think Luke McCaffrey is the best bet to be playing out of the slot. Jalen Lane's actually been playing a little bit more snap percentage-wise, it looks like, than McCaffrey. But Chris Moore, he's had the biggest role amongst these 3 over the last 3 weeks. He was playing already over 65% of the snaps. 3 straight Jordan Whittington targets there on this drive. And 0 yards gained, 1 catch received. He had a 20% target share last week, though. Like, Chris Moore's the only guy amongst these three that we've seen have like a legit role on the offense. So I think he's the safest play, but I think Luke McCaffrey's the ceiling play, and Jalen Lane's got a ceiling too. I think our comp for Jalen Lane during the draft process was Kadarius Toney, like that type of gadget type guy. It's not quite exactly how he's been used, but maybe we see him get some carries today. He did have a carry last week. Luke McCaffrey has scored 3 touchdowns in his last 4 games. He got a 37.5% touchdown rate. That's wide receiver 1. No wide receiver scoring touchdowns at a higher rate than McCaffrey. Obviously, super low volume. But he's got a good chance to keep it going here versus the Cowboys. At least one of these receivers is going over 15 points today. At least one of them. So they're startable. Go to the wide receiver ranks. Had the running back ranks up for a while on YouTube too. Let me put the wide receiver ranks there. Big return there for Parker Washington. Looks like there was a flag on the play, though. Soft flag, maybe. Tight end ranks. Yeah, I got you with the tight end ranks. All right, on to the next game. That was the Commanders and Cowboys game. Giants, Broncos, and then we'll go to Packers, Cardinals, Falcons, 49ers. We're almost wrapped up through every single game here. The Giants, I talked a lot about Jackson Dart. Really tough start sit this week because the rushing's there. The rushing is arguably the best in the league for Jackson Dart right now. Over 54 rushing yards, at least 54 rushing yards in 3 straight games. No other quarterback can say that. Cam Scatterbo's must start right now. Wandale is going to be in some start sits. I really am not excited about Wandale, but he is the top receiver on this team right now. He did have over 20 points last week, 6 catches, 27% target share, back-to-back games with 7 targets. There's no Darius Slayton again, which means we're going to see more Lil Jordan Humphrey, more Jalen Hyatt. Theo Johnson's continued to have a connection with Jackson Dart. He played over 90% of the snaps last week for the first time. He actually had one of his worst games, but 15% target share. Not a guy you really want to start here in week 7, though. And I think Dart is startable, though. I think he's kind of more sneakily startable than people realize. He's over 17 points in 3 straight games because of the rushing, guys. He scored 2 rushing touchdowns the last 3 games, over 54 rushing yards. It gives him a really, really good floor. If he goes over 50 rushing yards and scores a touchdown, because he's starting the week at 12 points, all the passing stuff is just on top. It's not like he's been a horrible passer either. I mean, the matchup is tough, though, against the Broncos. He definitely will be under a lot of pressure. Justin Fields was sacked 9 times last week. The Giants are sizable underdogs in this game, 7.5-point underdogs in Denver. Seems like a lot to me after beating the Eagles. Maybe a sketchy survivor pick here with the Denver Broncos. And then on the Broncos side of this game, Bo Nix is startable, but not a must start. I was telling people to start Stafford over him. That seems like a good call. I think him versus Jackson Dart is honestly really close. They're back-to-back in the ranks. I think I probably would go Dart over Bo Nix. I think I would go Dart over Bo Nix. Bo Nix versus Stroud, I'd go Bo Nix there. Bo Nix versus Jordan Love, I think I'd go Bo Nix there. Bo Nix versus Daniel Jones, all these are reasonable to go either direction, but I think I would go Bo Nix there. He only has 2 games over 20 points, 2 games with more than 1 passing touchdown, only has 1 rushing touchdown this season. The rushing has been pretty disappointing for Bo Nix. He's at 19th in rushing yards per game among quarterbacks this season. Only 20 rushing yards per game. Not what I was hoping for during draft season. The matchup isn't bad here versus the Giants. Seen 3 quarterbacks go over 20 points versus the Giants. The only ones that didn't do it were Mahomes, Herbert, and Rattler. Two good quarterbacks in there. We've only seen 1 QB throw for more than 1 passing touchdown against the Giants. Partially because I think their run defense has not been great. Held up last week, though, which has me a little bit scared for J.K. Dobbins. Saquon couldn't run against the Giants. He actually was kind of efficient, though, more efficient than I remembered. Saquon had 58 rushing yards in this game, but the game kind of got away from the Eagles. He still was at 4.8 yards per carry. The Giants are at 5.5 yards per carry allowed this season. That's third worst in the NFL. So Dobbins is startable. I see why people want to start RJ Harvey because of the matchup. But guys, he's had one game over 8 points. There's definitely still a ceiling here. Definitely a guy I want to be rostering, but not a guy I want to be starting. And then I called it out earlier, but if you weren't here, Pat Bryant is my super, super deep sleeper of the week. Like very sneakily, his role is growing. Over 50% of the snaps in back-to-back weeks. His route participation is over 30% in 3 straight games. And slot receivers have just destroyed the Giants this season. I mean, they cannot stop slot receivers, and that's exactly where Pat Bryant's been playing. So very, very super deep sleeper there, but a sneaky one. Marvin Mims is not startable. Troy Franklin, I would start over all of them. But he's not a great start either. And Evan Ingram, I got to shout him out. Revenge game here for Evan Ingram. I kind of want to be in on Evan Ingram this week. Like, I'm not going to be surprised when Evan Ingram has a good revenge game. He does have 3 straight games now with at least 4 catches. He's coming off his highest target share of the season at 23%. And this is like a true revenge game here for Evan Ingram. He did not leave very positively from the New York Giants, but still not a guy that you really need to start. Still doesn't project great. Still projects worse than Mason Taylor, Dalton Schultz, Kyle Pitts, Harold Fannin. Not a must start, but a revenge game definitely worth calling out here. On the Giants, we already talked about the Giants side of this game. They're 7.5 point underdogs, like I said. On to the Packers. I'm seeing a bunch of Josh Jacobs questions. Good morning to you two. Kamara versus Stevenson. Gosh, I think I lean Stevenson, but Kamara projects better. I think I lean Stevenson there. We're gonna have some tough. Ramondre Stevenson starts it. I'm curious if Samps is as in on Stevenson as I am. I don't think Josh Jacobs plays today. And if he plays today, I'm not sure we're seeing a full Josh Jacobs role. He's dealing with a calf injury that could get re-aggravated. There's a real chance he does not play, and he's playing in the late window game. It's a good matchup. He was projecting his running back 3 overall before the calf injury popped up, before he was a true game time decision. I mean, man, it's tough. It's tough out there. Emmanuel Wilson, we're projecting in the WalterPicks app for Josh Jacobs to be out. Because I think that's how you have to prepare for it as a fantasy manager right now, is assume Josh Jacobs is out. That's why I have Josh Jacobs as a must bench for this live stream today. And if Josh Jacobs is out, Emmanuel Wilson should be the next guy up. He projects as running back 24, not a must start, but an okay start. It's a good matchup versus the Cardinals. The Packers are huge favorites in this game. I think 12-point favorites. At one point they were in this game. Not 12. They're at 7.5. So this is the Chiefs. The Chiefs were the ones at 12. They're at 11.5 now. Tucker Kraft has a really, really high ceiling. Definitely a guy that's difficult to bench in this matchup. Despite all, there's actually a lot of good tight end options this week. Michael Mayer versus Tucker Kraft. It's a tough call. I think Kraft has a higher ceiling. Mayer maybe a safer floor. Jake Ferguson versus Tucker Kraft, also a really tough call. All these guys are in the same tier. Dallas Goedert, Tucker Kraft, Jake Ferguson, Sam Laporta, Michael Mayer, all projected within half a point of each other. Super close. But there's definitely a ceiling here for Tucker Kraft. Jordan Love is startable, but not a must start. Matthew Golden is coming off his best game as a rookie, 86 yards. He's got over 50 yards now in 3 straight games. Matthew Golden, 3 straight games, over 10 fantasy points. Christian Watson's not back this week. Jaden Reed obviously still out. Golden's startable here in week 7. He projects for his 4th straight game over 10 points. They're coming out of the bye a couple weeks ago too. And we did see a little bit of a rookie bump, up to 70% of the snaps. So that's highest target share of the season last week. Definitely startable here. Top 30 wide receiver with Matthew Golden. Jump back to the wide receiver ranks here on the YouTube Live. Romeo Doubs. I saw a bunch of Romeo Doubs questions, which makes sense. He's like right in the wide receiver 3 range for fantasy this week. Wide receiver 35 he projects as. Certainly has a ceiling. And we've seen it. He had a 30-point game back in week 4. That was against the Cowboys, though. Every other game's been in the 10 to 12-point range as his ceiling, which is probably a little bit more realistic. He did have a 34% target share last week versus the Bengals, but still only had 5 catches for 55 yards in a game that the Packers really controlled from start to finish. The matchup is like average here versus the Cardinals. We'll see if Jacoby Brissett can keep pace in this game too. The Packers defense is definitely in play for fantasy this week. Ridley's best game did come against the Cardinals, excuse me. Dontavian Wick should continue to have a role. I think he's actually questionable in this game too with an ankle injury. He was limited in practice all week. A true questionable here for Dontavian Wicks. If he's out, I do think Savion Williams and Malik Heath will play a larger role. Is Malik Heath out? No, I think he would be active. Savion Williams, if Josh Jacobs is out, is also like a sneaky guy that could get some work in the backfield. Savion Williams is like a Cordell Patterson type of guy. He played running back in college. On the Cardinals side of this game, you kind of have to start Marvin Harrison Jr. this week. He went through the concussion protocol extremely fast. Like we almost always see guys miss at least one game with concussions. Not the case for Marv, who got concussed last week. Missed basically the whole game. He only played 23% of snaps last week. And Zay Jones ended up stepping up big time. Was Jacoby Brissett's go-to guy outside of Trey McBride. Now Zay Jones is questionable in this game. Zay Jones last week, catching passes from Jacoby Brissett. 5 catches, 79 yards, played 80% of snaps, 20% target share. Like Marv, this is his floor here versus the Packers, especially if Zay Jones sits. Marvin Harrison and Trey McBride, I think, are must starts. McBride is the easy tight end 1 projected. Michael Carter, not a guy I really want to start with Amari DiMercato out in a PPR league. You can start Carter in a pinch. He's had 10 targets in his last 2 games, and DiMercato has been playing all the 2-minute drill, all the pass down snaps, really. Like he was in a primary pass down role, and he's out this week. Bam Knight, though, is taking a lot of the rushing work. So, both these guys I still think are kind of fades. Bam Knight scored a touchdown in 2 straight games, still hasn't even cleared 12.5 points. Someone's asking, how is Rashee Rice number 1? Well, if you go to the WalterPicks app, we actually have a write-up in the WalterPicks app explaining why Rashee Rice is the number 1 wide receiver this week, and we're extremely high in our rest of season rankings in the app. And it's part of the reason we've been trading for Rashee Rice for weeks, because he's not injured, guys. He's at full health, stepping into an amazing role with an elite quarterback. So yeah, in a really good matchup this week, he's wide receiver 1 in the projections, right up there with Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jackson Smith, and Jigba, both who have slightly worse matchups than him. I'm seeing someone ask in the TikTok live about Devontae Adams. Guys, it's London time today. Devontae Adams already scored a touchdown. Hopefully you started him, because if you were with us on London time earlier in the live, we all started Devontae Adams. There's no question about it. He projected as a top 5 wide receiver with Puka out. But yeah, we're on London time. He's halfway through his game almost. He just had another big catch. Chuba or Marks? I love you, WalterPicks. Appreciate the love. My name's Sam, by the way. Classic mistake. My name is not Walter. My name's Sam. I help build the WalterPicks app, which is powered by Walter, the machine learning model that powers all the insights on the app alongside our expert projections team, which includes myself, includes Samps, who will be joining the live here shortly, includes several other very talented people as well. And a big Terrence Ferguson. Sorry, there's Parkinson. I thought it was Ferguson. Colby Parkinson touchdown there from Matthew Stafford. And the Jags are they're getting cooked here. Is it 21-0, I think? I think they missed a field goal before this. They're getting pumped. All right, that was the Packers-Cardinals game. We already talked through Commanders, Cowboys, so there's only one more game today to talk through. That's the Falcons and 49ers. Kittle's back, but Purdy is not. And I think this is the week where we see Mac Jones really struggle, because this is not an easy matchup here for Mac Jones. He's not even in the top 24 quarterbacks this week, despite he's been playing well. He's been doing well for fantasy as well. He's at over 20 points in 2 of his 4 starts, but he's got over 275 passing yards in all 4 of his games, Mac Jones, this season. He's first, guys, in passing yards per game. No quarterback has more passing yards per game than Mac Jones. Who's number 2? It's Brock Purdy. Wow, that's actually really crazy. I mean, really good pass game environment clearly here with McCaffrey and the rest of the receivers, who none of them have been healthy at the same time really this whole season. But yeah, Mac Jones is the only guy averaging more than 300 passing yards per game. He's back-to-back games with at least 340 passing yards. But this is a much more difficult matchup here versus the Falcons. Looks like Kyron Williams got in there. Josh Allen last week only had 17 points. We haven't seen a QB go for more than 17.5 points versus the Falcons since week 1, Baker Mayfield. I don't think Mac Jones is going to be doing that. I don't think he's going over 17 points today. Kittle is back, which is good for him. Kittle's a must start immediately. Christian McCaffrey is always a must start. But guys, the Falcons, they're top 5 against every single position. Top 5 versus running backs. They're second best. Second toughest matchup for running backs. They're the first toughest matchup for tight ends. They're the 5th toughest matchup for quarterbacks. And they're the 6th toughest matchup for receivers. And this is a top 3 defense in the NFL right now, the Atlanta Falcons. So I don't have a ton of faith in Mac Jones, but I definitely do have faith in Kittle and in McCaffrey. I also am a little bit nervous for Kendrick Bourne in this matchup. Kittle's back. Juwan Jennings, it can't be trusted at all. He's dealing with rib, shoulder, and ankle injuries. He's got multiple broken ribs that he's playing through. Jake Tongas can be dropped now with Kittle back. But Kendrick Bourne, I think, is a very risky start here in week 7. I can see a lot of people forcing him into the lineup after 2 great games, over 19 points in back-to-back games for Kendrick Bourne. Him versus Luke McCaffrey, I think, is a close call this week. I honestly would lean Luke McCaffrey over Kendrick Bourne, even though he's best friends with Mac and Cheese Mac Jones. He's got 20 targets in his last 2 games, almost 40 points in his last 2 games, over 40 points in his last 2 games, 43, 45 points, almost 45 points. 142 yards in back-to-back spots here for Bourne, but it's a much tougher matchup here against the Falcons. And Kittle's back. So yeah, I'm kind of out on Kendrick Bourne this week. I wouldn't play Luke McCaffrey over AJ Brown. I'm not doing that. I'm not at that point. On the Falcons side of this game, it's pretty straightforward. You're starting Bijan in London. Pitts is startable, and no one else is really startable. Darnell Mooney, by the way, he's not rostered in every league. He should be rostered in every league. He's not a start this week, but I think Darnell Mooney, like, his value is at an all-time low just purely because of injuries, but he's back this week. If he can get to full health, like, this is a guy that can legit be a starter in fantasy. Has a pretty intriguing fantasy playoff matchup, and like, he's free in a lot of leagues. So you just go add like 12-team leagues, competitive 12-team leagues. I'm seeing him just sitting there on the waiver wire. And he actually has had good peripheral usage in the games that we have seen him play. He hasn't had good production. His best game's 8.4 points this season. That's why he's on the waiver wire. But we've seen 2 games, guys, 2 games from Darnell Mooney this season where he played over 80% of snaps. He's got 19% target share and a 27% target share. He had 15 targets in those 2 games. He didn't produce, but it's tough to find this on the waiver wire. Guys that are going to step in and get 20+% target shares when healthy. And he's back this week, not startable, but he should be rostered. He really should be rostered, Darnell Mooney, in every single league. The Falcons are in San Francisco, 2.5-point underdogs in this game. This is the night game tonight. So 2 of the best fantasy running backs in this spot. All right, the only other games left here, the Bucs, Lions, Texans, Seahawks. Let's get to the Bucs Lions here quick. Because there's a lot of difficult start-sit stuff regarding the Buccaneers this week because Emeka Egbuka is all of a sudden questionable. He's questionable. I thought there was no shot he would play, and I still don't think he's going to play. I'm making decisions here on Sunday morning like Emeka Egbuka's out. But the fact that he's questionable is a really, really good sign. He's only going to miss 1 game. And if he plays, I mean, that would be obviously best case for him. But this is a Monday night game, so we're not going to know. We got to make our best assumption now. And my assumption is he's not playing. Hamstring injury, and he's been on the wrong side of questionable really all week. The fact that he might not miss multiple games, though, is a good sign, I think. And then Mike Evans, he's also a game time decision. He's been out multiple weeks now. He seems closer to being on the right side of questionable. We have him projected in right now, but he could miss. And if both those guys miss, I mean, there's guys you could start on this team. It's a really good game environment, second highest over-under of the week. Cade Otton, I think, is a start. with all these moving dynamics. He's been over 10 points in back-to-back games. He's had 4 catches back-to-back games, 50 yards in back-to-back games. Cardio Cade, a lot of people are calling him because he's leading all tight ends in snaps and snap percentage. He's top 10 in routes as well. He had a 26% target share last week. And if both Mike Evans and Igbuka miss, I mean, I think he'd be a top 3 tight end. He might even project better than Kittle in his game environment with no other receiving options. Tez Johnson, Sterling Shepard, and Cameron Johnson are the next 3 guys up. We have it ranked in that order: Tez, then Sterling, then Cameron. I mean, it is really tough to project across these 3. I do think I prefer Tez Johnson the most. I think Shepard probably is the safest floor, and Cam Johnson's probably going to score 0 points. Rashad White's a top 10 running back. He has to be started. And Baker Mayfield's still a start, like regardless of all of these moving parts, still a start. Drop Bourne for Tez? No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. On the line side of this game, you got to start Jahmyr Gibbs, though I am like a little bit nervous for him with all the chatter that they want to get Montgomery more involved. And Gibbs, like his target share has been pretty disappointing this season. He's ranking 9th in fantasy points per game, which isn't bad, but a lot of people were arguing he should be the first overall pick in fantasy. That hasn't really been the case. He only has 1 game over 20 points. And a lot of it has to do with the receiving role. The last 3 games, he doesn't have a game with more than 2 catches. He's 3 straight games under a 9% target share. His target share this season is still 4th highest in the league because he did have 2 games over 20% in the first 3 games, but pretty disappointing. It's a good matchup here, though. Obviously, we're starting Gibbs, but he's been a little bit worse than we had hoped so far this season. Laporte is a good start. He's been cooking. This is a good matchup for the passing attack here. The Bucs have been a pass funnel defense. Laporte has got over 16 points in back-to-back games. Jared Goff is definitely a pretty good start here as well. I think I do prefer Baker over Goff. I think I prefer Dak over Goff too, and that's where I would draw the line. I think Goff versus Caleb Williams is pretty close. I think I lean Goff. Montgomery is startable, but not a must start. And Jameson Williams is a good start too. The Lions, I believe, they're 6.5 point favorites in this one at home on Monday Night Football. Can we stop doing the double Monday Night Football games too? I don't know how you guys feel about this, but I do not appreciate the double Monday Night Football games. This second Monday Night Football game this week starts at 10 p.m. Eastern. Crazy stuff. Let's just start. Let's do one game. Let's start it an hour early, 15 minutes early. I like the 7 p.m. start Eastern, but we don't need the second game. You put that game in a late window on Sunday. It's not, this isn't difficult stuff. This is not rocket science. All right, that's the Bucs Lions game. I will get to the Texans Seahawks now here last. I do not think this is a good matchup on paper for the Texans. They have a bottom 3 offensive line in the NFL, and the Seahawks have generated some of the most pressure defensively in the NFL. There's no Christian Kirk in this spot, which doesn't necessarily mean that much for Nico, who's going to be top 10 regardless. But it is, I think, encouraging for both Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel. And it could end up being a bigger role for Xavier Hutchinson too. But the Texans, they're coming out of the bye. And I do think at least one of these receivers is going to get the natural rookie bump. And it's probably going to be Jaden Higgins if I had to guess. But it could easily be Jalen Noel also. Woody Marks projects a little bit better than Nick Chubb, but he's not like a great start this week. Pull up the running back ranks here again on the YouTube Live. Nick Chubb's going to be involved. Woody Marks is not a workhorse running back. That's not how he profiled coming out of college. We saw one huge game from him in week 4, disappointed in week 5 when a lot of people were really excited about him. But the usage still wasn't that bad. It was more so game script. The game script was not great. In really positive game scripts where the Texans are crushing teams, that's going to be Nick Chubb, not Woody Marks. But when the Texans are behind and need to throw, that's going to be the Woody Marks games. And that could be this week against the Seahawks, who are favored in this game. The Seahawks are favored by 3.5 right now. So it's more likely, I think, to be a Woody Marks game than week 5 versus the Ravens. Woody Marks is going to be the primary pass catching back on this team. He had an 18% target share in week 4 in a game that was close. But yeah, he's going to split work on the ground with Nick Chubb. And in games where they have a lead, it's going to be a low floor for Woody Marks. So he's startable, but definitely not a must start. On the Seahawks side of this game, Jackson Smith and Jigba, is in a legit case to be the number one wide receiver in the NFL. 4.6 yards per out run is extremely hard to wrap my head around. Like there's just no way that JSN finishes the season over 4 yards per out run. I don't know if we've ever seen a receiver with like real volume be over 4 yards per out run. He's like significantly ahead of Puka Nacua here. If you're watching live on YouTube, you can see what I got pulled up on screen here. But I mean, just a truly, truly incredible start to the season for JSN. He's number one in target share. He's number two in fantasy points per game. Only Puka Nacua is ahead of him in points per game. 36% target share. Does not matter who he's playing. He has had a pretty good schedule, though. This is the toughest matchup of the season for JSN against the Texans. Probably won't matter. Obviously, still a must start, but man, what a season so far for JSN. We've only seen one good game against the Texans, and it came from Puka Nacua. Every other receiver has struggled. They haven't played the best receivers. They did play Puka and Evans. Neither of them had great games. So a tough matchup for JSN. Still projects as wide receiver 3. The running backs can't be trusted. It's a split backfield. Zach Sharp projects better than Kenneth Walker. Kenneth Walker, I think, has the higher ceiling, and Charbonnet has the safer floor. I think that's just how it's going to be in this backfield with the roles that they have, but it's going to be an even split backfield. Really tough to trust for fantasy. Not a great matchup either. I don't want to start either of these guys. I think Kenneth Walker I have specifically as a must bench this week. He cannot be trusted. Another one of these tough situations, I think, in fantasy where you can't drop him, you can't really start him either. 2 straight games under 10 points. No games over 20 points. He needs a Zach Charbonnet injury to really smash in fantasy and to be trusted in starting lineups. Seahawks defense, definitely a good start too, by the way. All right, that's every single game. We talked about basically every single relevant player in every single game. I'll go to the DraftKings lineup next. We're going to have Samps hopping on the live here very, very shortly as well and getting to tons and tons of start-sit comments. I see them in the live, guys. I see you guys. We're going to get to a ton on TikTok live and the YouTube live. If you're watching live on TikTok, guys, I can see who follows and who doesn't follow. I'm going to prioritize the comments following. So hit the follow button on TikTok. If you're watching live on YouTube, hit the subscribe button. Same thing on YouTube. I can see on my end the comments that are subscribers and not subscribers. And I'm going to prioritize people subscribing to the YouTube live. It takes 2 seconds to hit the subscribe button. Good morning to every single one of you. We're on London time this morning, so we're just getting started, man. Just getting started. This live stream is literally just getting started. It's the best day of the week. I'm pumped up. All right. Let's get to the DraftKings stuff. I feel like this is one of the most exploitable weeks heading into a slate on DraftKings. There's really only a few spots, I think, to really narrow in on. By the way, this is the new home screen coming soon to the WalterPicks app if you don't have access to it now. But for me, I'm most bullish on the Justin Herbert stacks. And I want Ladd in the Justin Herbert stacks this week. I'm most confident in Ladd of all the Chargers receivers. Go to the wide receiver ranks here again, but all 3 are top 15 receivers. All 3 are stackable here with Herbert in week 7. The Colts are missing 2 starters in the secondary. I'm going with the double stack here in my DraftKings lineup this week, going with Herbert stacked with Ladd and Quentin Johnson. I'm running it back with Tyler Warren, who I think could have a huge role with Josh Downs out. And then I'm going with Quinshaw Judkins and Ramondre Stevenson at running back. Plug in Rashee Rice, who projects as the wide receiver 1 in the WalterPicks app. He's not priced as the wide receiver 1, nowhere close to that, honestly. And then we're going with the Browns defense in a rainy, windy game against the Dolphins to get that stack with Judkins. We will I'm very curious to get Samps' opinion on Ramondre this week because I'm definitely more bullish on him than where we have him projected in the WalterPicks app now. I think those are going to be some interesting start-sit questions. I have a few of my favorite tournament stacks on DraftKings this week laid out too to get Samps' opinion on here very shortly. At halftime, we're going to be bringing Samps on, so just in a few minutes here. As a reminder, if you weren't here on the live earlier, Weatherman Sam has several things to report on this week. Again, if you're watching live on TikTok, guys, come to the YouTube live. I'm telling you, we're about to have our guest on, Samps, who went 9 for 9 in his must starts and must benches last week. You're going to want to tune into that. You're going to be able to hear it on the TikTok live, but you want to see him. You want to see what we're sharing on screen. You got to come to the YouTube live. Links to that is in the TikTok bio. But there is some weather to be aware of, and we don't want to overreact to the weather. I think I honestly overreacted a little bit to the weather last week in that Cowboys game. Still a huge, high-scoring, pass-heavy game. there was wind gusts over 25 miles an hour in that game. The research I have done suggests that you do start to see an impact on teams' ability to pass when there's wind over 25 miles an hour. Now, wind gusts are different than sustained wind. Sustained wind over 25 miles an hour is actually a pretty big deal. Wind gusts over 25 miles an hour is not as big of a deal. I think that's where I went wrong a little bit last week. So this week, there's 3 games with wind. One of the games is getting the most attention, which does have the worst wind of the day, and that's the Dolphins at the Browns. There's going to be sustained winds at 20 to 25 miles an hour in this game. There's going to be wind gusts over 30 miles an hour, up to 35 mile an hour wind gusts. Now, there was a report earlier in the week that said it's possible there's going to be 60 mile an hour wind gusts. That's false. Not going to happen. That obviously would have been even more concerning. The Patriots at Titans is a similar weather report. The Dolphins and Browns also going to have rain throughout the game. Pats, Titans, similar thing. Slightly lower winds. The wind gusts shouldn't hit 35, should be close to the 30 range, but there's wind gusts over 25 miles an hour in this Pats, Titans game. The sustained winds, though, is also a little bit lower. So slightly less concerned about the Pats, Titans. Slightly more concerned about the Dolphins, Browns. And the Saints, Bears, I haven't seen getting very much attention either, but a very similar report there too in terms of the wind. I don't think there's going to be rain, though, in that Saints, Bears game. But the very interesting dynamic in all 3 of these games is the weather is going to look the worst and be the worst immediately before the game and at the start of the game. The second half, the weather reports look a little bit better. The wind is going to die down a little bit, likely, in the second half of these games. And so I'm less concerned in the second half. And it's another reason not to overreact here. We want to try to react appropriately. But yeah, I do think this Dolphins-Browns game makes me like the defenses both a little bit more in this game. Makes me a little bit more concerned for Judy and some of the deep passing and with Waddle in this game. I think both Waddle, I still think is startable. Judy is a really tough guy for me to get behind right now. And it makes me like Judkins, I think, even more than I already liked him. The Pats-Titans game, I think just the deep passing might be a little limited. Probably not a good thing for Booty in that spot. And then Saints-Bears, Rashid Shaheed, and Roma Dunze potentially could be impacted with some deep passing concerns, but like they will be able to throw in all of these games, especially in the second half. So I don't want to overreact either. But yeah, these are the 3 games to really be aware of weather-wise. All right, we're going to bring Samps on to the live here momentarily after that Weatherman Sam report. Pumped to have him back on the live, get a chance to take some sips of coffee and hear some of his takes for the week. And I'm sure we were going to get to a tons of start sit. Thomas looks like he is here and ready to hop on. Samps, week 7, Sunday morning, man. How's it going?
It's going pretty well. I mean, this has probably been the craziest content creator week for me of my life. So I'm excited to be back. I'm not going to promise 9 for 9 again, but my cat's trying to get on the screen. I'm going to try to do my best, guys. And this London game has held up to the stinky nature that they tend to have. Konata Mumpfield scored a touchdown. The Jaguars went for it they kicked a field goal on 4th and 2 for a 50-yard field goal and missed it. And now they go for it on 4th and goal from the 7 and don't score. I don't understand that at all. So I've made an edict for myself that I will be boycotting any London players unless they're absolute must-start players from now on. Never going to even consider.
Believe it or not, we did talk about, how'd you pronounce his name?
I always just read it as Konata, but the Rich Eisen was saying Konate or something like that. I don't want to.
Yeah, I definitely said it wrong, but yeah, I did discuss briefly. He was gonna have a role in this game. He's played every game this season. He's had over a 10% snap share in every single game. I would not believe that unless it was for the WalterPicks game logs. But yeah, I mean, I did give him a quick shout out that he could be very annoying for the Tutu Atwell and Jordan Whittington people out there. But yeah, it seems like a typical London game right now. The Jags getting absolutely pumped. Samps, I am not expecting you to go 9 for 9 either. And you definitely absolutely killed it last week. This is going to be, we're into the bye weeks and the injuries are stacking, like another tough week for a lot of different start-sit decisions. I think several different things I'm excited to hear your opinion on. But before we dive into some specific start-sits, some specific questions I have for you, there's one question. When I woke up this morning, I said, all right, this is the first question I'm asking Samps on the live today to get your pulse on Quinshon Judkins. But what are your must starts, must benches for the week, and just any hard takes you have heading into week 7?
I think so. There's been a lot of discussion about the Commanders wide receivers with Debo out and everything. Yeah. And It's a scary thing to make a must start for any of those receivers.
Yeah.
I would say the safest option is Zach Ertz, but if there's any receiver that I'm starting, and maybe it's crazy to say, I think Chris Moore is a volume guy in this game. Maybe not the ceiling guy that Luke McCaffrey can be, but Chris Moore, I mean, he's actually been around for a while. He was with the Ravens. I think he has a floor in this game, especially in the matchup. Like Trayvon Diggs, who wasn't even playing good to begin with, but he's not playing in this game. He's out, makes the secondary even worse. I think if you need a spot start, Chris Moore can do that for you. So we'll see how that one plays out. That over-under is still insane, even with the lack of weapons.
Yeah, the spread barely moved as well. Like the over-under spread didn't move. It's like I actually kind of agree with it. I don't think like this season, it's like you're playing the Cowboys, play in fantasy, start them in fantasy. Like if you just start the players basically in every position that are playing the Cowboys, you got like top 12, outcomes at that position every single week at quarterback, at wide receiver, at running back. Zach Ertz definitely, playable here for sure as well. I think McCaffrey ceiling has me lean McCaffrey over Chris Moore, but I agree. I think the floor here is with Chris Moore. He's the only guy that's had like a legit role on this team so far this season.
Yeah.
McCaffrey is at a 37.5% touchdown rate. This season, over 1/3 of his catches have gone for touchdowns. That's the highest rate in the league. Obviously, a super small sample size, but he's been scoring like almost every single game in the last month. I think he probably keeps it going here versus the Cowboys. I think at least one of these receivers is going over 15 points. And there's like a real ceiling with all these guys, just given the matchup, the game environment. Jaden Daniels, like still easily the QB1 on the week. So yeah, these receivers are definitely in play for sure. What about Jalen Lane? Do you think there's like a real ceiling for him too? There's people asking about Jalen Lane. Also, I didn't realize, but he actually has played more snaps than Luke McCaffrey over the last few games. Luke McCaffrey's had the better production though. But yeah, would you like consider him as a ceiling option too, or you really think it's going to be one of these two guys, Chris Moore or Luke McCaffrey?
I mean, Ben Sinnott has a ceiling against the Cowboys. I mean, that's how bad this defense is. But I'd go with Moore McCaffrey over Lane. But I think the over under tells you any pass catcher who's going to play snaps has a ceiling, I think, against the Cowboys defense. Another one of the players I think needs to be started this week is Bill. I mean, I hate to just take the easy layups against the Cowboys, but Bill's workload, even though he fumbled, was super encouraging. They put a report out this week saying they're not super worried about the fumbles. I think that they just know how good he is. And I mean, I don't know how Bill doesn't have a good game. I really don't.
Bill or Chris Olave, seeing that comment in the TikTok live right now.
Oh, it's Bill. It's not even close. I think
Bill.
that might. Yeah, exactly. It might come back to bite me, but I think Bill's easily starting over Chris Olave. Now, Chris Olave could have a good game, but actually in that game is another player I think needs to be started. I know the wind is a little bit of a concern, but Rome Odunze, he was a penalty and 2 bad throws away from like a 30-point game last week, it seemed like. So I think Rome Odunze is someone to start with some confidence.
Yeah, I like Odunze as well. The wind is the only potential negative for him, but we're talking through him as well. I think like that context will always get lost in the game log as time goes on. We'll look back at this as a floor game for Odunze, but yeah, one phantom penalty call like away from a 20-point game at a minimum. Just that one play, he's at 20 points. He's the only receiver. He was the only receiver heading into last week that had scored in every game. And he should be the only receiver heading into this week still. That's true, but it's not because the phantom penalty was called. And that's just how the NFL goes. But yeah, definitely a pretty solid start. What about DJ Moore? I'm seeing some DJ Moore questions. I put DJ Moore, Travis Hunter, and Jerry Jeudy kind of all in this like same category where, every week we're getting start sits about them. We really haven't seen any of them have a good game. I think DJ Moore, one game over 10 points. This season, we hadn't seen a single game over 10 points for Travis Hunter yet. This year, it seems like that might be true again this week. We'll see with the negative game script here in the second half. But yeah, are you starting any of these guys? And how do you feel about DJ Moore in this spot?
I've said it all year. There's going to be a week where DJ Moore does well. I don't think it's this week. I think the injury is a little weird from last week. He's going to play, but I don't know if he'll be hindered at all. I've never really seen an injury get announced with such little information about it. You went to the hospital. I kind of have a speculative idea of what it could have been. I don't really want to share what I think it could have been considering the information we got. Just know it's probably really painful if that's what happened. He could be fine, but I don't know. I mean, Caleb Williams in the wind. I don't know. I think he could be okay. I probably would start him over these other two guys, especially with Judy and the really weird, like, I heard you talking about it before I joined. Like, people in my live streams are like, oh, it's going to be like 60-mile-per-hour winds. I'm like, no, that's not going to happen. But still, I don't like Jerry Judy very much.
I mean, Judy is the toughest one almost for me because, like, you look at this part of the game logs, and he's completely unstartable. He's had one game over 10 points. He barely cleared 10 points in that game. He's had 4 positive matchups in 6 games. He's cleared 11.5 points. He's cleared 12 points not a single time. He ranks 66th in points per game this season. And we've also seen this without Cedric Tillman in multiple of these games. But then you scroll over and you look at the role, and it's like, okay, well, this role is better than most of the league. He's actually played the most snaps across the NFL. He's run the most routes in the NFL. He ran the most routes in the NFL last year, too. Like, he is out there running routes more than any other receiver in the NFL. He had 13 targets last week, and still, like, just not a guy I want to start at all. This is the WalterPicks app on screen. By the way, this is the best app for fantasy and prop research. And actually today on this live stream, it's a free app. There's a bunch of free features, but the premium features are super, super powerful if you're serious about fantasy or props. And on the live stream today, you can get access to a 14-day free trial in the WalterPicks app. Use code SAM when you sign up. Do appreciate that. And you can get access to that in the YouTube description. If you're watching live on TikTok, come to the YouTube live. And on TikTok, on the YouTube live in the description, links to the 14-day free trial in the WalterPicks app. Shout out to whoever commented that one. All right, Sam. So I want you to keep going here. The guys that you are definitely starting or definitely benching here in week 7.
This one, it seems on paper like a really bad choice. Like, don't do it. But I'm going to go with, I think Wan'Dale Robinson is a start this week. And maybe that's a hot take against the Broncos, but I would be really, really, really surprised if Pat Surtain shadows Wan'Dale Robinson. The skill sets just don't. Surtain can cover anybody, obviously, but Wan'Dale's like 5'8" on a good day. He's a slot guy. I think that if the Broncos want to do the right thing, as a Giants fan, I don't want them to do this, but I think they'll have Surtain shadow Lil Jordan Humphrey, the safety blanket, big receiver option for Jackson Dart. And if Wan'Dale beats you, he beats you. I think if you need a start, I think Wan'Dale is a solid option. I mean, the game script's probably going to be good for the Giants too, to get Wan'Dale some volume in this game. And it seems iffy. Like, it's a little weird, but like, you see like Devontae Smith, smaller guy, had a good game on the screen there. Keenan Allen and Quentin Johnson are big guys. They held down Ladd. Wan'Dale's just a weird case where I think if you need someone, there are worse people to play than Wan'Dale Robinson. And if he scores, that's going to be a great game for him, I think. He could, let me just say, he could be a 0. Like, he could do terrible, but I mean, I don't think he gets shadowed by Surtain.
Yeah, I don't think he can be a 0, really. Like, with the makeup of this team right now, to me, he's a bit of a floor play. And I agree. I mean, both games he scored, he went over 20 points this season. Not many receivers have really shown a 20-point ceiling this season. We've seen it twice from Wan'Dale. I kind of want to discount that week 2 game against the Cowboys, where we saw Russell Wilson's greatest game of all time in week 2. That was this season. Crazy stuff. But the game last week was certainly encouraging. No Darius Slayton again. I mean, Jalen Hyatt, Lil Jordan Humphrey. How do you pronounce it? Bjork?
That's
Collins?
Bo. Yeah.
Like, I mean, there's no one outside of the running backs and the tight ends who have obviously been more involved too. But yeah, I like him as a floor play. Maybe someone sees he's kneeling. Yeah, there's no way that Surtain is on him. We have seen some slot receivers like Keenan. I do think in that matchup too was playing at least some in the slot there as well. So yeah, that's definitely an interesting shout. That I think I was. Yeah, he's a floor. Like, I usually chase the ceilings, and I'm not sure where the real ceiling is here, but yeah, the floor is definitely there for Wan'Dale.
This week with the injuries and like people are talking about like Chris Moore or like they were talking about Jordan Whittington before that. Like, this is just a week where it's like, just go with Wan'Dale over one of those guys. Chris Moore, maybe not, because I like Chris Moore too. But like, if you're talking about these guys, it's like, what are we really doing here?
Yeah, shout out to everyone just hopping in the YouTube live, guys. Smash the like button, helps out a ton. Seriously, do appreciate it. Samps went 9 for 9 last week with his must starts, must benches. So far, Samps, you've talked about Chris Moore as a deep dart at the start. You talked about Wan'Dale Robinson.
I need to start taking layups here in a second. I got to stop taking these crazy guys.
Bill, Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt as a start. a little bit of a more obvious one, but you're taking some risks here after a strong week last week on the live Samps. Yeah. Any other hard takes you have here for week 7?
Yeah, I think. I mean, it's a layup, but like Rasheed Rice. What are we? There's people asking me if they should start Rasheed Rice.
Yeah.
Like Rasheed Rice is a smash in this game. Like people are like, oh, he hasn't played. Like he's not like it's not like he's out of shape or something. Like they've talked all week. They want to get him involved early. As long as Pat Mahomes doesn't, Roman Reigns spear him in the leg, Rasheed Rice can have a good game here. I think, and it's not a tough matchup by any means.
He got hurt last year, but yeah, this is not a guy coming back from injury. He's been back from injury really since the preseason. He could have played in week 1. Like he would have been playing probably at full steam in week 1. And so I don't think there's any reason to not be absolutely smashing him into your starting lineup here in week 7. He's fully rested here in this spot. So we have a elite receiver who was dominating last season in his, I think it was 3 games. He had 3 straight games over 17 points last season. 17.3 points was his low in the 3 games last year. 75 yards was his low in the 3 games last year. So we have an elite receiver in an elite role with an elite quarterback in an amazing matchup. I mean, like, how does that not lead to wide receiver 1 overall consideration in a week? That's at least how we're seeing it in the WalterPicks app. Sounds like you agree with this ranking. I mean, this is a really good matchup too. And I talked about this a lot. I feel like last year, no one's, it's fallen out of the common narrative, but like, I don't think Mahomes has forgotten the Kermit the Frog, the smack talk that happened before last season.
Yeah.
This is a spot where I could really see the, divisional matchup, the Chiefs still be passing in the fourth quarter, up 14 points. And yeah, I don't think there's going to be any delay in getting Rasheed Rice going. We've seen plenty of good receiver games here versus the Raiders. They're allowing the 3rd most catches per game, the 5th most receiving yards per game to receivers. So yeah, I mean, Rice is an absolute non-negotiable must start here in week 7. Any other must benches you have, Samps?
Yeah, I got a few more. I think in the same game, I think you got to bench Travis Kelce. We're riding high off these last 2 weeks. He's been pretty good, but with Rasheed Rice last season, he was averaging less than 10 fantasy points per game. And I mean, that's not great. Unless he's like, if he scores a touchdown, he's going to be okay. But I just don't know if that happens.
These were the 3 games with Rasheed Rice last season. One of them, he had 1 catch for 5 yards against the Bengals defense that last year was the worst defense against tight ends. Didn't have a game more than 7 points last year with Rasheed Rice in the lineup. Small sample size still. And he has been doing well this season, but they play a similar role in the offense, right? They're both playing like that slot type short route role. And Rice is just way better at it. He's a way better version of that role. So yeah, I definitely agree. I had Kelce as a must bench. I mentioned that earlier. Also, and there's a line here for Kelce. Like, we can maybe talk through where we think that line is. For me, I'm starting Harold Fandon over him. I'm starting Dallas Goedert over him, Tucker Kraft, Jake Ferguson. Basically, all of these guys that we have, I have 1 tier above Kelce that are ranked above him in the WalterPicks app. Would you start any of these guys below him here in the WalterPicks app over Kelce? Kyle Pitts, Mason Taylor is a guy that I feel like I would argue over Kelce. This is a really good matchup for Mason Taylor. I don't know if he was one of your must starts that you might have mentioned later in the live, but where's the ball going to go other than Mason Taylor here for the Jets? And I know people are really down on Fields' ability to pass right now. He's sacked 9 times. Last week, he had more negative sack yards than he did positive passing yards last week, but that was against the Broncos. And the Panthers have generated one of the lowest pressure rates in the entire league. He might actually have some time to throw in this game. And if he does, it's going to Mason Taylor. And this is the 2nd worst defense against tight ends this season. I think I would go Mason Taylor over Kelce the more I think about it and talk about it on this live. I think Mason Taylor versus Harold Fandon's a tough call. I probably would go Fandon there with Noah Njoku, but yeah, I think this is around the line here for Kelce. Any of these guys you're definitely starting over Kelce?
Yeah, I think Mason Taylor's in a bounce back spot this week. The argument against it is Carolina, who else do they have to cover? But I don't think they're good enough to make that sort of call. Oh, we're gonna make sure he doesn't get. I don't think they're good enough to do that. It won't be Alan Lazard. It won't be. I'm struggling to name a Jets receiver not named Garrett Wilson at the second. So I think Mason Taylor has if he scores, you're going to be super happy with his day.
Agreed.
And I got a little stack that I think is worth starting this week. The over-under is huge. The secondary is beat up. I think Herbert and Ladd are players I'm going with this week. Justin Herbert and Ladd McConkey. I'm running it back with Ladd McConkey. That was one of my biggest hits last week. I think Ladd is even like with Quentin Johnston back. Ladd's going to see 7-8 targets probably, right? And Herbert, O-line's bad, okay, whatever. And he's been kind of but I think in this game, Herbert, like if it's competitive, he's going to be good. If they're playing behind, it's going to be good. Like I like that a lot, and it kind of turns into one of my final. Like I'm a little iffy. A lot of people ask me about it. I'm not into Kamani Vidal this week, and maybe that's going to come back and bite me. In PPR, you can catch some passes, but like in this matchup, I don't love it. If he gets a couple goal line opportunities, sure, but Kamani
There's
Vidal,
basically no chance he matches what he did last week. I mean, almost no chance that happens. He played the Dolphins last week. Like there's just no way. The Dolphins have made almost every running back they played this season look like Barry Sanders. Like that is how that they have been. The Enrico Dowdle might actually be Barry Sanders. We'll talk about him for sure. But yeah, definitely agree that Vidal is in a much tougher spot this week and is not a must start. I think he is startable in a lot of spots as well, but I'm really excited to hear you're also in on the Charger stack because that was one of the things I wanted to ask you about before I get to my favorite stacks of the week, which I want to get your feedback on all of these because they're DraftKings tournament stacks specifically, and you're the DFS guy more than I am. I do want to shout out, there's a special offer for everyone tuned into the live this week, a 14-day free trial to all of the powerful premium features in the WalterPicks app. The links to that is in the YouTube description. So only the people that tune into the live can get the 14-day free trial. Link to that is in the YouTube description. You will not get a better offer than this all season. Super worth it. 14 days. You don't have to pay anything. You can get a really good sense of what you get in the WalterPicks app. And if you're serious about trying to win your league, serious about player props, serious about DFS, the app is going to be well worth the time. All right. I want to get to these stacks because you mentioned this was your favorite stack. And I also had Herbert, Ladd, Quentin as one of my favorite stacks of the week. My DraftKings lineup that I shared a bit earlier did have this exact stack, the Herbert, Ladd, Quentin Johnson stack. I went back and forth a lot. I think one of these stacks, one of these Chargers receiver stacks is going to smash this week. The Colts, I don't think you mentioned it. They're without two corners. I think you said they are linked up.
Yeah.
They're without two starting corners in this game. Plus they got Kamani Vidal starting. Like this is a team that's been one of the highest, if not the highest pass rate over expectation teams in the league this season. Like they've clearly shown they're willing to let Herbert throw the ball a lot more than we've seen in the past. And now they're missing their top two running backs and they're playing a defense without their two of their top three corners. And Quentin Johnston's back, who's been absolutely cooking this season. Like I think this double stack is a really sharp move in DraftKings tournaments. And maybe it ends up being one of these single stacks, Herb Ladd, Herb Quentin, that really ends up smashing. Is always a tough call there. But I do like the triple stack or the double stack here. It feels like if you don't go with that stack, you got to really consider a stack, at least in this Commanders Cowboys game. And this other stack is a lot more expensive with Dak, Lamb, and Pickens. Lamb and Pickens are, I think, two of the 5 highest priced receivers on the slate, but there's just not a stack like this out there on the slate that it could be worth paying up for, especially because you can go pay down for Jalen Lane or Chris Moore or Luke McCaffrey. And if one of those guys hits, you can make it work. You could always go cheap at tight end as well. But yeah, if Lamb and Pickens could both have 30-point games, and it wouldn't be that shocking. And then Dak is maybe over 40 points in that scenario. And like that's why you stack. Those are all super correlated outcomes. And then Judkins Browns defense and the Ramondre Pats defense. I usually like going with the running back defense stack because those things are also correlated. Both these matchups are so good. I mean, the Judkins matchup, the first question I wanted to ask you, I forgot to jump to it immediately, was over under 150 rushing yards for Quinshon Judkins today. And what would you say to that question? Because I think that is like a pretty fair question here in week 7. Let me pull up the matchup tab for Judkins quick, but yeah, what's your gut reaction to over under 150 for Judkins?
I'm going to say under, but I think it's like 135. I think Judkins is going to eat, like not just play good. He's going to eat in this game. Also I need to, like, if I was there to see what the weather was, I might be able to give you a better call on that too.
5.6 yards per carry allowed this season. I mean, it is truly, truly hard to be worse than they have been against running backs. Back-to-back games, they've allowed over 120 rushing yards to running backs. Quinshon Judkins he's coming off by far his worst game, really stymied by the Steelers, which is a little surprising. Like Chase Brown looked great on Thursday Night Football against the Steelers for the first time all season. Judkins struggled last week, 12 carries, only 3 yards per carry, but he's still at 4.6 yards per carry this season. I feel really good about him in this spot. The weather it's going to be rain. There's going to be wind gusts in the 30 to 35 mile an hour range. And it's going to be a little bit it's not going to be quite as bad as that in the second half. That's mostly a first half report. In the second half, it's going to be like subtract 5 miles an hour of wind and a little bit less rain or no rain as well. That all doesn't really scare me off of Judkins, though. Like, if anything, we could see the largest carry total of the season for Judkins. He's already shown 2 games over 20 carries. Like, he could get 30 carries in this game and go for 200 rushing yards and multiple touchdowns in this game against the Dolphins. I am very bullish on him this week, and the Browns defense stacked with that makes a lot of sense to me. And then I'm really curious to get your thoughts on this Patriots backfield today, because the matchup is really good. I do want to note that the Titans do have their starting defensive tackle returning from injury in this game. I don't think it's really going to change all that much, but like it certainly isn't a bad thing, for them. They've been one of the worst run defenses, obviously, in the league. They got a coaching change, a lot of turmoil going on. Ramondre Stevenson's coming off a 1.8 point game, which it's always a little scary for me to have this much confidence in a guy coming off a game like this. But the role was actually encouraging. 72% snap percentage, highest of the season for Ramondre. 42% rush share, highest of the season for Ramondre. He's continued to have some targets as well, and he was the one getting the goal line work, where before he was splitting it with Antonio Gibson, and Gibson's obviously out now. The matchup's great. The game environment should be great. So I like this stack too with Mondre and the Pats defense. Pats defense a little bit more expensive than the Browns defense. I kind of lean towards the Judkins stack. But yeah, what are your thoughts on Mondre this week? Are you as bullish as I am?
He needs to score a touchdown, I think, for me to be like really in on it. And it could happen. I think it could happen, but I have a feeling the Patriots offense will be pretty explosive. They're riding a high right now. Mike Vrabel revenge game, like that's pretty substantial, I think, notable. Also, shout out Zane in the chat. He says hashtag supporting Samps. I appreciate that very much. One stack I like that we haven't touched on, like DFS, whatever. I think J.K. Dobbins in the Broncos defense is a pretty underrated stack. The Giants run defense is not good. And I feel like this is a prime letdown spot for the Giants offense. I, as a Giants fan, I can identify it from a mile away when they're going to let you down. And I think this is a big spot for that. Vegas has the Broncos a 7.5 point favorite. Dobbins going to bounce back with the Broncos defense. I think that's a really good stack as well for DFS.
There's no spreads this week that I feel as strongly about as the last time we were on the live. I think I went 2 for 3 again on those spreads I mentioned last week. The one that was a little surprising to me, though, was that Giants one. I mean, they just beat the Eagles, who I think the Eagles are also like in the other direction prime for a pretty big bounce back here in week 8 after just getting embarrassed by the Giants on Thursday Night Football. I think they will bounce back from that. And yeah, maybe the opposite happens too with the Giants, where they come down a little bit from the high. But I mean, to me, the Broncos are a less scary opponent still than the Eagles are. It's a little bit scary for Jackson Dart, but yeah, I think they have a real shot to win. Like, I think this could be a survivor pool upset for the Giants. They're capable of beating the Broncos if they're capable of beating the Eagles, is sort of my high level take there. But yeah, definitely a good call with Dobbins, who disappointed a bit last week. Did want to pull up Zane's comment here. We're going to get to hundreds of start sit comments, by the way. We're about to hop into the start sit segment of this live stream, so don't go anywhere. We see your comments here. We'll get to Zane's here quick before we talk about just a few more things and then get to some start sit comments. This is one with guys we've already talked about a bit. He's saying pick 2 here between Jordan Mason, Bill, DeAndre Swift, and Kamani Vidal. I think we both agree this is a start 1 here. You're starting Bill. So it's between Jordan Mason.
Yeah.
Between Jordan Mason and DeAndre Swift and Kamani Vidal, which I think this is like a really tough start sit. How are you feeling with DeAndre Swift? He's coming off a really good game, but he picked up an injury.
Yeah. Well, what's going on with the Bears? What the heck's happening here? The least information I've ever heard about injuries. I don't really know what's going on.
Groin injury, I believe. Yeah. Groin injury, I believe, for DeAndre Swift. This, to me, like really raising alarm bells and red flags a bit with Swift. Because to me, like Swift he's not a guy that can be your workhorse running back. He's not a workhorse running back. And it's kind of how the Bears have been using him this season. I mean, he's at 65% snap percentage. That's top 14 in the league. He's like top 20 in rush attempts per game, top 10 in targets as well. I just don't think, I feel like internally the Bears are looking at this maybe small groin injury and being, realizing, yeah, we can't keep doing this big of a role for Swift. We got to get Kyle Monangai going a little bit more on the ground. I made a prediction earlier in the live. I think we see Kyle Monangai's first touchdown of his career today versus the Saints. I'm calling my shot there. It's one of my long shot props that I like today. But yeah, I'm concerned a little bit with Swift since we've never really seen him be a workhorse running back. He's coming off his best game of the season, so I get wanting to start him here as well. But yeah, Vidal projects the best amongst this group. Jordan Mason is definitely in play too. The Eagles have not been good versus running backs really this season. They've actually weirdly been a good running back matchup. They're allowing a touchdown per game to running backs, over 100 rushing yards per game to running backs. A lot of that was Cam Scatterbo scoring 3 touchdowns and almost 100 yards last week on Thursday Night Football. But there's no Aaron Jones probably for the last week with no Aaron Jones. So it's kind of the last spot to really start Jordan Mason confidently. Yeah. What would you do in this 3-way start sit?
So we're obviously riding with Bill. I do want to precaution with Jordan Mason that the Eagles D-line will be healthy this week. I always get Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter confused. Their names are similar and they're very both very good. So I always get them confused, but whichever one was out is back. And that obviously helps their run defense a lot. I already said I don't like Kimani Vidal, so we're in an interesting spot there. I think I would say I think I don't love saying I think when I answer these questions, but I think if it was me, I would probably ride with Jordan Mason, least competition. Just kind of got to hope that the Vikings are in this game consistently. I have a take about this game. If the Vikings beat the Eagles, the Eagles could come crumbling down. They could really be in a spot where it's they're pointing fingers, lots of stuff going on. And as a Giants fan, I am dreaming of this. So you know what? I'm going to manifest it, and I'm going to say I'm going to go with Bill and Jordan Mason. That's what I'm going to do.
I definitely think Jordan Mason's reasonable here. The route participation before the bye too was really encouraging, by far the highest of the season. He did see a season high targets resulting from that, 4 targets. If he's has this type of receiving role, in this spot for the Eagles too, a little bit less game script dependent. Do think he's got a decent shot at a touchdown. He does have the highest ceiling of the group also. And I'm not sure I agree with this floor with Swift, which really isn't accounting for this injury. I really think there's a good chance Monangai is going to be the goal line back in this game. And if that's the case, Swift suddenly has a much lower ceiling and floor. And yeah, I think we both agree. Kimani Vidal, I don't want to say he's a full on trap in a must bench. You did note him as a must bench, but the matchup is way tougher here. He was a top 10 running back versus the Dolphins. He's not going to be a top 10 running back versus the Colts. He definitely earned the starting running back job, but yeah, I really think it's going to be a pass heavy game here for the Chargers. We haven't really seen any big games against the Colts at running back. What's the ceiling here? Achane, he hit 16. Dobbins had 15. Pollard had 14. Genty had 16.
I think 16 is the ceiling.
The absolute ceiling, and it's just not going to be surprising if he goes under 10, at all. So yeah, I think Jordan Mason's probably the better floor ceiling combo.
And then another factor I didn't even think about, but if there's any coach I trust off a bye, it's Kevin O'Connell. So I think that helps that too. Yeah,
it's totally fair. And yeah, Ramondre, you think he needs a touchdown or he's going to end up?
Yes.
I think he could score multiple times though in this matchup.
Yeah, he could have that Jerome Bettis stat line from whenever that was. We had 3 rushes, 0 yards, 3 touchdowns, whatever that was.
I really do feel Ramondre is just a bit underrated right now. Last year, if we just go back to last year, he was doing really, really well to start the season. Back-to-back games to open the season last year, over 17 points. I'm showing great efficiency. Had other stretches where he had 19 plus points. He did have a foot injury last year, which no one really talked about. And then he was really bad down the stretch. And then this year we have seen a 20 plus point game already from him. It was against the Dolphins, to be fair, but the Titans are also, a good matchup here. So I think there's a 20 plus point ceiling, especially if Trevion Henderson continues to struggle, who I still think Henderson, I think Trevion Henderson, RJ Harvey, Bashaw Tootin, all 3 of these guys, I know Tootin's playing right now. They need to be rostered in all leagues, and they're all either one injury away or one big play away from their fantasy value just changing dramatically. Whether or not there'd be must starts after one big play, I'm not sure. But all these guys could rip off 80-yard touchdowns and suddenly be valued just way differently in fantasy and be worth way more. I think they're all buys, in my opinion, at their current cost. People are talking about dropping Trevor Henderson right now, and they have one of the best running back schedules down the stretch of the season too. So I do want to hold on to him We're going to get Trevor and Henderson starts it again this week, though, which is like crazy with how he's been playing. But the matchup's good. The game environment should be good. And the player was supposed to be good. We just haven't really seen him look good at all. But yeah, I'm curious if you think that there's spots you could start him in this week, maybe in deep leagues. Right now, we haven't projected behind Woody Marks, Kenneth Walker, Chuba Hubbard, Michael Carter types, which really puts him near the must-bench territory. He's barely had a BAM night in our projections here in week 7.
Not great. I would really need to see the scenario that person's in before I make that call. I have him on a team in probably my most important league, and every week I'm like, he's the one I want to drop out of this group, but I can't.
Yeah.
I can't yet. I feel like if he does nothing today, then we're really going to start asking questions like, it was the Titans. Right. Like, it was the Titans. Like, he's so tough.
Any other must starts, must benches takes you have before we jump into the start sit segment?
I think he's healthy. I mean, I think Marvin Harrison could have a good game. Marvin Harrison Jr. with Jacoby Brissett. I know it sounds kind of insane, but it's a game script where they're going to be throwing, and I trust Jacoby Brissett probably more than Kyler to get him the ball. They're going to be down against the Packers. Like, if at best it's competitive, and I haven't been blown away by the Packers defense recently, so I certainly think Marvin Harrison is someone that can start this week.
I'm honestly super confused about the Packers defense. Like I was so convinced, and I very rarely get convinced of, things so early in the NFL season with like the type of conviction I had that the Packers defense was very, very good. Like 2-3 weeks into the season, I had no doubt in my mind that this Packers defense was one of the elite defenses of the season and maybe of all time. Like that was the conversation they were going to be in with how they played in those first few games. They completely shut down the Lions, destroyed the Lions in that first game, who have been a really good offense. And then they played the Commanders, looked really, really good against the Commanders. And then really since then, like they really haven't done anything. They have not looked elite at all. I mean, they got completely pumped by the Cowboys on primetime that they were completely unable to get a single stop really in that game. I mean, they ended up tying. They got maybe a stop or two, but like no pressure at all. So yeah, I agree. This is a game that the Cardinals should be able to like move the ball. If the Packers defense continues to look as bad as it really has in the last 3 weeks, I still have some hope that they could end up being really good. But I mean, it's been, I was way too confident about that after just a few games. But yeah, I'd like this Marvin Harrison shout out too. We haven't projected as a must start in the WalterPicks app right now. Let me hop over to the wide receiver ranks on the TikTok live. I already have them up on the YouTube live, so I'll switch to running back there. But we haven't projected as wide receiver 12. I mean, there's not really a scenario where we're telling people to bench Marv unless you have Pickens, Ladd, Nico, Drake London, some of these other elite guys. Zay Jones last week did well with Jacoby Brissett, and Zay Jones might miss this week. He's one of the true questionable guys, and if he misses, like I got even more confidence here in Marvin Harrison Jr. Zay Jones last week, I think he ended up playing like 20% of the snaps. I think it was a first quarter concussion. He did have a couple early targets from Jacoby Brissett, and then there was Zay Jones, 5 catches, 79 yards. He had 80% snap share, 20% target share. Like this to me feels like the floor here from Marvin Harrison. So yeah, I agree. And last week I was very skeptical of the talk that Jacoby Brissett was going to be good for the Cardinals, but I'm a lot less skeptical now. I mean, at a minimum, it feels like a lateral move for all these receivers, not a downgrade. And it's like it is possible that it actually is slightly better.
I think it is. I think it is. And if Zay Jones misses, there's a world where you could sprinkle a little Michael Wilson in there if you're in a real bad spot, and that's probably more of a DFS play. But I mean, the game script, and they don't have a running back. I mean, like I don't Bam Knight, like Michael Carter. No, like they're going to be throwing in this game. So if Zay misses, even Michael Carter could be a little bit of a sneaky option. So it's an interesting spot. I mean, I think a lot of people will be surprised to see the Packers are 23rd, as you can see on the screen here, against receivers. Like I think a lot of people will be surprised by that.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Any other must starts, must benches? There's a couple ones I have when you're done to talk to and get your takes on as well.
Yeah, he's on the screen still, and it's not like a super hot take or anything. I think Courtland Sutton matches up really well with the Giants secondary, undersized, and the one corner they have who is pretty big is very handsy and gets called for a lot of penalties. So I'm a little skeptical they want him on Courtland Sutton because I feel like he's a guy it's very easy to get handsy with him. And also look at Courtland Sutton next week, by the way, just throwing that out there to Cowboys. That's exciting. But I think Cortland Sutton is going to be probably top 15 this week if the Giants are in this game to any extent. So I think Cortland Sutton's a must start. I know it's a little bit cheap, top 12 guy, but you know what? I said Chris Moore, so I'm going to go with Cortland Sutton also.
No, we definitely we'll count it coming off a 1 point or 2 point game, one catch game.
Yeah.
Here for Sutton. The Jets against the Panthers today. Someone brought this up in the comments earlier in the live when I was talking about that Panthers game. Are you concerned for Tet here? Looking at this Cortland Sutton line, Sauce Gardner was on Sutton basically the whole game. He's going to be on Tet probably the whole game. I think Tet moves around the formation a little bit more than Sutton does, so maybe a little bit tougher to shadow. But I mean, if the Jets want Sauce Gardner and Tet, I think that makes a lot of sense. Are you a little bit scared for Tet in this matchup?
I'm not sure scared is the right word I would use, but because Tet is someone you're starting, but I definitely would temper expectations. And Coker's back. I have a start-sit question for you, and not that you should help me. We're in the 32 league together, but I'm trying to figure out, should I start Kayshon Boutte after last week's game, or should I start Jalen Coker? And I don't know. I don't know what the answer to that is.
Yeah, I think with the wind in that Pats game, Kayshon Boutte is probably the worstly impacted player from that. If the deep passing actually is affected, that's a little concerning. Diggs is active too. I thought there was a chance Diggs wasn't going to play. That obviously would have been very good for Boutte, even though they play different roles. I have faith in Jalen Coker. He was good last year. I think the matchup against the Jets too, if Sauce Gardner is on Tet, this actually could be a good game from Coker. I mean, they gave him a lot of time to recover. It was end up being a pretty serious injury, but yeah, Flournoy did even better than Pickens. We are seeing Sauce Gardner shut down the top receivers, and then the slot receivers just absolutely cooking against the Jets. And this game is projected to be close. It's a gross game here between the Panthers and the Jets. No Garrett Wilson, but it's a 1.5 point spread. The game should be close. Both teams should be sort of pushed a little bit offensively. So yeah, I think I honestly would go Coker over Boutte, but I think Boutte does have a higher ceiling given the type of role.
Yeah. I'm in a super competitive spot. Of course, I'm going against Rashee Rice the week he comes back, so I'm having to think. It's hard to be okay, I'm going to bench Boutte after you just scored 23 or whatever it was, but I do. I mean, the WalterPicks player profiles just kind of changed my opinion. I think I'm going to go with Jalen Coker, and then when Boutte drops 30 and you're starting him, congratulations to whoever did that. You can thank me. So I do want to call out. We just found out that Jacoby Myers is out today. He's not playing. So they say the rich get richer, but I guess in the Raiders' case, the poor get poorer. I don't know how to phrase that other than Trey Tucker's your top guy against the Chiefs now. That is not good.
Yeah, we already have that projected in the WalterPicks app. I saw we got some reports recently too about the Bucs receivers, so we can talk about those in a second too. Definitely surprising. I dropped all my fat on Mr. Cameron Johnson in the 32 Creator League. It seems like he is going to be maybe not even active here on Monday night. But Trey Tucker, at a minimum, he's got a real ceiling. He's had the highest game point total of any receiver this entire season. No receiver's been over 40 points but Trey Tucker. So there at least is a ceiling. He's a 12-point underdog as the top receiver with no Brock Bowers or Jacoby Myers. Definitely, I think, is a bump from Michael Mayer too, even though it's a tough matchup for both of them. Maybe we see Thornton get more involved in this game as well. He's projected as wide receiver 3. Jack Besh maybe continues to have a larger and larger role. But yeah, the poor get poorer, I think, is a good way to describe it here. I'm curious what you think about Pacheco this week. He is on my must bench list. I think you kind of have to bench Pacheco, but it's an intriguing spot because the game environment should be good. They're 12-point favorites. And the role last week was the best role that Pacheco's had. He played 77% of snaps last week, by far the most this season. I mean, that's really, really high across the league at running back. He also had his highest route participation at 58%, but he finished with 6 points. He has one game over 10 points. And it's not like the Raiders are they're not an amazing matchup. They're not a bad matchup, but one game over 10 points. Again, this is the DJ Moore, Travis Hunter, Jerry Jeudy area where it's sure, maybe the role is good, but we have not seen a single good game. I don't know how you feel good starting Pacheco. And this should be the type of environment we feel good about Pacheco, but Kareem Hunt, could easily steal the touchdowns. He's been stealing goal line work. He's the better goal line back. Rashard Smith, I still think, is the better receiving back. What is Pacheco best at on this team? I'm not sure. So yeah, I think he's a must bench, but I'm curious if you agree with that.
He is the best at looking scary when he runs. He runs with such a ferocity. He's definitely the best at that on the team. It's interesting that he comes up because this week, believe it or not, anyone in the chat who follows MLB, I've been messaging Braves starting center fielder Michael Harris all week about fantasy football. And one of the waiver wire pickups he was considering was Kamani Vidal or Isaiah Pacheco, and they used Fab, and he was pretty concerned that Vidal was going to go ahead of him. I didn't like the matchup. I said, maybe prioritize Pacheco. He's going to be cheaper, most likely. And I think with the full offense ready to flow, I could see the Chiefs being like, let's see what Pacheco can do in this good, advantageous matchup. I think there are worse players to start. I would not consider him a must bench, but you got to be in a tough spot. I think if Jacobs is ruled out and you have Emmanuel Wilson, I definitely prefer like Emmanuel Wilson, that sort of situation. To me, he's definitely interesting. Emmanuel Wilson, by the way, we'll probably get to him.
What gave me the confidence to put him in the the must bench category, Isaiah Pacheco. Looking at this matchup tab, the Raiders are not a good matchup for running backs. We've seen one game. It was Jonathan Taylor, who's a top 3 running back in the NFL. I think the top role in the NFL, unless you really want to call McCaffrey the top role since he basically plays wide receiver. But if you remove Jonathan Taylor here, Swift had 16 points. No running back's been over 10 points without a touchdown.
Yeah.
And I'm not still so confident Pacheco. Like if Pacheco doesn't score, he's going under 10 points. Like he could easily go under 5. I think the odds that he scores are good this week with the game environment, the projected spread here. But yeah, I'm not excited to start him like at all. I feel like the ceiling too is nowhere near this Jonathan Taylor game. If this happens, ends up happening for the Chiefs, it's Hunt scores once or twice. Mahomes ran one in, and then maybe Pacheco scored one also. But again, the usage last week did increase. That's my only concern here is if we see this type of role again, he's startable if he plays 77% of the snaps in any given week, especially in a matchup like this. I also have Kenneth Walker and Josh Jacobs as must benches. I want to talk to you about Josh Jacobs specifically because I'm seeing a bunch of comments in the TikTok live. I've seen a bunch of comments in YouTube live. You'll notice I didn't put Josh Jacobs in the running back ranks at all. And I encouraged us on the WalterPicks projections team to project him out before this live started today, because in my opinion, he's on the wrong side of questionable, or at least truly questionable. And because he plays in the late window, I think it makes sense to decide as if he's out in these early window games if you have to, which a lot of people are going to have to. He picked up a calf injury. So he had an illness. That was why he was questionable at one point. That's not that concerning usually. But the calf injury to me, even if he plays, is he really going to get his full normal role? They got to be a little careful not to re-aggravate the calf injury, and it could get re-aggravated. So I think there's a lot.
It's a good matchup too.
He projected as running back 3 before any of the injury stuff was reported. I mean, he was a smash here against the Cardinals, but we can't ignore the calf injury. Can't ignore that he's a true game time decision. Right now, Emmanuel Wilson projects as running back 24, 25 with him projected out. I'm curious if you agree with the way that I'm thinking about Josh Jacobs right now, and how you would approach it.
First thing I'll say, if anyone's watching this and Emmanuel Wilson's available, pick him up. You never know what could happen with the calf aggravated or whatever. I think another thing that
especially if you have Josh Jacobs, I mean, that's ideal.
Or if you're going against him too, that's even better. A thing that it kind of fell under the radar, but the Packers flight got delayed by 5 hours yesterday, and that's not going to help. My cat is on screen. Not going to help with Josh Jacobs' opportunity. He's probably my calf is hurting, and I'm sitting here, and I'm also sick. I need tissues. There's just a bunch of stuff going on. I agree he's on the wrong side of questionable. So I picked up Emmanuel Wilson last night. I actually dropped Kendre Miller for him. So naturally he's going to get traded to the Chargers, probably before waivers roll. So we'll see what happens there. But yeah, I think Emmanuel Wilson is very, very, very startable if he's out. And if they say Jacobs is in, I don't think I'd want to start him though.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think if you don't have a late window option, then you got to make other plans. And it's Misty saying scares me for the whole team with the delay. This doesn't scare me at all. I really could care less about their flight getting delayed. Maybe we'll see if it ends up mattering or not. But yeah, to me, you got your flight delayed, deal with it. You're going to be fine.
It's not real adversity.
every flight right now too is getting delayed with the government shutdown and stuff. But yeah, to me, this was a non-story that people were making a story. But it certainly doesn't help people with injuries. I
feel like if my calf was hurting and just sitting there for 5 hours, I'd be pretty annoyed. I'd be like, gosh, man, this sucks.
I knew that was going to come up though on the live today, and I was ready for that one. The only other must bench I have, so I mentioned Kenneth Walker. I think there's not much to talk about there. I think all the other must benches are honestly pretty self-explanatory. Juwan Jennings and Kendrick Bourne, I do want to touch on them quickly. We're getting a ton of Kendrick Bourne questions. I honestly haven't seen a single Juwan Jennings question, so it seems like people are on board with you just can't start him right now. He's dealing with 3 different legit injuries. Like, I mean, one of the toughest guys in the league. I really do not think most receivers in the NFL would be playing through what Juwan Jennings is playing through right now. All these guys play through injuries, but I mean, this one's pretty insane. It's
how's he cleared?
Broken ribs, shoulder, and ankle. Yeah, I mean, I do not understand that either. But yeah,
you're good. You can play.
Kendrick Bourne, I'm also very scared of this week. This is not a good matchup for Kendrick Bourne. I get that he's best friends with Mac Jones. I get that he's back-to-back games with 142 yards. You don't just do that and not be a guy to really strongly consider in fantasy. Back-to-back games as a top 12 wide receiver for Kendrick Bourne. I really think he's a must bench this week, though, in a lot of situations. He's playing the Falcons, who have been 6th toughest matchup against receivers. George Kittle is also back. And I think we just see like a really rough Mac Jones game here against this Falcons defense. Kittle coming back should help him. But I also really expect the 49ers to try to get the ground game going in this matchup more than they have in the past with Kittle back to help in the run blocking. I think there's a really low floor here for Bourne. And Jennings is just, I don't think you can start Jennings after last week. He was basically a full-on decoy, had less than 2 points. And the matchup's tough for him. Also, I think for Kendrick Bourne, you got to pray that Jennings can draw AJ Terrell away from Bourne, and then he could still maybe have a decent game, but it's not like the other corners in the Falcons have been bad either. But yeah, do you feel any amount of confidence for either of these receivers?
No, not really. I do think Mac Jones playing helps Kendrick Bourne. They have a good rapport together. I don't love the matchup at all. I'm honestly shocked the Falcons are underdogs in this game. I know I'm Falcons.WalterPicks, but I would never let bias get in the way of something like that. Like, I just don't understand it. Yeah, no, I don't trust either of them. I'd really need to see the other options you're considering, in that scenario. And I think I do have one more player I really think should be benched. He's coming off a decent game. I feel like Nick Chubb is a bench. I know it's the Monday night game. They're going against Seattle. They allow a lot of pass catching to running backs, which, Woody Marks, let people forget he scored 29 3 weeks ago because they had a bye. He's kind of fallen under the radar. I think Nick Chubb, he didn't score a touchdown last week or on week 5. He has 6 points. He could score, but I don't love Nick Chubb this week.
Yeah, we've seen back-to-back really good matchups here for the running backs. Nick Chubb peaked at 12.1 points here. And I agree. Woody Marks should be started definitely over Nick Chubb this week. I think Woody Marks is like an interesting flex option this week. To me, I think people are kind of interpreting this week 5 game maybe a little bit wrong. But I think the roles here for Chubb and Woody Marks are actually pretty clear, and it's going to be game script dependent. And we're not going to see that many game scripts for the Texans like we saw in week 5, where they pummeled a full-on practice squad from the Ravens. Like, when in really positive game scripts, that's going to benefit Nick Chubb. He's going to be the guy that plays more and gets the ball more and gets a lot of carries in games like that. He only had 11 carries in that game. But Woody Marks is going to be the primary receiving back. And so in negative game scripts, whether they're trailing or it's close, Woody Marks is definitely going to be the guy that you want and has a much higher ceiling because of that. He only had 7 carries in that game, so he still can get some carries. But yeah, to me, it's the receiving role that's really exciting. He had 5 targets, caught 4 of those for 50 yards and a touchdown in that one big game against the Titans. And so yeah, I think in that game was close. I think the close games and the games where the Texans are trailing, it's going to be Woody Marks over Nick Chubb. And Nick Chubb has looked decent. He's held on to a real role. He's going to have a role, but yeah, I agree he's not a start. I think I say decent because he had 5.5 yards per carry in his last game. Again, that was against a full-on practice squad. But he has been a little bit, he's definitely looked more efficient than he did at the beginning of the season. So yeah, I agree with that. That's definitely a good call. All right, I think we're at the start 6 segment of the live now, Samps. I don't think anything notable has really happened in that Jaguars game.
Absolutely not. The Jaguars are 0 for 6 on 4th down. They just cannot get a 4th down conversion. This has been a grotesque, terrible, stinky, smelly London game as per usual. Trevor Lawrence is the leading rusher for the Jaguars with 18 yards. So hopefully anyone out there did not start Travis Etienne. I know I did tell a few people on my live to start him over some other options, but they were not good options. So if you took my advice, then I'm sorry, but you were picking some stinky players there. But let's get into the start sits. There's a lot of good questions coming through. I'm excited for this.
Yeah, I thought Travis Etienne was a must start too. So that's definitely at least also
Yeah.
for me as well. I mean, the role has been good, but the outcome here is pretty rough. So yeah, it's time to get to the start sit segment of the live stream. This is a good one to start from the TikTok live. We're going to get to hundreds, guys, to start sits over the next hour or so. Fannin versus Goddard. There's going to be a ton of Fannin questions, and I got to be honest, Samps. I really want to be as in as I sort of can be on Fannin this week. There's no Njoku. They're playing the Dolphins. There's going to be wind, which is going to limit the deep passing game. That's not, I don't think, going to affect Fannin that much. The Browns have been throwing a lot as well. I mean, we could see a 30% target share for Fannin, like wouldn't be that crazy. They have one of the highest tight end target shares across the two, Njoku and Fannin this season, and Njoku's out. But then on the other side, Goddard's been absolutely cooking. I mean, he was tight end one last week, just dominated the Giants in the game where the Eagles kind of got crushed, 26 points. He's had 4 straight games over 10 points. He's tight end 2 on the season right now with 15.7 points per game. And the Vikings have been really good against receivers as well. So like this is like kind of sneakily a better matchup for Goddard than Devontae Smith and AJ Brown. So yeah, this is close. They're back to back in our ranks here as well. My heart, like in all these Fannin questions, is saying Fannin, but yeah, I feel like the projection definitely leans toward Goddard. Which side would you go with here?
I think if you cannot flex Fannin and you have to choose who's starting at tight end, it's Dallas Goedert. I don't know. I say this like one of my catchphrases, like I don't know how you bench this guy after certain things happen. I just don't see how you bench Goddard. And I was going to bring up the fact that the Vikings are so good against wide receivers as well. It is notable. Blake Cashman is back for the Vikings. He's linebacker, probably their best non-Andrew Van Ginkel linebacker. So that is interesting if they have him try to cover Goddard, but Goddard's just been Hurts' safety blanket, and I'm sure he's just someone you have to start right now. I did not know he was tight end 2. That's crazy. I love Harold Fannin. I would honestly be like, tell me what your flex options are, and we can talk about those. That's what I would say.
I have seen a bunch of starts in the comments too, asking Fannin versus some other guys in the flex, so I'm sure we'll get to some of those as well. All right, let's get to this one here on the YouTube Live. Let me switch to the wide receiver ranks too on the YouTube Live. I've had the running back ranks up for a little while. Hey, Sam, good morning. Good morning to you. We're on London time, so it's not really morning anymore, but shout out to you for being tuned in to the live. Shout out to everyone, guys, that's tuned in right now. We do appreciate your support, and we're here to get to as many of the comments as we can. If we don't get to your comments, both Samps and I, we spent last 4 to 5 years of our life helping build the WalterPicks app to help you answer your fantasy and prop questions. It's a free app. You can get it in the description in the TikTok bio. And if you're on the YouTube Live, we got a special 14-day free trial to all the premium features in the app for you in the YouTube description as well. So make sure you check that out. Also, real quick, thoughts on Kenneth Walker rest of season. This is the second part of the question. We already did Jordan Mason versus Swift. I think we both said Jordan Mason there. Kenneth Walker rest of season for me. Like right now, you can't start Kenneth Walker. I actually had him as one of my must benches. We didn't talk about that one, but I just don't know how you can start him. The ceiling is super high. If Zach Charbonnet misses time, like both Charbonnet and Kenneth, they're in a very similar situation. I think where they're basically unstartable, and they could win leagues if the other gets hurt or misses time. And that's just sort of the situation they're both in. So you can't drop either of them because they can win leagues, but you can't start either of them because they're splitting time. And that's kind of how I see it right now. We have Sharp projected ahead of Kenneth this week, and I think rest of the season. But to me, the ceiling's higher for Kenneth. It's rough all around. But yeah, do you agree with that, Samps?
I think that Kenneth Walker's he's just to me so much better than Zach Charbonnet is. And I don't know the exact number, but I believe Zach Charbonnet is leading the league in rushes of 0 or less yards, which is pretty bad. Yet the Seahawks are complaining about why we can't get the run game going. Oh, I don't know. Give it to the better running back. Maybe that's an idea for you. I honestly don't know if Zach Charbonnet could win you a league. He's been playing that bad if Kenneth Walker were to miss time. But
didn't Kenneth Walker miss a game this season? No,
I think he's been he's always on the injury report.
Zach Charbonnet missed a game in week 3, and Kenneth went for 18 points.
Yeah, exactly.
That's exactly what I'm saying. He didn't even have a good production day, but scored twice, and that's the problem. Like they're all stealing. Like they're both. I have this comparison up here. They're both getting receiving work. Like one this consolidating to one of them would actually be a really strong receiving role, but split between the two, neither of these guys are in a good receiving role. Jackson Smith and Jigba leads the NFL in target share. He's just getting he's vacuuming up all the receiving production in this offense. And then they're like an even split in the rush share. You saw the efficiencies here. 4.7 yards per carry for Kenneth, 2.6 yards per carry for Sharp. I read some stuff this week about how the Seahawks, they look at the numbers and they obviously know Kenneth is more efficient, but for whatever reason, they feel safer with Charbonnet. In close games, they don't want to take negative plays or fumble. I think they have more confidence in Charbonnet to not do those things. It's like, what are we doing here? I mean, that is a ridiculous rationale, in my opinion. You should be trying to score as many points as possible on every single drive, whether or not, whatever situation you're in. Yeah. I mean, it seems oversimplified, but I feel like a lot of people overthink it sometimes. Yeah, I agree with you that Kenneth is certainly the better player here.
Another annoying thing with these guys is that like Cooper Kupp and AJ Barner are getting red zone touchdowns. It's just kind of like, what do you do at that point? But yeah.
All right. On to another question. All right. So this one's an interesting one because it has the Bucs receivers. We actually haven't talked about this yet, but I just saw there was a couple of reports that came out during the live. Mike Evans is on track to play. We can assume Mike Evans is playing. Egbuka sounds like has a real shot to play, like a true game time decision. And if you had asked me 3 days ago, I'd say neither of these guys are playing. I think their bye, I think, is coming up. If I recall.
Yeah, it's 2 weeks from now.
Yeah, it's in 2 weeks. So yeah, Egbuka picks up a hamstring injury last week. He misses half the game last week. Now they get an extra day of rest. Usually we'd see a guy miss one game from this. We didn't really know how serious the hamstring injury was, though, until just like yesterday, basically, or 2 days ago. Sounds like it's not that serious. So he might play, which is like really tough for fantasy because this is a Monday night game and it has a lot of implications for a lot of other players also. But this question from the live was Mike Evans versus Chris Olave versus Harold Fannin. So these are the spots where Harold Fannin being considered, and he certainly doesn't project the best here. But yeah, I have a tough time benching Mike Evans. Even if Egbuka plays, I have more confidence Evans is playing. I have more confidence Evans is more healthy than Egbuka. I think the reporting sort of suggests that. Yeah. Also, this game environment, it's the second highest total. It's like just behind that Cowboys Commanders game. 1 point less is the total in this game. And Mike Evans, he's coming back because he's doing the math and he knows it's death taxes in 1,000 receiving yards every single season. And this could be the last or second to last season, for him. Every season, really, for the last couple, has been that way. So yeah, I think he's got to come back, start to get back on track to the 1,000 receiving yards. So yeah, I think I like Mike Evans personally in this one. Whether or not Egbuka plays, I think I'd feel fine with it. But yeah, would you start Olave or Fannin over Evans?
So Evans needs about 80 yards a week to get that 1,000, and they're going to be pushing for that. Like it's going to happen. But I think that I would go. You said it might be tough with the Bucs guys. I don't think it's that bad if you have the bench space. I think if Evans plays, you absolutely play him. I think you need to have Tez Johnson as a backup plan, or Sterling Shepard, or whoever. I would personally say Tez Johnson. Yeah, I've kind of changed my opinion on that. I was on Shepard, but the more I've thought about it, I just think Tez is who you should go with. Just boom potential, snaps, stuff like that. So yeah, I think it's Mike Evans here. I love Harold Fannin. That's my man. But you're not starting over Mike Evans against the Lions with the second. The thing is, the Lions secondary is already hurt, and then their best safety, or I guess Kirby Joseph is probably the best safety, but Brian Branch, he's kind of insane. So he got suspended for this week. So they don't have him either. Like, it's just like, it's cooking time for Mike Evans if he plays.
Would you go Olave over Fannin?
That one is tough. I think if you're looking for the locked-in floor and you trust Spencer Rattler more than the Wind and Dylan Gabriel, then I think you could. I honestly view Olave and Fannin really similarly. And you know what? Honestly, Fannin probably has a better chance as a touchdown.
They're playing similar roles. They're playing very similar roles, honestly, especially this weekend. Both these games have Wind. I feel like the Saints in the Pats game, Saints, Bears, Pats, Titans, not getting nearly as much national attention about the weather, but it's like slightly worse weather report, than this Browns game. So similar reports here. Yeah, I mean, I think I would go Olave, but it's close, and I think it's reasonable to go Fannin over Olave as well. All right, we got this question from the YouTube live. Shout out to you for being here the whole time. Shout out to every single one of you guys in this live stream right now. Seriously, do appreciate it. If you guys are watching live on YouTube, hit the like button, smash the subscribe button. We have 3 live streams a week on this channel. We have 3 videos aside from the lives going out every single week on this YouTube channel. helping you all win fantasy leagues. So make sure you smash the subscribe button. If you're watching live on TikTok, hit the follow button and then come over to the YouTube live. It is a better viewing experience. We can pull up comments on screen. We can share our screen as well. So do encourage that. All right. Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt or Rachaad White. I'm very curious what you say about this one, Sam. So I'm going to let you go first because you did have Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt, Mr. Bill, on your must-start list. And this will be a good litmus test for that. Rachaad White's obviously been great. This does get to also kind of the uncertainty around the receivers to some extent as well. Like I think Rachaad White projects a little bit different without Evans and Ekbuka in the lineup than with. But yeah, I'm curious what you think about this one, JCM versus Rachaad White.
First of all, that profile picture of this question is sick. It's a cool picture. I would say that you're looking at the over-under. Rachaad White, I'm not convinced he's like a great NFL player, but he will catch 5 passes probably at least in this game script. Baker Mayfield's not afraid to dump it off. Oh, man, it is so difficult. I would really love to hear the rest of this person's team as to why they're not starting both these guys. Like it's such a tough one. I have a feeling that you might lean the Rachaad White side of this if you're in PPR. It's another thing. If you look at the lack of weapons for Washington, it would stand to reason that Bill is in line for a huge game.
Yeah.
So
I don't think it's unreasonable to say outside of Jaden Daniels that he's their like best offensive player today. Like most explosive offensive player today.
Yeah. So if I had to pick one, like absolutely had to, I know I said Bill's a must start, but my tiebreaker is Monday night intimidation factor. Go with Rachaad White. You know, you never know what can happen on primetime. That game is a potential NFC Championship preview. I think you get Rachaad White in there. He's just more trustworthy, I think, at this point.
Yeah, I think I agree with the Rachaad White side. Here's what I don't think Ekbuka is going to play. He could play though. He could play, which I think changes this like a little bit. Both these games, these are the 2 highest over/under games of the week. Like this is a win-win type of decision. But yeah, I think Rachaad White's receiving role makes me lean that side too for PPR. Yeah, I'll pull up the DraftKings lineup here for those that didn't see it before. We did already talk through that. I do want to get to some Rico Dowdle questions, Samps, because I just
bring it on.
For me, these are going to be the most difficult ones. And last week, I said some of those were difficult. You were like, no, Sam, this is not difficult. We're starting Rico Dowdle. And that was definitely a great call. This week is a lot tougher, though, because Chuba Hubbard is back. Chuba Hubbard wasn't, in the lineup each of the last 2 games. He had maybe the ideal 2 matchups you could possibly have the last 2 weeks. We can't discount that. Like, that is a fact. He played the Dolphins and the Cowboys, 2 bottom 5 defenses against running backs, back-to-back games over 32 points, back-to-back games over 180 rushing yards. He averaged over 6 yards per carry in both games. He's up to 5.8 yards per carry across this season. He's earned the lead running back role. I think we expect that. Seems like the prop markets agree with us and are expecting that. But it's not like Chuba Hubbard's going to be fully iced. He's going to play. He's going to have a role. He is the higher paid running back who was the starter at the start of the season. So I want to get to some of these Rico Dowdle start sits. I think I saw some, let me see in the comments, any Rico, Rico, this person is asking, I think that one's got to be Rico Dowdle there.
Yeah.
This one, Jordan Mason, Dowdle versus Tet. I think this one's also Rico Dowdle. I think we might have Jordan Mason projected ahead. No, they're back-to-back here. God, I would go Dowdle. What about you here?
I think that something with Chuba worth noting is like it was like a calf injury, if I'm not mistaken. I would be surprised if they really got him a ton of touches in his first week back coming off a calf. The Jets did just shut down J.K. Dobbins, but I feel like Dowdle and him are very different. I think Dowdle's more like I don't know if it's a compliment to say he's kind of like Pacheco in terms of just like the furious running with his hair on fire kind of player. I still like Rico Dowdle this week. I know he just dropped 30, so it's not exactly a hot take, but Chuba's back.
No, it's a tougher take this week. 100% it's a tougher take. The matchup is tougher. It's not a bad matchup, but the matchup is tougher. And there's like actual competition now. There was no competition the last 2 weeks.
It's just like Rico's averaging, 6 yards a carry, and he had like probably 50 carries, like something like that. Like he was insane. And I know the matchups were good, but like that like those yards per carry numbers is like that's like elite against anybody. I don't care who the defense is. So
this is a tougher one here. We might say no to Rico Dowdle in this spot. Lad McConkey, Rico Dowdle, Rome Odunze. And this is why I'm saying like these Rico ones are tough for me because he was so good the last 2 weeks. These are the types of hits people are considering now where, a few weeks ago, this would have been a crazy, crazy question, obviously, to ask. I'm going Lad here. I'm not benching Lad. I don't think I'm going to tell a single person today to bench Lad. I think I'm with you of being very in on Lad in this matchup with the injuries in the secondary for the Colts. I'm curious if you would go Rico over Dunze like we have projected here, though. Any disagreements with me on Lad? And then I think I probably would go a Dunze over Lad or a Dunze over Dowdle personally. That's a tough call. I'm like pulling my hair thinking about that decision.
Got two of my must starts on this one, so I don't really.
Yeah,
I like Rome and Lad a lot. The Rome thing is kind of what I said last week with the Booty Diggs thing. That was probably the craziest one that I had there was the Booty game, the bad Diggs game. That was kind of wild. But Adunze does play the role that the Saints are weak against, and that's why I kind of love Rome this week. I don't know how you bench any of these guys. I mean, the one I could see the argument for Rome, he was bad last week or whatever, but then you look at the context we brought up earlier.
Yeah.
If I had to pick one, I think it's Lad because of the game script and all that stuff. But if Rico drops 20 plus again, I'm prepared to say some crazy things. That's all I will say. So,
yeah, I think I agree actually with the way we have it. The more I think about it as you were talking there with the weather in the Bears Saints game, I'm fine going Dowdle against the Jets. But yeah, I'm definitely starting Lad over both of these guys. And I'm not scared to start, Rome Odunze either. I'm seeing some other comments here. Let's get to a few more
questions. There's a lot. I wish we could get to all of them. There's some great questions.
Yeah, we're gonna get to a bunch. I saw a good one here. Yeah, there's a lot of Waddle questions. We got to talk about Jalen Waddle. We haven't talked about him. Yeah, premium sub. Appreciate you, Sam, for doing the premium subscription. The best way you could possibly support us, me, Samps, the entire WalterPicks brand is doing the WalterPicks subscription. It's also the best way you give yourself a chance to win your fantasy league and do much, much better with player props. So check that out if you haven't yet. I do appreciate the shout out, Sam. On the YouTube live, we have an exclusive offer, 14-day free trial to the WalterPicks app this Sunday morning live. We had to go to bat to get you guys this special offer. So don't definitely take advantage of it.
It's double the normal one. So get over here right now. You can hear my voice on TikTok. Get over here right now.
Yeah, the link is in the YouTube description. If you're watching live on TikTok, link to the YouTube's in the TikTok bio. Jalen Waddle or Jordan Mason. This is definitely close. I think I saw a bunch of other Jalen Waddle questions. Right now we have Jalen Waddle projected as wide receiver 18. And I mean, without the weather report, he would be higher than this. Obviously, we are accounting for the weather. We're accounting for every single piece of news in the WalterPicks app. Jordan Mason, the last game, he's running back 18. So we got running back 18 versus wide receiver 18. I was saying this before we checked the projection here on the live. Like the running backs have been way better than the receivers this season. I think it was like the running back 10 was projecting better, like as good as the wide receiver 5 when we were looking at this earlier. I assume this is going to hold true. Yeah, and Jordan Mason, the running back 18, does project better than the wide receiver 18. There's been very, very few like legit, consistent, elite wide receiver producers this season. I mean, it's really just a handful, like 5-6 guys maybe this season. And there's been a lot of really good running back roles. But I think I do lean Jordan Mason here. The matchup on paper is actually good, I think, for Jalen Waddle. I don't think the corners are that scary for the Browns. I think Seth was bringing up on the projections call on Friday that this like cornerback matchup is actually one of the better of the week here for Waddle. He's on Metcalf, Jefferson, Addison, Amon-Ra, all these studs produce. The weather is really the only concern, but he's produced back-to-back games without Tyreek in tougher matchups. He got back-to-back games over 95 yards or at least 95 yards and 6 catches. Oh God, yeah. I definitely, without the weather, would really want to start Waddle here, but I think it's Jordan Mason.
Maybe I'm just like, I go Jalen Waddle. I don't really care about the weather when we're talking about Jalen Waddle right now. He's just Mike McDaniel. To me, he's gonna get Jalen Waddle the ball. Like he might not be the best head coach, but I do still believe he's one of the better offensive minds in the game. And Jalen Waddle is just so good. He might get traded soon, maybe not. I don't know. As a Giants fan, those rumors are making me really excited. But
I think one thing I have with the trades I don't think coaches that are about to get fired trade their good player. Like, this doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense for coaches who are about to get fired to trade their good players. They are trying to save their jobs. I would honestly be pretty surprised if Waddle gets traded. I agree with you, though, that I do think Mike McDaniel, he's good for fantasy. Like, he's a good coach for fantasy football. He gets his best players the ball, which is exactly what we want. I was saying it earlier in the live too. I live in Florida now. I've seen every single Dolphins game. Like, the defense is the problem on the team. It feels like a lot of hate it goes towards the offense, but like the offense has actually been good. They haven't been like great, but it's actually been a good offense, and the defense is a bottom 5 defense in the NFL. And I think that's the real problem with the Dolphins that I'm not sure Mike McDaniel can necessarily fix. But yeah, I agree with you. This is a tough call. I think we'll agree to disagree on the start sit decision here, which will make it tough here for Sam to decide. But it does get to this being a tough one. I would agree, though, that Waddle has the higher ceiling. I do think Waddle does have the higher ceiling, despite these boom probabilities here. Because these boom probabilities too, these are based on our season-long, standard deviations, if you will. The variation we've seen in scoring throughout the season. But like these last 2 weeks are really the most indicative for Waddle without Tyreek, and I think the ceiling is really high for that reason. But I think the floor is a lot safer given the weather report there in Miami. Sam, who do you like more between Pickens and Dowdle in non-PPR? Man, we thought that was about to be super easy, Samps. And then through the non-PPR in there, and I do think that makes it like a lot closer. This is part of the reason the WalterPicks app is so helpful for me, like as a content creator, especially since I'm not in standard leagues. Like the standard leagues is not leagues that I'm in. My mind's always in PPR, but it's really hard for me as a content creator to like properly adjust my advice for non-PPR, but like you really, really need to. It's a completely different scoring mode. Like, look at this. It's honestly not even that close in non-PPR. It's easily Rico Dowdle by like 3 points or 2 points in a standard league. Standard leagues, Samps, you score touchdowns, you don't score points. Like that is basically how it goes in these standard leagues. And Dowdle has probably a better chance at a touchdown than Pickens. And if not, like he's going to get at least 50, 60 yards, 5-6 points. It's close still, probably. But yeah, do you agree here in a non-PPR league?
I was going to say, do me a favor real quick and click on the George Pickens player profile. Let's check out the game log and look at the touchdowns category.
This is non-PPR scoring here, showing on the left.
So
he was wide receiver 1 non-PPR last week. Wow.
I think it's George Pickens. And if you're comparing these two, I know CD's back, but super high over under. Dak's playing like an MVP.
He's wide receiver 1 in standard points per game. Wow.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, I don't play in standard either.
It's because he has the most touchdowns.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that, right? JSN's way less valuable in standard.
I feel like 25 points in a standard league is like 60. Like that's insane. Yeah. Like
wow.
Crazy stuff from these two guys. I'd love to play both of them if I could. Some of these questions, I'm like, I'd love to see your whole team.
Yeah, looking at that, you probably should be able to play both of them in a standard league if Pickens is the number 1 receiver. I want to get these QB questions. This is a good one I just saw again in the TikTok live. And we saw some similar questions, I think, in the YouTube live. We'll get to a few of these YouTube ones here in a second. This will be there's a couple of YouTube ones to get to next, but Jackson Dart, I'm curious about your answer to this.
Let's talk about
Dart. I know you sounded pretty negative about the Giants, which is usually, I feel like, your default. Which makes sense, given the last several years, but Jackson Dart projects pretty well today. And like, this was one I was grappling with before the live, like him against the Broncos. We just saw what they did to Justin Fields, sacked 9 times. This is a very good secondary, but Jackson Dart's rushing is arguably the best in the league right now. 3 straight games over 50 with at least 54 rushing yards. He scored 2 of those 3 starts that we've seen. Like it's hard to find a better rushing world than that. Lamar Jackson's been out. Like Jaden Daniels has not been matching that. Justin Fields really hasn't been matching that either. Maybe he does today in a slightly better matchup, but the rushing alone is like super valuable for fantasy. That's why he's projecting where he's projecting. And then the second part of this question is Justin Fields. I've also seen people asking about Bo Nix within this 3-way comparison. Like this is not an easy start sit. To me, there's like a clear teardrop at QB this week after Matthew Stafford and Caleb Williams, who I had Stafford as a must start earlier in the live. That seems to
good call.
Going pretty well. But like after Caleb Williams, you got Dart, Bo Nix, Stroud, Love, Trevor Lawrence was in there, Daniel Jones, Sam Darnold, Justin Field. Like these are all kind of bundled in kind of one big, a little bit gross tier to me. And so I kind of do want to just lean towards the guys that do run when I'm in situations like that. I really think Fields is startable in this matchup. The more I've thought about that, too, even without Garrett Wilson. But yeah, what would you go with this one? Jackson Dart, Fields versus Bo Nix.
So I called my shot on Brian Thomas. That was best game of the season last year. I'm going to call my shot for one of these guys this week. I think Jackson Dart's going to have his lowest rushing yard total of the season in games he started. If you look at his game log, the Broncos have been limiting rushing quarterbacks. They have, for running the ball. I don't think Dart will have a bad game. I just don't think he's going to have a great game. Look at all those quarterbacks. Every single one of those guys outside of Cam Ward, can run. And they just didn't. I don't know if it's just how they play, if they have a spy out or what, but another thing, if Dart has a good game today, I will be prepared to say some unfathomable things. Let's just put it that way. But I would strongly be thinking about Fields or Nix in this question. I think if you need a ceiling and if you think he can kind of buck the trend of stopping rushing quarterbacks, and go with Jackson Dart. I think Fields does have a ceiling though. Against the Panthers, this game is supposed to be really competitive according to Vegas. I think I would go with Justin Fields, but I would hate it a lot. So I think that's who I would go with. But man, but the thing is weird. I don't disagree with the projections here. It's kind of a weird scenario where even though I don't disagree with the projections necessarily, I think I would go with Justin Fields in this spot. Bo Nix is he's probably the safest one in this group because I don't think he's going to turn the ball over.
Yeah, I agree. He is probably the safest one of the group. Oh, God, yeah. The Fields versus Dart was the original question. Some people were asking about Dart versus Nix earlier, which I put him in here. I honestly think I would go Fields over Dart. The more I think about it, it's also the best possible game I feel to prepare going against Jackson Dart, who's been running more than any quarterback in the league. Is they just played Justin Fields. They literally just were in a similar matchup. They're already primed to know how to handle rushing QB. I do kind of about the under rushing yards here for Dart.
And there's a lot of, I don't know how much, if any of us you've seen, but there's a little bit of beef going on with the Broncos and Giants on social media. Don't really know how it started necessarily. I think one of the Broncos players was kind of talking some trash about Jackson Dart. It turned into this whole thing. So I think the Broncos are going to be extra motivated today. We'll see if it actually pans out. I think Dart can do well, but out of this question, I'm going with Fields.
Yeah, the Giants weirdly haven't been a great matchup for QBs. We've seen one quarterback throw for more than one touchdown.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and that was Dak Prescott in that epic.
They play some good quarterbacks, really good quarterbacks.
They limited Mahomes to, I think, his worst game of the season. Justin Herbert and Mahomes both went under 15 points against the Giants. I think I honestly lean Fields here. The more I think about it, the more underrated Fields seems to me this week. So you got the Garrett Wilson narrative that everyone is understandably concerned about. You got last week's abomination of a game from Justin Fields. But it's just a night and day difference in matchup here. The Broncos might be the worst matchup possible for Fields. Basically didn't have Garrett Wilson last week either because he was playing the Broncos. And then they also sacked him 9 times. And now he goes against a team that has generated one of the lowest pressure rates in the league. I believe they're bottom 3 in pressure rate, the Carolina Panthers this season. Yep. And he's one of the most pressure sensitive QBs. They also aren't a great run defense. Fields could run for 100 yards this week. And that's possible. I don't think that's really possible for Dart. Definitely not possible for any other quarterback. Maybe Daniels. You could argue it's possible.
Daniels definitely could against the Cowboys.
I think Fields is the guy I prefer to start here. We do have him with the highest ceiling of this group too, and I think the rushing does give him an interesting floor. You talked me out of Dart, I think, a little bit with the rushing.
When I saw it, I was like, dang, I'm not as into him anymore. But I still think Dart, for anyone watching, should be rostered in every league. Yeah,
100%. I agree with that. Oh, here we got. These are the start sits, Samps. These are the types of ones they get me up in the morning. Trevion Henderson versus Alec. Imanor projected to be the top receiver for the Titans today. He projects almost a full point above Henderson in the WalterPicks app, which is painful. This is a painful sentence for me, to say here out loud in week 7 in a really good matchup here for Trevion Henderson. And I'm not going to be surprised when we see the big play from Trevion Henderson. And I do think it's going to really shift perception around him. And I could see it sparking something. Like there's going to be a big play from Trevion Henderson this season. There's just no way there's not a big play from him this season. Why not this week in a really good matchup, a game the running back should be really, really involved? I think I would, Henderson feels safer to me with a similar ceiling. With the new coach too for the Titans, like I just think there's such a wide range of outcomes for all these receivers. Amendola is definitely the guy I prefer the most, but he's also most likely to get Christian Gonzalez today.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to ask you.
Yeah, I think he probably will. I'm not fully convinced Gonzalez will shadow anyone on this team.
Yeah,
so
he doesn't have to.
He might be on DK or Van Jefferson at some points in this game.
What a gross group. Poor Cam Ward, man.
Yeah, Cam Ward's playing behind a bottom 3 offensive line with this receiver.
So you don't know what you have with Cam Ward right now, but
yeah.
I think with this question, you kind of, when you were talking about it, I thought about it. I think we might get Trevion Henderson's best game of the season this week. And now that you said that the Titans is it Jeffrey Simmons who's back? Is that who the defensive tackle is back is? Or is
no, it wasn't Jeffrey Simmons. Yeah, I pull it up.
Whoever it is, I think that honestly, interior of the line, that might hurt Ramondre more than someone like Trevion, who they're probably going to want to get on the outside zones in the screen game and stuff like that. So maybe that'll be another shot. I call it Trevion has his best game of the season, which would not be great. What's that, like 13 points maybe? Like nothing crazy, but
there was a Jeffrey Simmons report that said the Titans said Jeffrey Simmons is not available, but he's not the guy that is active. It's Tavondre Sweat.
Oh, he is good. Yeah, he's underrated. He's underrated.
Yeah, nose tackle activated from injured reserve return. Their teams allowed the 4th most points per game to opposing backfields, and last season he was graded as one of the better run stoppers in the league. He's notable, but I don't think he can fix the whole run defense at the same time either. So I still think it's a good spot here for Ramondre and Henderson. And yeah, I'm with you. I think we could see Henderson's best game of the season, though. I'm maybe a little less confident, since I feel like I'm saying that like every single week. There's no one to see it more than me.
And I think if the Patriots control this game, don't you think Vrabel just wants to shove it in the Titans' face? Just get Trevion into the end zone multiple times. I can just see it. He the Titan, that one of our coworkers, Pat, the Patriots on WalterPicks account, said the Titans get rid of Vrabel is one of the worst moves the team's made in the last 5-10 years. I agree. So I can see him being like, screw you guys. I'm going for it. Let's go put the beat down on him.
Yeah, definitely a rough one. I mean, trading A.J. Brown for Treylon Burks is certainly up there for the Titans. Also, they made a string of really, really rough decisions after
that. Is really bad.
Yeah.
Doesn't get much worse than that.
That is definitely the prime of his career nonetheless. But this is an interesting one. I want to get to some of these Buccaneers receiver-related questions and some of these Josh Jacobs-related questions, because I think this is some of the spots we can talk through some of the strategy that is not really in the app really effectively. But yeah, would you risk starting Josh Jacobs, or do you start Isaiah Pacheco? Oh, God, I mean, if you can get Emmanuel Wilson, then I think it's easy. You're riding.
That's what I was going to say.
The Packers running backs. But if you're not able to, I'm personally going Pacheco. I'm going Pacheco.
Wow.
I'm making decisions here on the Sunday Morning Live. Jacobs isn't playing, because I think there is around 40 to 60% chance, a real meaningful chance that he does not play. And even if he plays, I'm not confident he's going to be at his full role. And I think there's a real risk of aggravation too. And it's tough because, like we said, he was running back 3 in projections before the injury was reported. Obviously there's a massive ceiling here. He would have been a smash. No one would even be talking about him here on the Sunday Morning Live if the calf wasn't flaring up like it is. But yeah, I'm scared about Jacobs personally in spots like this. I'm making decisions right now as if he is not playing, unless I can have a good late window option to fall back on, which includes definitely
Emmanuel Wilson.
Who he was available in 3 of my 7 high stakes leagues when I checked this morning. Multiple of those leagues I added him, even though I didn't need him. But yeah, if you have Kamani Vidal, that's a really good backup option in the late window as well. Emmanuel Wilson, Michael Carter. You have Michael Carter. I might be willing to risk it then. That's the thing. What Michael Carter, I think he actually projects ahead of Pacheco for us. But Michael Carter and Bum Knight, they're not that different than Pacheco, to me at least. Maybe a slightly lower ceiling for both guys, but there's no DeMarcado this week. Carter should have some receiving role, at least. So in that scenario, like one of those guys has got to be available, and then you can risk it with Jacobs. And if Jacobs plays, I'm starting Jacobs over both those guys. But yeah, if I straight up have to decide right now in this moment, I'm not risking the 0. I'm going with Pacheco, at least as a ceiling.
I do want to call out that Travis Hunter just scored a touchdown, and his stat line on the day is 6 for 85 and a touchdown. Travis Hunter, he had a 30-yard touchdown just now. That's going to be if the start-sit questions weren't difficult already with Travis Hunter, here we go. I think Brian Thomas has had a few drops today also, which doesn't help his case. So
wow, yeah, and I definitely told a decent amount of people to drop him under the narrative of he hasn't had a game over 10 points. How could we trust him here?
Yeah,
spot, not a good matchup for him necessarily, but smash. Yeah, very, very exciting to see him finally break out. I saw that Terrence Ferguson, I believe, was he the one that caught that deep touchdown?
Yeah, the Rams have completed a pass to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 different receivers, including 4 tight ends.
We're one Jordan Whittington catch away too from cashing his receptions props still somehow, which would be very nice. Terrence Ferguson's going to be a dude in this league. It's probably as soon as next season. I can definitely see myself being in on him, especially if they move on from Higbee. I don't know what that contract is, but I'm pretty excited.
Hurt all the time too.
I'm pretty excited about Terrence Ferguson's future here for the Rams. He looks like a wide receiver on that play, definitely.
Yeah, I didn't watch it. I've been looking at the box score as we've been live, so I don't know if Travis Hunter made a one-handed catch or something, but don't know about those touchdowns. But
Bashal Tootin, same amount of carries as Etienne, more yards. Etienne is the lone running back with a catch in this game. But yeah, wow, Travis Hunter, 6 catches, 85 yards in a touchdown. Definitely a breakout game here for him. Good to see. And the game's not over. Still some time for these Jaguars pass catchers. 9 minutes left to put up some fantasy points as well. Okay. We are tapped in. Oh, sorry, I think I might have a question up there that we didn't get to. I apologize for that. We're tapped into the elite subscription code Samps. Sorry, Sam. Shout out to you for supporting Samps as well. But 1 wide receiver and 1 flex. Keenan Allen, DeAndre Swift, and Steph Diggs. First Steph Diggs question I'm seeing. If Jacobs is out, Bam Knight would be running back 2 unless I put Swift. Yeah, I'm okay risking Jacobs with Bam Knight or Michael Carter. I actually think that's a fine move. I think that raises the floor outcome, obviously, and you keep that ceiling outcome with Josh Jacobs still. But Keenan versus Diggs versus Swift. What's your gut say before I pull up this comparison, Sam's?
So it hasn't been talked about, but Keenan's been pretty bad. Recently.
Games.
Yep. I think I would go with Stephon Diggs, and this is like one of my most loyal followers, Sammy here. So I shouted him out last week. He's a legend right here. But I would, if you only have Bam Knight, I guess that's okay. I honestly kind of prefer Michael Carter in a PPR league to those two. He's going to see more pass catching work in that game script. So hopefully maybe you have Michael Carter, but I'd go Steph Diggs here. I think the problem is if they do well and it wasn't because of Diggs, the game could be over and they run the ball a lot and he just doesn't do anything for you. I just wish I knew more about DeAndre Swift right now because he's coming off a great game. It's a good matchup. If you want the safest floor guy, go with Swift, I think. But I think a good mix of both is Stephon Diggs here.
Yeah, I would disagree with you on this one. I would go Keenan Allen. He's been disappointing in the last 3 games, but it's still we've seen floor games from him at the same time. The floor is around 10 points, 8.7, 11, 6.7. In the matchup we talked about for the Chargers passing attack, it is really good. I'm not going to be shocked if it's Keenan and instead of Quentin or instead of Ladd that smashes in this game. I'm very convinced 2 of those 3 guys are going to do very well today. I'm very in on Justin Herbert. I'm going with the Quentin Johnson, Ladd, Herbert stack in the DK lineup. I don't think I think I maxed into that 20 entry, the $3 20 entry on DraftKings and did a bunch of Herbert stacks. I don't think I put Keenan in maybe any of them. So I'm definitely less confident in him being the one. But I do still think there's a floor ceiling that I like there. And yeah, I'm pretty against Swift this week. And Diggs is a tough one. I think kind of a boom bust option for the reasons you were saying. And we've seen 2 busts and 2 booms in the last 4 games. He's been one of the most efficient receivers in the NFL on a per route basis. There's very few guys ahead of him. 2 guys. It's Puka and JSN. And then it's Diggs at 3.3 yards per route run. The problem is part of the reason that this is happening is he's not running that many routes. He's not playing that many snaps. And I think it's working so well. There's no reason for the Pats to change it. Why push him more when he's so efficient in the role that he's in? This game might not be close. He was questionable coming into this game too. So yeah, he hasn't scored a touchdown yet this season, which is also pretty shocking given that efficiency we've seen. So maybe we see him get in the end zone. But yeah, I would go Keenan in this spot personally.
Last week's matchup was tough for Stephon Diggs, as we kind of noted on that call too. So
yeah,
or on that call stream. I'm used to saying the word call, but stream. So yeah.
Yarsma, how we doing? Good to see you back in the live stream. Sam plus Samps, what a crazy duo we are doing on this wonderful Sunday. It's a great Sunday, man. Best day of the week, and it's been a fun one so far for sure. Should I start Hunter Henry or Fannin? Also, any word from Weatherman Sam? Yeah, so this one is definitely Harold Fannin. Sam, so I'm just going to pull up the tight end ranks here.
Yeah.
Briefly, I'll pull them up on the TikTok live too. I just want you to talk through where's the line for you with Harold Fannin this week? Because it's tough. I want to be really high on Fannin, but then I look at the tight ends ahead of him, and I don't know how we really project him over some of these guys. I don't know how you confidently start, bench any of these tight ends above him. But yeah, I'm curious where the line is for you with Fannin. I think we both agree we start him over Hunter Henry.
Yeah, the line there, it's weird. Maybe I just disagree with Walter. Maybe Michael Mayer shouldn't be that high. I don't love the Chief matchup, but I definitely want to play Fannin over Mayer. I think the conversations get real difficult when you start talking about Pitts, because the Niners are going to be without Warner, which could open up a lot for Pitts. I could see that happening. Pitts is a little bit topsy-turvy. It's he has a lot of green coming up, by the way. So
yeah, wow.
Make sure he's rostered in your leagues, guys.
After the bye, and not a bad matchup for the whole rest of the season.
He's got a great series of games coming up, but it's tough. There's a lot of good tight ends this week, to be honest. It really is tough. There's arguments for literally all the guys if you wanted to start one over the other. If you're worried about Tucker Kraft's volume, I could see the argument for going with Fannin for the volume, but Tucker Kraft's just in a great matchup, better offense. I think that.
I agree. The Michael Mayer one stood out to me too as a tough one. But he played 90% of snaps last week, 92% of snaps, had a 30% target share. There's no Bowers again. And now this week there's no Myers. Myers played last week, if I recall correctly. He could easily hit a 30% target share again. And I don't think you can say that as confidently for basically any other tight ends below him, even though the matchup is tough. They're going to be playing from behind. He just has a really high floor. And I think he is a very underrated talent. He would be a starting tight end on most other NFL teams, but I agree. I do kind of feel better about Fannin than him just because of the matchup at the same time. But these guys, to be clear, they all project within 0.4 points of each other, half a point of each other. This is a super tight tier from Michael Mayer all the way down really to Harold Fannin is within 0.3, 0.5 points. It is really, really close. So it's some tough start sits, but Weatherman Sam is here for you guys. He's here all season long. And today is one of the biggest, I think the biggest probably weather report we've had so far this season. Last week was really the first week I expressed any concern. I think I was too concerned last week with the wind gusts being reported about that Cowboys game, and they were able to pass fine. As a reminder, the thing that Weatherman Sam really gets concerned about is wind. Wind over 25 miles an hour is where concern starts to come in from me most of the time. I don't really care about rain. But there's no evidence that rain really impacts NFL offensive performance, passing or running. There's no evidence that cold really impacts NFL offensive performance unless you were looking at extreme cold or extreme rain or extreme snow. But there is a lot of evidence suggesting wind over 25 miles an hour makes it harder to throw the ball in the NFL, which makes a lot of sense intuitively. The Browns and Dolphins game is going to have wind gusts in the 35 mile an hour range today. It's the worst weather game of the day. It's supposed to get better after halftime though, and the wind gusts are going to be closer to 25, 30 miles an hour. The sustained wind is in the 20 to 25 mile an hour range too. That's the thing the Cowboys game didn't have last week. The sustained winds were 15 to 20. And there was wind gusts over 25 last week for the Cowboys. So this is a worse weather report. There's also rain throughout this whole game. So there's an additional element that I'm not super concerned about, but on top of the wind, it's not necessarily a good thing. So I think it's going to be hard to throw the ball deep, at least in the first half of this game. That's not good for Judy. That's not necessarily good for Waddle. Samps has convinced me a little bit that Waddle still has a really high ceiling, though. Mike McDaniel's still going to get Waddle the ball. The Patriots-Titans report and the Saints-Bears report are basically the exact same weather report, minus as much rain. I think the Saints-Bears game, no rain. and like subtract 5 miles an hour from the wind. So like less concerning, but some concern for deep passing there too. Makes me a little bit concerned about Imanor and Kayshon Boutte. Makes me a little bit concerned about Rashid Shaheed and some of the Bears receivers as well, but they're not all like must benches. And this all makes me even more bullish on Judkins and the Browns defense, and that being a really good stack in tournaments on DraftKings. Makes me honestly a little bit more bullish about the Patriots running backs. Like if any of this can convince the coaching staff to push more volume to the running backs, that's good news for them. But yeah, that's Weatherman Sam report today. We're trying not to overreact, but definitely want you guys to be aware of the weather out there. And there is some wind that could limit deep passing a little bit in some of these games.
Has there been such a smash start defense in the Patriots this week? Like, seriously.
Yeah.
Like the matchup and the wet, like, come on. Like,
the matchup,
there's no way they disappoint, right?
The matchup, the weather, the revenge game, it's all there.
Oh, man.
The Pats defense. And the Pats defense it's also been like steadily improving week over week. They got Gonzalez back. They've been one of the better run defenses in the league too. And now they're playing a bottom 3 offensive line in the elements. Yeah. I mean, it's coaching a brand new coach of a team like midweek that happened, right? I don't remember what day he got fired. It was Monday or Tuesday. Usually it's Tuesdays. I feel like that these firings happen, but yeah, definitely a really good spot here for the Pats defense. All right. Hey guys, 1 tight end, 1 flex, Mason, Bourne, Ottencraft, or Taylor. So we got, I assume, is this Jordan Mason? Or no, Taylor. Sorry, we got 2 different Masons going on.
Yeah, it's Jordan. Yeah, Jordan.
We got these are last names. These are last names.
Just put the full names, guys.
We got Mason Taylor and Jordan Mason. So Jordan Mason was born, and then Ottencraft and Mason Taylor. Let's go do this one at a time here. The flex, Jordan Mason versus Bourne. Yeah, it's Jordan Mason. Are you out on Bourne like I am? I think this is going to be a big disappointment week for Bourne in this matchup.
I don't know if I would say I'm out on Bourne because he's had 2 top 10, I believe, finishes in a row. And I was listening to a podcast and they were saying that if he has 100 yards this week, he will be the first Niners receiver to have 3 straight games with 100 yards since Jerry Rice. So that's kind of insane. But it's hard to say I'm out on that guy. It is a tough matchup. I think Mason's safer than Bourne. Although I'm looking at those 3 tight ends. That's a good group. If you have all these guys rostered, that's pretty insane. I'd try to trade one of them maybe, but that's tough. That's really, really tough. I mean, I think if Evans is back, I like Otten a lot less personally. I just don't. With Tucker Kraft, for me, it's just how do you bench Tucker Kraft? He's just been consistent, even when he's not a volume guy. He scores touchdowns. It's just kind of like he's been there for you all year. And do you trust that, or do you trust Mason Taylor? This is a really tough one. It's probably the toughest one we've gotten all day. So props to this person for really hurting my brain.
Yeah, I'm going Jordan Mason very easily over Kendrick Bourne. I'm out on Kendrick Bourne. I do not think Kendrick Bourne is going to be in the same sentence as Jerry Rice after this week. I don't think that'd be that would be very insane. Kate Otten, Tucker Kraft, Mason Taylor. Yeah, these are 3 good options. This is one of these start sits. You're in a good spot. No matter who you go with, it can be justified here. Kate Otten, he's the safest play. Tucker Kraft is the ceiling play. I don't think you should consider Mason Taylor in a spot like this. I could see a very good argument for Mason Taylor over Kate Otten, but yeah, Kraft's ceiling is not going to be matched by these guys. Like he can hit 30 points in a week, and he can be
a volume guy. He's not like he can do that. That's the kind of the thing that makes him pretty great. And Devontae Adams just scored his 3rd touchdown of the game, by the way, in London. Devontae Adams has 3 touchdowns.
All right, let's get to, hey, Sam, full PPR. Waller or Trevion Henderson? I also just saw another question. Do I drop Darren Waller and add Michael Mayer? Which, like rest of the season, we definitely want Waller over Mayer, I think. This week, yes. I think it's pretty easily Mayer over Waller. So, I mean, it depends what your other tight end situation is, but definitely make that add drop decision with that in mind. It's a move for this week, not rest of season. All right, Waller or Trevion Henderson has RJ Harvey too. Our team is banged up, so we're dumpster diving for flex. Yeah, you were not alone.
I love that terminology, by the way. That is, I've never heard that in fantasy. That is a fantastic. I'm gonna start using that for sure.
We definitely have. You're not the only one dumpster diving here in week.
That's a hook for a video right there. That's great.
That is good. Yeah, we definitely are not. You're definitely not alone here. Week 7, the injuries are piling up. The Bills and the Ravens are in bye, so there's a lot of good players on bye here as well. And God, every Sunday morning live, I'm in this spot where we're looking at this start sit. Henderson's projecting the best, and I need someone to validate that this makes sense. But yeah, would you go Henderson here, like the WalterPicks app is projecting, or could you make an argument for these other guys?
I think if you believe the Dolphins can move the ball with Achan, Waller could score a touchdown in the red zone in this game, even with the weather. I mean, after what Waller's done, it's kind of hard to say I would start Travion over him, although it's tough. This is a really tough one. I wouldn't go Harvey, although I think if the Broncos control the game, he could have a decent game.
Yeah.
Just for him, for his standards. I think for me, it's hard to justify Henderson over Waller. You know what I mean?
Aaron Waller's floor this season is right around where the ceiling's been so far this season for Henderson. Just factually looking at what has happened so far this season. It's a small sample size for Darren Waller. It's a small sample size for a rookie that we know has a true ceiling and explosive playability that we just have not seen a single time yet this season. So yeah, I mean, you could make a good argument for Darren Waller. God, yeah. I mean, I'd be fine going Darren Waller here. I think it's between those two to me personally. And with the weather in both those games, I do think I lean Travion Henderson. And again, I'm still buying Travion Henderson, not selling. And really, I'm holding and buying Henderson. I don't think he needs to be forced in starting lineups, but it is a good matchup. I think it is only a matter of time until we see an explosive Travion Henderson play. Like it is going to happen. A 40-plus yard play from Travion Henderson is going to happen at some point this season. Yeah, I really think that's a lock to happen. I would be really, really shocked unless he gets hurt, obviously, which is possible. But yeah, I lean Henderson. Sounds like Samps leans Waller there. Been here all morning. Shout out to you, man. Shout out to every single one of you in this live stream. By the way, Adams caught another touchdown.
This game has 5 touchdowns.
This game.
What a call that was.
This game is starting to, yeah, wow, Stafford is going to be QB1 on the week. I definitely have a decent amount of Stafford Adams stacks out there too in best ball, so that's huge.
Awesome.
For my best ball.
5 touchdowns, that's crazy.
Yeah, that is really insane. I don't think, have we seen, would Russell Wilson do that in his game?
No, I think he had 4.
I mean, and the game's not over too. I don't know how much time is left.
There's 4 minutes. The Jaguars are just running it out. They're not even trying.
Brian Thomas is grabbing his shoulder, Samps. He looks like he's in a decent amount of pain.
Oh, I see Sammy spamming that in the chat. That's not good.
Yeah, it looks rough.
I hope he's okay. The Travis Hunter questions are going to be preposterous now. Oh boy.
Gosh, yeah, that's crazy. All right, let's get to this start sit here. Egbuka with Tez on the bench. Tet, Dowdle, Goddard, Bourne. Yeah, this is a good one. I'm removing Bourne from this question, Sam. It's just to simplify it for us.
Yeah.
I'm using my veto here on Kendrick Bourne.
Okay.
Hey, we got Egbuka. Let me go back to the start sit tool. There's a new home screen for those of you that haven't seen it coming soon to the WalterPicks App.
Beautiful.
We vetoed Bourne, so we got Tet versus Dowdle on the same team in the same game there. In that 1-to-1, I do lean Dowdle personally, and then we got Egbuka. Goddard can be considered, but we got Egbuka projected out right now, so let's just pull up Goddard here. Assuming Egbuka's out, which having Tez on the bench makes it definitely better. So we can't talk about that one, but I mean, yeah. I want to pulse check with you. Do you think Egbuka plays or doesn't play?
It is so tough. If they were playing like the Saints, it's a completely different question, but they're playing the Lions where it's like they could really use Egbuka if he can play. The thing is, we talked about it earlier, like with how good the Vikings are against receivers, I really like Goddard. It's also like, how much do you believe that Sauce is going to lock down Ted? He's been doing it all season. You convinced me on that earlier. That's why I just put Coker in over Booty. So if Booty drops 25, I'll be a little mad. But I mean, I love that you have Tez to back up Egbuka here. I didn't realize you don't pronounce the G, by the way. This is news to me. I did not realize in Egbuka you don't pronounce the G. It's just Egbuka. I didn't realize that.
I didn't know that was
so now.
Sam, I'm notoriously bad with the name pronunciations because I do not watch the NFL games with sound on. I don't like the announcer. I don't like the bias from the announcer. Like I want my own real opinion on the games based on the data and like what I'm seeing and not what the announcers are saying. So I rarely watch these games with sound on. I also just like hate commercials. in the prime
Commercials are why I have a lot of muted.
I do not watch them. I refuse to watch them. So but that leads to me naming guys wrong all the time. Like I'm really, really bad at it. Yeah, I'm shocked to hear that Egbuka is Egbuka. That is like, I mean, to take a second for me to wrap my head around that one. But yeah, I think it's Dowdle over Tet easily. I don't think this one is hard. I'm going Dowdle over Tet. Even with Chuba Hubbard back, the matchup for Tet is a little scary with what happened to Courtland Sutton last week. The floor is 2 points for Tet based on what happened to Sutton last week. I don't think he's going to be that bad, but if he doesn't score, I mean, last week he scored twice and he still wasn't a top 12 receiver in fantasy. He was right at 13. He had 3 catches, 2 of them scored last week. That was his first 2 touchdowns of his career. That came against the Cowboys though. But yeah, I think I would lean Dowdle over Tet, and then Goddard versus Egbuka. Tet versus Egbuka is a tough call. I think Goddard's
also, like, do you think Egbuka plays the full workload? That's another part of it.
Yeah, it's fair. I think I would go Dowdle and Goddard here personally. I'm leaning towards benching Tet this week, and I do not think Egbuka's playing. And that's probably that could end up being best case here, where Tez is certainly going to be playing a full role if Egbuka is out. But I think I'd take Goddard over Tez in that scenario still. So yeah, I think I'd go Goddard and Dowdle. Definitely an interesting one here.
Very interesting.
Did we get to this one already? Dowdle versus Mason? Did we talk about this?
We did talk about that earlier. We kind of, or he was, they were both part of like a 3-question one.
Right.
I saw a comment that said Chuba was lined up with the starters and warm-ups. Don't know how much you value that, but that kind of makes me angry.
Yeah. Let's see if there's any legit reporting on this. Let's see.
Dean Newton, ESPN.
Chuba Hubbard lined up with the starters for warm-ups per ESPN. I'm seeing the underdog report here. Yeah, I mean, it's not a good sign, though I will say he's going to play with the starters in the game. Like I don't think this is like a super real thing to overweight on either. I remember I went to I was actually at the Dolphins game last year where Tua got the really rough concussion. One of his worst games of his career before that too, which went forgotten. But Jalen Wright, there were some injuries to the Dolphins running backs at that time. I think Mostert was out, and I was at the game, so I was watching the warm-ups, and Jalen Wright was getting a bunch of snaps with the first team. And I sent a message to the Discord, reporting live, like Jalen Wright could have a role tonight. Jalen Wright did play, but like had a very, very small role. Anyone that's going to be on the field should get reps with the starters. So I don't think it's new information.
Makes sense to me.
Really, it's not necessarily a good sign, but I don't think it's that bad of a sign here either. I think it is. God, I mean, makes this starts it like a little scarier. I think I was saying Dowdle over Mason before. Did you disagree? Would you go Mason over Dowdle?
To me, it's like Dowdle dropped 60 points the last 2 weeks. The Eagles are getting Jalen Carter back. It's like how I'm playing Rico. If it doesn't work out, then like darn, I guess. I don't think Mason has a crazy ceiling this week personally. I don't think it's going to be some crazy thing you missed out on. Hopefully not if you end up going with Dowdle over him. But
yeah, I'm going Dowdle over Mason still. Samps, this person saw you go crazy last week. Yeah, Samps went 9 for 9 on live. If you're watching live on TikTok, by the way, we are also live on YouTube. Samps is on the YouTube live with me right now. Falcons.WalterPicks over on TikTok. He literally went 9 for 9 in his must starts, must benches. He already talked through those on the live so far today, but we are in the start sit segment of the live. So let's get to this comment. We're going to get to hundreds of other start sits still in this live stream, probably not hundreds. We're 15 minutes from kickoff here.
I was going to say, maybe you will.
We've gotten to hundreds. I'll rephrase it.
Yeah.
All right. Shepard, Tez, Johnson, Luke McCaffrey, Chris Moore, assuming Egbuka doesn't play. I think in these types of spots, you do need to assume Egbuka's not playing. If you have Tez, that's in Shepard, that's obviously a part of the decision here because you have backup options, which is good. But I do think like in situations where you don't have those guys, like you should be planning as if he's not playing. I think is the way to approach it. And like Samps was just saying, even if he plays, might not be his full role. Like that honestly might end up being worst case for a lot of people.
A decoy role.
Some type of decoy or reduced role, and then none of these guys are really startable, and it's just Evans, Otten, and Rashad White. But yeah, we started the live talking about Luke McCaffrey, Chris Moore, so it's a good place to be towards the end of the live here. A lot of comments here on TikTok still asking about the Commanders receivers as well. Let me hop over to the receiver ranks one more time. Sam, do you want to repeat your thoughts on this situation? Because it was one of your must starts here today.
Yeah, I think Chris Moore is who I want the most from the Commanders. It's crazy to say he's a must start. That's probably like not a smart choice. But this question is interesting to me because I think depending on who you go between Luke McCaffrey and Chris Moore might indicate who you end up going with out of Shepard and Tez. I think they're very similar. I think like Shepard's kind of like the Chris Moore and Tez is kind of the Luke McCaffrey. However, Tez has shown more volume than Luke McCaffrey has shown so far. If it was me here, I think I would go with Chris Moore, and then depending on how he does, that would dictate Shepard or Tez Johnson. I think I said earlier, Tez is who I prefer over Shepard. Snap wise, like explosive wise, like they don't have their top safety. He could easily take the top off the defense, which is another reason why Cameron Johnson is even worth some sort of sprinkle, maybe somewhere. But to
me, this is an easy one. Like, at least how I would approach this, and I actually am doing this in one of my leagues. I'm just going to play both the Commanders guys. These guys together, they're going to combine for more than 25 points. They're playing the Cowboys. The Cowboys are allowing 42.7 points per game to receivers. These are going to be two of the three leading receivers for the team today. Jalen Lane, like in the worst case scenario, Jalen Lane explodes. Jaden Daniels runs for touchdowns. Bill has a huge game, and Zach Ertz. Like, it's possible we see that happen, but I think it's actually like you keep the ceiling of this matchup and you raise the floor when you play both of these guys. And I have one league where I have Debo and some other injuries and some buys. I'm just shouting out both Luke McCaffrey and Chris Moore, and I think it's a really sneaky floor ceiling approach to it. These guys are negatively correlated, so it's more likely that one succeeds if one fails, which is not the worst thing when you're trying to raise a floor. And I still think like one of these guys is going to go over 20 points. Yeah, I like just going with both these Commanders guys. Don't even have to think about the Monday night, and you're going to get to go against the Cowboys secondary. And the other piece of this Cowboys team, why this is so perfect for fantasy, is the offense is also really good. Like, the Commanders aren't stopping the Cowboys offense today, and that just creates massive shootout potential games that are just ideal for fantasy.
Over-under is crazy. Over-under is insane.
Yeah, it might be the highest, honestly, we've seen this season. So yeah, I would just play both guys. Just play both. And I do think Chris Moore is the safer play for those of you out there just asking, like, what do I do? Which one do I go with? Chris Moore safer. To me, Luke McCaffrey is the higher ceiling. And Jalen Lane is definitely, like, notable also. But yeah, to me, McCaffrey's the guy I prefer with the ceiling. But if you're looking for a floor, I think Chris Moore's, like, he's been the one with the biggest role of the three so far. Good morning, Sam. Should I play Trey Tucker or wait to see if Emeka Egbuka plays?
There you go.
Yes, he might play, pick up Sterling and Tez. Yeah, I'm going Trey Tucker here as well. I'd play Trey. I think Egbuka is not playing. If he doesn't play, I'm playing Trey Tucker over Sterling Shepard and Tez. If he does play, it's honestly pretty close with the risk of him being in some type of decoy role. And again, I just don't think he's going to play. I'm answering these like he's not playing. So I would play Trey Tucker over Shepard and Tez.
I'm going Chris Moore over Trey Tucker personally.
Oh, was Chris Moore in this?
Yeah, at the end it says, or play Chris Moore over all of them.
I missed that piece.
So
Chris Moore over Trey Tucker?
I would. I really, that's how bad the Cowboys are. And I was looking at the game logs from last year. Trey Tucker did nothing against the Chiefs. I don't see, I mean, is Trey Tucker a type of volume guy in garbage time? He's not that guy. I don't think. Maybe he is, but I would. That's a discrepancy I didn't think was going to be that large in the WalterPicks app here. But I think I would go with Chris Moore personally. But that's just. I mean, I've called him a start several times. When he dropped 0, I apologize, but I would go Chris Moore over Trey Tucker. The matchup's not good. It's not.
Luke McCaffrey or Emmanuel Wilson. I think I'd probably win Luke McCaffrey here just because we don't have certainty in the late window from Emmanuel Wilson.
If you believe Jacob's on the wrong side of questionable, I think it's Emmanuel Wilson. I think you take that risk because Luke McCaffrey has not seen volume yet. That's kind of my concern. That's why I sort of disagreed with your opinion of playing both him and Chris Moore. Yeah. At least with Chris Moore, we have seen a lot of routes and stuff like that. So it's kind of why I like him more this week. That's a tough one, though. Really tough. I wish there's more transparent about injury stuff. Like, they know if Josh Jacobs is playing or not right now. They know. Like, it's not going to say, oh, he steps out on the grass. I'm not feeling it. They know. Like, let's be honest.
This feels like a lose-lose start sit here in this comment.
Yes, it is.
Buka versus Jawan Jennings. You got a guy playing with broken ribs, hurt ankle, and hurt shoulder against one of the best secondaries in the league in the Atlanta Falcons. And then you have a Buka who's not going to play tomorrow. So which option do you go with here? I mean, I think it's Jennings. For me, I honestly, I'd play these Commanders receivers over Jennings as well. I don't know if if assuming Ibuka doesn't play, Tez Johnson, would you prefer him over Jennings? I think that's an interesting one. I do have Jennings as a must bench this week. I mean, there's always a ceiling for Jawan Jennings, but with all the injuries and the matchup, I think we got to bench him.
I think I would look at my waiver wire and see if Tez or Otten or someone is available, pick them up, not start Jennings, and then just put him in for Ibuka. That's what I would do.
Well, Samps, we are nearing here the end of the live. Shout out to everyone who tuned in. This was a really fun one once again. Definitely, we got to get some recap videos out, Samps, whether we win or fail. I think
100%. I'm prepared to say I did terrible this week. I went 0 for 9 and see if we get a bunch of views anyways.
100%. And just as a reminder, guys, we did have a special offer on the live stream today, 14-day free trial to all the premium features in the WalterPicks app. We've never offered something like this before, and it's just for you guys who are tuned into the live. Link is in the YouTube description to get access to that. If we didn't get to your start sit, we do apologize. We're trying to get to more start sits than anyone doing any content out there. That is my goal with every single one of these lives. We got to hundreds, but we didn't get to thousands. So go to the WalterPicks app because you can answer all your start sit questions using the app. It's also going to be a complete cheat code for trading, for waiver advice, for player props, for DFS, for everything. So check it out if you haven't yet. We do appreciate that. Use code SAM or SAMPS when you sign up. Thank you guys all so much for tuning in, Samps. Appreciate you hopping on the live yet again. We might have to run it back again next week. We will see. But good luck this week, Samps. And appreciate you doing live today, man.
Of course. Let me know. I'll be ready if I'm called upon again. My number, I'm ready for my number to be called every week. So appreciate it.
Another great week with Samps on the live. We'll see if he goes 9 for 9 again. I don't know if he had exactly 9 again this week, but definitely killed it last week. Super helpful for me for some of the tougher decisions here again this week, guys. If you haven't yet, make sure you hit the subscribe button on the YouTube channel. We are posting so much content this season on the YouTube channel, tons of lives consistently as well. Guys, time is the most valuable thing we have. Thank you for spending some time with me today. Good luck, everyone, and I'll see you next week.